Welcome everyone to the Dark Manhwa Recap channel. Today I'll introduce the series, Global Abilities, beginning the awakening of Xiao Xinlei. The story opens in a classroom at Jiangqing No. 2 Middle School, Class 12. The teacher's voice rings out reminding them about the upcoming university entrance exam. 20 years of hard study all for today. The literature exam is tonight. Check after you get home that your materials are all prepared. For the combat exam, prepare your battle outfit and weapons. The speaker is homeroom teacher Chen Fan. He emphasized once more that the university combat exam carries the risk of death. Those whose ability rank is below D are not encouraged to choose the combat track. A boy sitting below sighed upon hearing this. It was clearly directed at him. I am Su Jingming, someone who crossed over. This world is called Lam Star. Its level of science and technology is similar to my previous life, but terrifying, bloodthirsty beasts also exist. Only those with awakened abilities can resist them. Everyone can awaken an ability at 16. There are hundreds, even thousands of different abilities, and their quality varies. According to Lam Star's classification, abilities are divided into 9 ranks. The vast majority can only awaken between ranks F and D. My ability is only rank E, a weak electricity type. Its power barely different from ordinary electric shocks. At that moment someone came up and slammed the desk. Su Jingming, teacher Chen already said, are you still planning to take the combat exam? He stared with a contemptuous look. A useless E rank like you taking the combat exam would only embarrass the school. Better obediently choose the literature track. Work at my family's company later in a small office role, and you could barely get by. A female student suddenly stood up and shouted, Huang Tian, mind your own business. Huang Tian turned to glare at her, snorting coldly. Lin Qingyao, I'll show you who will be the top achiever in the entrance exam. He glanced at Su Jingming and sneered. This paleface can only die on the battlefield. Having said that, he shoved his hands in his pockets and left leisurely. Lin Qingyao turned to comfort him, Su Jingming, don't mind him. Everyone has their own worth. Switching your application to the literature faculty and living a normal city life isn't so bad. Su Jingming remained silent, only looking at the registration form in his hand. It clearly stated, Daiha University Entrance Registration, name Su Jingming, male, 19 years old, ability rank elemental system, registered subjects, literature and combat. He thought to himself that in Daiha, the education system is split into literature and combat. Low ability makes fighting insecure. You can choose the literature exam to become ordinary, but if you choose combat, you must go to the designated exam site and fight the beasts risking your life. Only by meeting the standards can you enter an ability university, undergo years of training and cultivation, then break through and become an intermediate ability user, gaining real power. Su Jingming sighed softly. The teacher and Lin Qingyao were worried he'd be in danger if he took the combat exam. But in a world full of risks, even avoiding a lethal combat exam can't prevent beasts from attacking at any time. My parents in this world died in a beast tide. I don't want to face that in the future with no means of resistance. After thinking it over, he confidently decided he would still choose the combat exam. Evening fell. Su Jingming was holding a spear, training with all his might. Lightning danced around his arm and flowed into the spear in his hand. His body was soaked in sweat, breathing heavily. Each thrust was powerful and decisive. After a while he finally stopped, saying he was truly tired, then collapsed onto the training floor, unable to continue. Glancing at the spear in his hand, Su Jingming rubbed his head and said that since awakening his ability he had chosen the long spear as his weapon. He trained for over 2 years but his proficiency remained only at an upper beginner level. The combat technique, Lightning Pierce Gale Break, cost 300,000 taels to buy, merely compensating to make him slightly stronger than a rank E awakener. But the mortality rate for students below rank D in this year's combat exam was higher than last year's. His hand clenched, showing his determination. He wanted to get into an ability university and was determined to risk his life to fight for it. Suddenly, a holographic screen appeared before his eyes. The system was activating. Su Jingming looked up with a puzzled expression. Then the system announced successful activation and asked if he wanted to claim the newcomer gift pack. Su Jingming sat bolt upright, thinking could this be the golden hand system of crossovers. He excitedly asked what was in the gift pack. The system replied that it contained an S-rank ability and 200 ability points. Su Jingming thought to himself that an S-rank ability, even in a large nation like Ha Country, only appeared once every 3 to 4 years. Once discovered, such a person would certainly be fought over by top ability universities, receive countless resources, and might even be cultivated into a supreme powerhouse. Thinking that, he reached into the system screen, wondering whether a worthless E-rank like him still had a chance to defy fate, then decided to accept it. The system confirmed successful receipt of the newcomer gift pack. 200 ability points have been transferred into the account, and began to unlock the S-rank ability Tsu Xiao Divine Thunder. Immediately, countless arcs of lightning danced around Su Jingming's heart, crackling. The progress bar began to climb. His body was continuously invaded by lightning. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Bolts of lightning struck the floor, causing it to crack and shatter. The building where Su Jingming was staying was also blown apart. Windows smashed and shards of glass rained down. Passers-by looked up to see an explosion with flashing lightning. A little girl asked her mother what had happened to his house. A young man hurriedly grabbed his phone to call the fire department, anxiously saying that someone from the Su family was in trouble and they needed firefighters immediately. At that moment, Su Jingming was tensing his whole body, screaming inwardly, "It hurts." The system displayed 50%, 60%, 70%. Outside, dark clouds rolled in. People wondered why the sky had suddenly gone so dark. A thunder dragon emerged from the cloud layer, coiling around the neighborhood. A man seeing the sudden change in heaven and earth couldn't help but think the thunder was terrifying. He seemed to feel a heavy pressure, wondering whether a lightning-type beast was attempting to invade. Immediately after, he ordered Jiangqing's 3rd Legion to enter a state of alert. The soldier behind promptly acknowledged the command. At that moment the thunder dragon plunged down from the black cloud layer at extreme speed, spitting a torrent of lightning from its mouth directed straight at Su Jingming. Inside the house, Su Jingming continued to endure the pain to receive the ability. The system displayed 80%. His whole body was wrapped in lightning as he screamed in pain. 90%, 99%, 100%, the ability derivation had completed. The final bolts of lightning fused into his body, and Su Jingming relaxed his hands, then slowly clenched his fists again, feeling power surge within him. He joyfully exclaimed that this was indeed an S-rank ability. Tsu Xiao Divine Thunder was completely different from his previous stun rod. One hit could crush an opponent. Seeing the damaged window, Su Jingming rubbed his head and said the commotion had been a bit loud. Luckily he'd managed to restrain it somewhat, otherwise the damage wouldn't have been limited to the training room. He thought to himself that if he had known earlier he would have trained outside. Suddenly remembering the newcomer gift also contained 200 ability points, he wondered what they were for and opened the system menu. The system displayed that ability points can be obtained by killing beasts, and spent ability points can be used to upgrade ranks and skills. When he opened the control panel to view the information, Su Jingming couldn't help but laugh out loud. He liked this simple but effective golden hand approach. The system panel showed, Awakener rank not yet intermediate, S-rank ability Tsu Xiao Divine Thunder, Stamina 121, Health and Spirit 140, Basic Spear Technique, Basic Lightning Pierce Gale Break Technique, Ability Points 200. Su Jingming tapped the system screen, saying that the university exam was tomorrow and he had to use these 200 ability points wisely to boost his combat power. Essentially, abilities are the combination of a person's chi power and spirit. So he decided to prioritize strengthening these two basic attributes and directly allocated points into chi power and spirit. The two attributes points immediately rose, and Su Jingming's body underwent a clear transformation. Streams of chi poured out from within, wrapped in crackling lightning. He was astonished. Was this the feeling of health and spirit leveling up? His hand clenched as he took a fighting stance, then thrust a powerful punch forward. Bolts of lightning began to shoot from his body. Feeling it again, Su Jingming noted that after base attributes are upgraded, both combat techniques and ability manipulation are correspondingly enhanced. Each base attribute increased by 20 points, meaning each ability point converted to 0.2 health or 0.2 spirit. The system now showed, Chi Power 141, increased health, Spirit 160 increased. Su Jingming smiled. With his current strength, getting into an ability university was within reach. He just wondered how he would rank among the 700,000 candidates in Jiangnan province, and how he'd compare to prodigies trained from childhood by famous teachers. Immediately, he kicked the spear up from the ground with force, caught it quickly with his hand, and said they would know the exact values as soon as they checked at the martial hall. At that moment, a powerful foot kicked open the door to Su Jingming's house. A fire rescue team burst in from outside, leaving him stunned. A firefighter announced they had received an emergency call reporting a fire at this location. Hearing that, Su Jingming explained that the commotion was probably caused by his ability training and that there was no longer any problem. The firefighter breathed a sigh of relief and immediately informed his team that the emergency had been handled and they could stand down. Su Jingming stood behind smiling and waved goodbye to the rescue team. One firefighter couldn't help but praise that causing such a commotion yet only being a student training in ability was truly impressive. Soon after, the fire trucks left the neighborhood. When Su Jingming stepped outside, an old man anxiously asked Xiao Ming if he was all right. Su Jingming smiled and said he was fine and had it under control. The old man sighed in relief, saying it's good that he's okay. Seeing his demeanor, he asked if Su Jingming was headed to the martial hall. Su Jingming nodded that he was going to train there. The old man was pleased, praising his diligence for training even with the university exam tomorrow, unlike the old man's own child. Cut to the martial hall. For awakeners to advance into ability users they must train chi power and spirit and increase the potency of their abilities. Therefore, martial halls providing training grounds and instruction emerged, since not every family can afford a private training room. The two most famous martial halls in Daihe were Lei Ting and Baoheng. At this time, Su Jingming had also arrived at the martial hall. There were many people coming and going inside. Baoheng Martial Hall charged an annual tuition of 100,000 taels, suitable for students from well-off families, while Lei Ting Martial Hall was free for high school students. Just then, a beautiful female student appeared in front of Su Jingming. He recognized her as Tang Qi, his cousin. She brushed her hair back with her hand, accentuating her beauty. Beside her, another female student was smiling and chatting. Su Jingming waved and greeted, asking if Sister Qi had also come to Lei Ting Martial Hall. Hearing someone call, Tang Qi turned around and, seeing him, replied that she had come with a friend. Su Jingming said that if so they should continue chatting and he would head to the training room first. Tang Qi crossed her arms, puzzled, feeling that he seemed different today. The girl beside her leaned in and asked Tang Qi who he was. He looked pretty handsome. Tang Qi answered that he was Su Jingming, her cousin, also a high school student like them, and he would be taking the university exam tomorrow. A young man nearby looked displeased and asked why she was probing so much. Did Xiao Na like him? Xiao Na blushed and admitted that with that appearance, as long as his ability wasn't too poor, he'd make a respectable boyfriend. Tang Qi stepped over and patted Xiao Na's shoulder, saying she was afraid she'd disappoint her, since Su Jingming had only awakened an E-rank ability. Xiao Na felt as if doused with cold water and was truly disappointed. The young man remarked that daring to enter the combat exam with an E-rank ability showed real courage. Tang Qi said courage meant nothing, the risk was too great. She hoped Su Jingming wouldn't take part in the combat exam. Xiao Na grabbed Tang Qi's hand and said to drop the subject. They'd come to Lei Ting Martial Hall to look around. Tang Qi nodded, saying that made sense. She trained at Baoheng for 3 years and this was her first time at Lei Ting. Relaxing a bit before the university exam would be good for her health. With that they all went inside. In the training room, Su Jingming stood holding his long spear. He held the spear and felt the change. He realized the spear seemed lighter, or perhaps his own health had grown stronger. But the university exam was tomorrow, and there was no time to find a more suitable weapon. So he decided first to test his peak strength without relying on ability support. Saying that, Su Jingming took a deep breath and exhaled sharply. His hand gripped the spear firmly, then thrust the spear straight forward. The spear tip pierced the target straight on, embedding deep inside. The display showed 321K. The training room was made of primary memory metal that automatically restored to its original state within its damage tolerance. His pure physical strength had doubled compared to before. Bear in mind that a normal awakener's maximum physical strength is only about 100. Next, he decided to test Su Xiao Divine Thunder. Lightning flickered in Su Jingming's eyes. He pointed at the target with confidence. Sparks began to form at his fingertips, then shot forward. The impact made the surrounding air tremble. The display showed 3021. Su Jingming couldn't help but be elated. No wonder it was an S-rank ability, truly defying fate. A first-tier ability user's attack intensity is usually only about 1000k, yet though he hadn't reached first tier he could unleash power comparable to a mid-first tier ability user. But this still wasn't his limit. Su Jingming's whole body erupted with even stronger lightning. He tightened his grip on the spear, realizing both his physical strength and ability had been enhanced, but the true lethal move came from combining it with a combat technique. Then he began to fuse the combat technique with his ability. His body bent slightly into a stance, and without hesitation he drove the spear forward with full force. Purple lightning coiled around it, ravaging the target until the surface started to tear. Su Jingming shouted as he performed lightning pierce gale break. A sphere of purple lightning gradually gathered at the spear tip. He shouted, "Break!" and the sphere of purple lightning exploded, spreading throughout the training ground. At that moment, a powerful tremor shook the entire building. People panicked, asking if it was an earthquake. On the same floor as Su Jingming's training room, Tang Chi's group was also thrown off their feet by the shock. A young man said the energy fluctuation was too strong, it must have reached the ability user level. Xiao Na wiped her sweat and said this floor was meant for high school students training, while ability users usually went to Bao Hung Martial Hall. Could someone really pervert enough to be here? The young man replied it might be a master training here, or perhaps a high school student had actually reached ability user rank. Tang Chi said in a low voice they'd know once they went to look. Then she pointed in a direction, judging the energy disturbance likely came from nearby. At that time, Su Jingming had also finished training and stepped outside. Seeing him, Tang Chi asked if he was preparing to go home. Su Jingming nodded, saying he wanted to return early to prepare for the exam. Tang Chi reminded him to do his best at tomorrow's combat exam but to stay safe. The young man with them grew impatient, saying not to worry about that, the energy fluctuation was definitely coming from this area. Tang Chi asked if it was here, the young man confirmed it emphatically. When they walked inside, a scene of destruction met them. Everything was ruined, and there was a large dent on the wall. That left everyone horrified, not understanding what had happened. Xiao Na couldn't help exclaiming that even the memory metal had been destroyed. How powerful must the attack have been? Could there really be a high school student in Jiang City that strong? A young man inspected the wall and pointed, saying it probably wasn't a regular student. He sensed a wildly violent residual energy. The opponent was likely an accidental second-tier ability user who had wandered into this floor to test their strength. Others agreed, saying with an attack of that magnitude a high school student couldn't have managed it, even a provincial genius would struggle, let alone someone from Jiang City. Xiao Na, a bit suspicious, said only Su Jingming had passed by earlier. Could he have caused the attack? Maybe he's a hidden super genius who'll reveal his strength at tomorrow's combat exam. Hearing that, the young men immediately objected, saying she read too many novels. That couldn't happen. Hiding true strength requires conditions, and Su Jingming was only an E-rank awakener. An attack intensity of 300 would already be high. Another person pointed out that both corridors had exits, so the powerhouse must have left by another route, which is why they didn't encounter him. Then he turned to ask Tang Chi for her opinion. After observing for a moment, Tang Chi said that was probably the case. But when she touched the dent in the wall, she realized the marks looked very much like spear technique traces. An image of Su Jingming flashed through her mind. She wondered whether his insistence on entering the university combat exam meant he truly wasn't unaware of his own strength. Cut to the day of the combat exam, students began gathering at the test venue, their numbers steadily growing. Shuttle buses drove in one after another, every student carried a handy weapon on their back. People looked at each other and started to chat. Su Jingming also brought his long spear, a rare confidence shining in his eyes. Some students asked if this was their exam site. One exclaimed he thought he saw a one-horned rhinoceros. Previously the tests only featured common beasts like haunting cats or iron bristle pigs. This year the difficulty had increased significantly. A young man nearby said, "Who cares about a one-horned rhino? If you can't handle that beast, even if you miraculously get into an ability university you'll be useless." Hearing this, the others turned pale and said nothing more. Su Jingming asked who was speaking so arrogantly. His friend Lu Qi responded, saying of course it was Chu Dan Yang, nicknamed the Light Wind Sword of No. 1 High School. It said he possesses the B-rank ability Light Wind Gale, his power has broken through a boundary and he's advanced to a first-tier ability user. Su Jingming only smiled, so that was the genius considered this year's top combat exam candidate. He wondered privately which of them would be stronger. At that moment, a loud voice rang out asking the contestants to pay attention. After everyone fell silent and looked forward, the man said he was Commander Wang Hai for this Jiang City combat exam and would remind them of a few points before starting. The combat exam would start at 9 in the morning and end at 9 in the evening, lasting 12 hours total. The testing ground was the abandoned small town behind him. As in previous exams, the test area was divided into outer, middle, inner rings and a central zone. Killing beasts of different types and ranks earns different points. The stronger the beast, the higher the score. The central zone was equivalent to the super hard section of the test, reserved for top students to conquer. Contestants should assess their limits and not trade their lives for points. Hearing this, Su Jingming thought that if it had been yesterday he'd only dare operate in the outer area, but now he was determined to charge into the inner ring, even the central zone. Commander Wang Hai continued, announcing the start of supply distribution and asking contestants to line up by class teacher to receive them. The students stepped forward to collect their items. Su Jingming stepped up as well. The homeroom teacher said there were 3 items in total. A smartwatch to log the number and types of beasts defeated and record accumulated points. Next, a tactical backpack containing 3 energy sticks, 1 bottle of energy drink and a single-use med pack, enough to sustain a contestant for 12 continuous hours. Finally, a safety orb that, when activated, creates a high-voltage electric net around the user that ordinary beasts cannot break. The homeroom teacher warned Su Jingming that using the safety orb would end the exam early, but to remember life is more important than anything. Su Jingming smiled and thanked him, saying he understood. Just then, someone called to him. Lam Kon Dao approached, smiling and asking if he still didn't have a team and would like to join theirs. Lu Qiet stood behind, recently awakened to a C-rank ability, and said he'd protect him in the arena. Some other students objected, saying being kind is fine normally, but this was the university exam, teams were limited to 5, bringing along weak members would prevent high scores. Lu Qiet looked annoyed and reminded them he had already promised before and couldn't go back on it. Others retorted that who knew if Su Jingming truly dared to enter the exam, they didn't want to carry that burden. Su Jingming quickly said he appreciated their good intentions. At that moment, Lu Qiet was still upset with the others. Su Jingming said he planned to enter the test area alone and that they should form their team as planned. Lu Qiet looked at him and anxiously asked if he was sure. Lam Kon Dao also asked again, then warned him to be careful. The others came over and pulled Lam Kon Dao away, saying that made sense and they should find Hong Tian to form a team. Lam Kon Dao kept turning back to look at Su Jingming with worry. After everyone left, Su Jingming lightly curled his lips into a faint smile, saying that even without them, he could still score high. At that moment, the loudspeakers on the flying devices announced the Jiang City combat exam had officially begun. The venue's cameras and drones started rolling, preparing to livestream the exam. The students began rapidly entering the test area, surging forward. My goal is Jiangnan Ability University. This time I will make everyone astonished. Tang Qi and her team were also quickly moving inward. Other students all rushed in to seize the initial advantage. Chu Danyang was among them as well. He carried his sword and charged forward swiftly. Behind them, Su Jingming also ran with the crowd into the area. His heart swelled with anticipation as he thought, the university combat exam, I'm here. At a certain point, Su Jingming tapped his watch. Beep, confirmation successful. Contestant, Su Jingming, grade 12, Jiangqing No. 2 High School, registration number 179. Current leaderboard, 1st Chu Danyang, 2nd Li Yuan, 3rd Zhao Hu. Reading the info, Su Jingming couldn't help but feel moved. No wonder the top scholar from Jiangqing No. 1 High had already begun hunting beasts so quickly. I should act too. He calculated inwardly that from the outer area to the center there was still some distance, so he decided to head straight into the central zone. Thus, Su Jingming advanced deeper inside alone, step by step. Suddenly he froze, there was a corpse ahead, and beside it lay an amulet. Su Jingming broke out in a sweat. The wounds were too severe. The safety orb hadn't even been used in time. No wonder the homeroom teacher had advised him to give up the combat exam. If one didn't awaken to an S-rank ability, the outcome might well be the same. Gambling without regret, the combat exam was brutal, and opportunity always came with risk. Not everyone had the chance to defy fate. He then pressed the dead man's watch, which emitted a sound requesting logistics staff. At that moment, Su Jingming sensed danger from behind. His gaze turned alert as he immediately looked back. A beast's paw was approaching. Watching the creature close in step by step, Su Jingming thought to himself that leaving a living witness to lure others was deliberate. This was a trap. The beast's eyes flashed, its whole body radiating a powerful aura. It growled at Su Jingming, baring sharp teeth, its eyes gleaming with a killing intent. It lunged at him with extreme speed. Su Jingming immediately leapt back to evade the attack. The beast landed not far away. Su Jingming turned to face it. Its failed first strike made it snarl in fury, eyes fierce as it stared at its prey. Su Jingming assessed it, agile body, sharp claws, a bite force reaching thousands of kilos, truly deserving of the name assassin. The beast slowly turned, baring its sharp teeth as it prepared for a second attack. Su Jingming gripped the spear's shaft, thinking that the beast was called ferocious, because of its special terrifying aura that could frighten prey. He'd heard most newly awakened contestants froze when first facing such beasts, their power barely reaching 30%, some even giving up and getting bound. Therefore wealthy families often hired ability user bodyguards to take their children into the wild early so they could get used to fighting ferocious beasts. He himself had no such conditions. This was his first direct encounter with a ferocious beast. The creature charged again, but Su Jingming remained calm and observed. When the beast was only an arm's length away, his hand tightened on the spear. A streak of purple lightning flashed. He then drove the spear through its body with pure force before it could pounce on him. Beast blood spattered as the purple lightning emitted sizzling crackles around them. Su Jingming's gaze grew cold. He thought inwardly that this aura seemed to have no effect on him. The system immediately displayed a notification: defeated a non-tier haunting cat, gained 3 ability points. Explanation: beasts from 1st tier to 9th tier are divided into 9 grades. Beasts below 1st tier are called non-tier beasts, corresponding to the human awakener's levels. Su Jingming looked at the map on his watch, thinking that killing beasts grants ability points to strengthen oneself, but non-tier beasts give too few points. If he wasn't affected by a beast's aura, then staying in the peripheral area wouldn't mean much. He decided it was right to quickly push into the central zone. With that, he hurried deeper inside. Along the way, Su Jingming repeatedly cut down beasts. Notifications kept popping up: defeated a non-tier haunting cat, ability points +5, defeated a non-tier iron-furred boar, ability points +5, defeated a non-tier beast, ability points +3, then +5, +5, +6. After a stretch of fighting, Su Jingming finally stopped. He told himself he'd gained a fair amount of ability points, but still lacked real combat experience. Using Tsu Xiao Divine Thunder could quickly kill non-tier beasts, but it wouldn't effectively raise his overall strength. Moreover, the higher the ability rank, the greater the consumption. If he unleashed Tsu Xiao Divine Thunder at full force, he couldn't even sustain it for an hour. Previously, his E-rank electric ability could last over 3 hours, but the combat exam lasted 12 hours, so before entering the central zone he couldn't waste ability recklessly. Thus, on the next stretch he kept this strategy, relying on his spear techniques to kill beasts while accumulating combat experience. At that moment, a one-horned ferocious rhino appeared ahead of him. Seeing Su Jingming run by, it charged at once. A nearby car was hurled into the air by its impact. Then it continued barreling straight toward him. Su Jingming remained calm in his movement. As the rhino closed in, he sprang upward and spun midair to dodge the ram. While still suspended, he immediately angled the spear tip downward, driving it straight through the rhino's head. Blood sprayed, a pained roar echoed. The beast's corpse collapsed with a thud, and Su Jingming gently landed. He exhaled, telling himself his hunting speed had improved greatly. Could his spear technique have unconsciously broken through? He then opened the system panel to check: Constitution 141, Vitality/Spirit 160, Spear Technique, Intermediate, Electric Pierce Gale Strike, Primary, Ability Points 256. Seeing the panel, Su Jingming was pleased. Indeed, his spear technique had advanced to Intermediate. It seemed real combat alone could effectively raise his strength. The intermediate technique made him feel he could act at will. What if he took one more step and upgraded the technique? Thinking this, he immediately pressed the upgrade button. In an instant, countless images of spear techniques flooded his mind. Each move etched into his memory, he could comprehend them fully without practice. Su Jingming couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Numerous advanced spear maneuvers appeared in his head. He gripped the spear tightly, smiling as anticipation rose. He wanted to find a first-tier beast to test himself. At the same time, class monitor Lam Kondao's team was also hunting beasts. Suddenly Lam Kondao saw a figure flash by extremely fast. She startled and made a soft, sound, then said doubtfully that she thought she had just seen Su Jingming. The team members scoffed, saying the monitor must be mistaken, it couldn't possibly be him. With Su Jingming's strength, coming here was tantamount to suicide. Lam Kondao began to doubt herself. She wondered if she'd misseen it, but the back she'd seen looked very much like Su Jingming. Lu Qiet beside her felt a bit worried, unsure of Su Jingming's current situation. Just then, someone in the team spotted the dead rhino and immediately called everyone over to look. This beast seemed to have died not long ago. Lam Kondao quickly approached to inspect and saw the blood at the wound was still wet, indicating death had occurred only minutes before. A brown-haired male student kicked the rhino corpse lightly and remarked it was quite large. Another person sat down to examine it and found the fatal wound was on the head. From the wound's condition, it could be identified as a penetrating stab from a long weapon, most likely a spear. Hearing that, Lam Kondao was terrified. Could the person she had just seen really be Su Jingming? The others also began to doubt, but still didn't believe it. They thought there was no way Su Jingming could have killed a one-horned rhino, that was a beast rank awakeners could handle. Someone then suggested that to know whether it was Su Jingming, they should just check the leaderboard scores. Lam Kondao immediately opened the rankings. It showed, rank 45 Lu Shuang with 261 points, Jiangqing No. 3 High School, rank 46 Su Jingming with 256 points, Jiangqing No. 2 High School, rank 47 Wang Mingming with 248 points, Jiangqing No. 2 High School. Lam Kondao couldn't help exclaiming, "It's him." The boys who had just looked down on Su Jingming were stunned. Impossible, Su Jingming had already made the top 50. Could it just be a namesake? Could E-rank awakeners be this strong this year? They couldn't believe it. Outside, the audience was also closely following events. Conversations buzzed everywhere. School No. 1 remained dominant, most of its students in the top 10, especially Chu Mingyang with 472 points in first place. It seemed the city's top scholar spot was nearly decided. Jiangqing hadn't had anyone enter the provincial top 100 for years, it was unknown whether he could make it this time. Chu Mingyang was Jiangqing's ace. His ability, lightweight wind strike, was very strong, competitive even at the provincial combat exam. Evaluators believed he would likely enter Jiangnan province's top 100. The speaker was Zhang Wensong, director of Jiangqing's Education Bureau. Zhang Wensong turned to the principals and continued that he was always satisfied with School No. 1's education quality, and School No. 3 wasn't bad either for finally having someone break into the top 10. The principals of No. 1 and No. 3 stood up hastily. One said it was all thanks to the director's effective leadership and that they would rely on him more in the future. Then Zhang Wensong looked at School No. 2's principal and said that this school needed to try harder, since its best student's current rank was only 18. Principal Zhao Yao of School No. 2 nodded repeatedly. He silently cheered for his students. Currently only 8 students from School No. 2 were in the top 50, including Lu Min, Duong Qian, Duong Siyu, Su Jingming. He vowed these kids must not underperform. Suddenly he wondered who this Su Jingming was, he'd never heard the name before. Was there such a student in the key class? At the back, Su Jingming's homeroom teacher was also startled when he saw the rankings. Su Jingming had actually made the top 50. He wiped sweat from his brow, full of doubts. Wasn't this student only an E-rank awakener? Could he be hiding his true strength? But no matter how concealed, an E-rank ability couldn't suddenly become S-rank. Right now only the top 10 had dedicated camera coverage, so there was no video of Su Jingming. No one knew how he had achieved such a high score. Inside the central area, the danger level had clearly increased. A foot crushed the hard shell, shattering it completely. Su Jingming ate a supplement while thinking. Entering the central area, the number of beasts dropped noticeably, but those remaining were all tiered beasts. Tiered beasts had intelligence and territorial awareness, so they were much harder to deal with than non-tier beasts. At that moment, a sound suddenly came from ahead. Su Jingming murmured, "Here it comes." From ahead appeared a tiger. It swiped with its claws, sending several blocking cars flying, and stepped toward Su Jingming. The tiger looked extremely majestic, with blue eyes and long, sharp canines. It let out a powerful roar. This was the first-tier beast, the serpent-blade tiger. The cars were flung toward Su Jingming by the serpent-blade tiger, but he stood calmly, smiling slightly. "Seems my luck's not bad, just entered the central area and already met a first-tier beast. Perfect chance to test my spear technique on you." Saying that, he charged forward with his spear. The serpent-blade tiger also leapt fiercely, its sharp claws and jaws able to tear any prey apart. Su Jingming calmly watched its movements. He then leaned to gain momentum and thrust the spear tip straight at his opponent. But unexpectedly, the serpent-blade tiger used a claw to block the spear tip. Its paw trembled slightly, and beneath it was a razor-sharp blade. Su Jingming curled his mouth in a smile. "So that's all the strength a first-tier serpent-blade tiger has? Perhaps only the Tiger King would force me to use some effort." With that he lunged again, determined to finish it. The serpent-blade tiger sprang up to counterattack. But at that moment, Su Jingming slid down beneath it and delivered a piercing strike into its body. The tiger howled in pain, blood spouting from the wound everywhere. Su Jingming withdrew his spear. His eyes coldly fixed on the opponent. The serpent-blade tiger looked back as well, seemingly enraged, eager to tear the one before it apart. Once more it roared and charged. The spear in Su Jingming's hand instantly assumed a defensive stance. He continuously dodged its attacks with astonishing speed. The tiger's claws slashed down, shattering part of a nearby building's wall, yet still failed to touch him. Su Jingming stepped back to evade, okaying at his opponent, then said, "True to its title as a first-tier beast, its vitality is indeed tenacious, still struggling like an animal driven to the brink." Man and beast continued to clash. Su Jingming retreated, gripping his spear tightly as he began to concentrate his strength. Streams of ability energy swirled around the spear. He said coldly that any struggle would be futile. Then Su Jingming shouted and thrust the spear directly at the serpent-blade tiger. The spear energy shot toward its head, but the tiger's gaze remained defiant, showing no fear of death. When the spear energy struck, part of its head was instantly smashed, and blood gushed out violently from its body. Shortly after, its massive body collapsed to the ground, becoming a huge corpse. Su Jingming held his combat stance. The system announced, "Killed a first-tier serpent-blade tiger, ability points plus 14. He spun the spear lightly in his hand and smiled. Ability points from killing first-tier beasts were almost double those from non-tier beasts. The stronger the beast, the higher the ability points gained. To others the arena was full of danger and ambushes, but to him it was a rare leveling sanctuary. With that thought he pressed deeper inside. Before long, Su Jingming encountered many more beasts in succession. Excited, he said such a rare opportunity must be seized. He had to collect as many ability points as possible. The sky remained clear, but inside the arena the high-rise buildings lay in ruins, forming a desolate scene. Outside, everyone continued to closely follow the contest and the rankings. At this time the leaderboard showed, rank 32 Su Xian with 345 points, Jiangqing No. 1 High School, rank 33 Su Jingming with 328 points, Jiangqing No. 2 High School, rank 34 Sierra Leonean Leon Xiang with 328 points, Jiangqing No. 2 High School. Someone spoke up, "Teacher Tran Pham, is Su Jingming a student in your class?" People around began to chatter, saying that among parallel classes, only this teacher's students made the top 50. He must have excellent teaching methods. Some even suggested inviting him to give a teaching experience session. Teacher Tran Pham hurriedly waved his hand, saying it was all the student's own effort and had nothing to do with him. At that moment someone noticed an anomaly on the leaderboard and shouted. Everyone quickly looked up and were astonished to see Su Jingming's rank surge. In one go his score rose by 44 points, moving him to rank 25. Teacher Tran Pham also stared at the leaderboard in shock. Zhang Wensong stroked his chin and analyzed that, according to the combat exam scoring, killing a peak non-tier beast yields about 6 to 8 points, while killing a low first-tier beast grants about 14 to 16 points. Zhao Yao quickly did the math. The smart watch had counted the kills within seconds, which meant, Zhang Wensong continued, in 4 brief seconds Su Jingming had killed 5 peak non-tier beasts or 3 low first-tier beasts. He thought to himself he hadn't seen such a display in years. Then he looked at Zhao Yao and said, Principal Zhao, is your school student a hidden talent we never heard of before? Zhao Yao pointed at teacher Tran Pham and replied, to be honest, I only just learned this myself. You should ask his homeroom teacher for details. At that moment teacher Tran Pham was sweating as he explained to the others. Zhao Yao went over and patted teacher Tran Pham on the shoulder, saying, Teacher Tran, quickly come explain Su Jingming's situation to the leaders, what kind of talent he is. Teacher Tran Pham then stepped up to Zhang Wensong, bowed, and said, Director, Principals, this Su Jingming's awakening is only an E-rank electric type ability. Zhao Yao was astonished, only an E-rank ability? Teacher Tran, are you sure? Teacher Tran Pham rubbed his head and answered, yes. Before the university exam I even specially told him he didn't need to take the combat test. I didn't expect. Zhang Wensong opened the teapot lid, his face showing some surprise. Only an E-rank ability and yet he can reach this level. It seems Su Jingming may excel in other respects. This makes him even more intriguing. He took a sip, then added, wait a moment, given his current situation, he might very quickly break into the top 10. By then we'll know exactly how he did it. If it's by cheating. Zhao Yao and teacher Tran Pham both went pale at that. Both understood what Zhang Wensong was implying. On the other side, the leaderboard refreshed, rank 8 Li Zidi, rank 9 Su Jingming, rank 10 Ma Yuan, rank 11 Yi Li, rank 12 Duong Kentucky. At that moment Duong Kai was in a transformed state, cute cat ears appeared on her head and her hands had become sharp claws. She looked at the rankings in surprise. Indeed, that hit yesterday created none other than her cousin Jingming. Meanwhile, top-ranked Chu Mingyang had just checked the leaderboard and curiously said, 6 hours left until the university exam ends. Before the top 10 there's still an unfamiliar face, Su Jingming. I've never heard of him. At that moment the surveillance camera also turned to Su Jingming's location. It zoomed in on him as he used the spear in his hands to slay the beasts in the arena. Ping! Killed a most intrusive first-tier cat beast. Ability points plus 14. Su Jingming smiled. Indeed, in the central area the kill rate for beasts was higher. He also noticed the unattended camera. Apparently he'd already broken into the pre-top 10 coverage. The university combat exam is fundamentally a test of contestants' current power and potential. The better the results, the more favors one can receive. I never intended to hide my strength. Before the top 10 is only the beginning, he thought to himself. But before entering the central area, he still needed to upgrade his strength. He opened his info panel, name, Su Jingming rank, awakened ability, Su Shao Divine Thunder Stamina, 141 Vitality, 160 Hz Spirit, 160 Hz Skills, Advanced Spear Technique, Lightning Piercing Strike, Basic, Ability Points, 312 Note, plus, after a stat means it can be upgraded. Su Jingming thought, over 300 ability points already, yet no promotion prompt. It seems advancing from awakened to ability user can only be achieved through studying and cultivating abilities, so he must continue to level up his base attributes. With that he pressed to increase his attributes. After the upgrades, Su Jingming felt the difference in his body and remarked that the sensation was quite good. It was time to head to the central area. His stamina increased by 40 and his spirit by 22. Scene shifts to the central area, where danger levels are highest. A pack of serpent blade tigers were tearing apart the carcass of a forest rhinoceros. Chunks of its flesh were ripped open by the serpent blade tigers. Their bodies seemed even more ferocious and they hunted in packs. Su Jingming had arrived. He hid to one side, smiling. 9 serpent blade tigers, One of them had outstanding bearing and physique, plus a terrifying blade under its arm. It must be the Serpent Blade Tiger King. Looks like a big haul. He planned to rush out and take down those cute little tigers. But he noticed something, turned alertly, and his gaze grew icy. He called out, "Come out, I see you." From the other side Chu Mingyang appeared, stepping closer. Then said, "Sharp eyes, so you spotted me. I didn't expect you to be Su Jingming who's broken into the pre-top 10. Su Jingming asked suspiciously, "Chu Mingyang, do you know me?" Chu Mingyang smiled and explained, "I know everyone strong enough to enter the central area, except you. So when I suddenly saw a new face, I guessed a stranger had shown up." Su Jingming found that reasonable and replied, "I see." Chu Mingyang then placed a hand on his sword hilt and said, "I've been watching this group of serpent blade tigers for a while." Su Jingming asked warily, "You want to steal the monsters?" Chu Mingyang hurriedly waved his hand, "Don't get me wrong. The Serpent Blade Tiger King is a mid-level first-tier beast, and with 9 Serpent Blade Tigers hunting in a pack, even a strong person can't handle them alone. We could cooperate." Su Jingming immediately refused, "No need." He smiled confidently, "I'm fine on my own." Saying that, he stepped forward. The Serpent Blade Tigers began to notice him. They stared as if he were new prey. The Serpent Blade Tiger King roared an order. The rest of the pack immediately growled. Su Jingming thought to himself that indeed this pack had a leader and even some simple tactical intelligence. The Tiger King roared again. The other Serpent Blade Tigers began to advance, their eyes murderous on Su Jingming. They accelerated and charged at him, while he stood there observing. Chu Mingyang hid to one side watching, unable to suppress a bit of anger. Let's see if this guy is asking for death or truly exceptional. Over here, Su Jingming began to join the fight. He gripped the spear with both hands and spun it at extreme speed. And he didn't stop there, he kept increasing the rotation speed. The Serpent Blade Tigers lunged, and their sharp claws were struck by the high-speed rotating spear, blood spilling out. None of the Serpent Blade Tiger's claws could now touch Su Jingming. The spear's sharp tip and his extreme speed brought down the Serpent Blade Tigers one by one. The system sounded, ding. Killed a lower-tier first-grade Serpent Blade Tiger, ability points plus 10. Killed a mid-tier first-grade Serpent Blade Tiger, ability points plus 15. Killed a first-grade Serpent Blade Tiger. At this moment, the corpses of the Serpent Blade Tigers lay scattered across the ground. The Serpent Blade Tiger King was furious. It stepped down from above, trampling its fallen kin, and strode toward Su Jingming with a ferocious face. Su Jingming felt his body and said with some regret, "It's a pity my physical power level is still a bit lacking, I can't finish them all off." The Serpent Blade Tiger King advanced step by step. Its tail, equipped with a blade, swept back and forth, leaving razor-like afterimages. Su Jingming calmly held his spear, adopting a stance ready for a decisive fight. Suddenly, the Serpent Blade Tiger King roared mightily. Its roar carried a shockwave that shattered the window panes of the surrounding high-rise buildings. Chu Mingyang couldn't stand it, he covered his ears and let out a groan. Su Jingming looked at the Serpent Blade Tiger King with sharp eyes, roaring right after appearing, "Scares others, but it won't scare me." Saying that, he lunged forward with his spear. The Serpent Blade Tiger King did not yield, it struck out with its paw. Su Jingming used his spear to block, then used the momentum to spring into the air. The Serpent Blade Tiger King quickly craned its head upward and snarled, its sharp teeth and murderous eyes on display. Su Jingming twisted his body, brought the spear back behind him, then drove it down with force onto the Serpent Blade Tiger King's head. Blood spurted from its mouth as the impact crushed its body to the ground. He didn't stop there, Su Jingming raised the spear and plunged it down directly. Ding! Killed a top-tier first-grade Serpent Blade Tiger, ability points plus 20. Chu Mingyang froze, sweat pouring down his face, and exclaimed in terror, "No way, he cleared them all in one go. What kind of monster is he?" Su Jingming looked at the Serpent Blade Tigers on the ground and sighed, "This round of ability points is quite a haul. At this rate, by the time the university exam ends, who knows how many ability points he'll accumulate. The more the better. He should quickly find the next group of mutant beasts." Seeing him leave, Chu Mingyang hurried after him and shouted, "Wait! How on earth did you use a spear to crush that pack of Serpent Blade Tigers? Are you an enhancement type ability user?" Su Jingming replied, "No, I'm lightning electricity type. Saying that, he leaped into the air, leaving Chu Mingyang standing there dumbfounded. Chu Mingyang clenched his fist in anger, lightning electricity type. Are you kidding me? If you don't want to explain, fine, but you don't need to be so flippant. What a nasty guy. Then he opened his watch to check the rankings. He killed so many beasts just now, shouldn't his points be about to catch up with me? Looking at the leaderboard, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, Number 1. Su Jingming, 1122 points, Jiangqing Number 2 High School. Chu Mingyang stamped his foot in anger, it's completely reversed. Outside, Zhang Wensong kept applauding and praising, advanced spear technique, true metal. Su Jingming isn't even 18 and his spear technique is already advanced. Now it's certain, he's a genuine prodigy. Then he turned to Zhao Yao, patted his shoulder and added, with Su Jingming here, Jiangqing will surely make the provincial top 100. After the university exam ends, I'll propose that the city commend your Number 2 high school. Zhao Yao was delighted and said, thank you, Director Zhang. Emotion welled up in him. Su Jingming was truly a great unexpected joy. Jiangqing Number 2 High School was finally turning things around. 3 hours later, scene shifts to the core area. Chu Mingyang looked around for beasts and asked curiously, what's going on? Where did the beasts in the core area go? At that moment some people approached and a voice called out, you should ask that Number 1 guy about this. Chu Mingyang turned and asked, you guys? Why are you all moving together? The shaved-head young man scratched his head awkwardly. He was Wu Hao, ranked 3rd. Beside him was Tang Qi, Su Jingming's cousin, ranked 9th. She said, this is because of him. The petite girl next to her was Meng Zhe, ranked 4th, who complained, Su Jingming cleared out all the beasts in the core area. We couldn't find any beasts, so we teamed up to keep warm. Chu Mingyang was stunned and couldn't believe it, that can't be true, can it? There are so many beasts in the core area. Tang Qi pointed at the watch displaying the leaderboard and said, you can tell you haven't checked the rankings in a while. Here, look at Su Jingming's score and you'll see. She opened the leaderboard. Rank 1, Su Jingming 3435 points Jiangqing Number 2 High School. Rank 2, Chu Mingyang 1103 points Jiangqing Number 1 High School. Rank 3, Wu Hao 945 points Jiangqing Number 1 High School. Chu Mingyang's eyes widened, over 3,400 points. Tang Qi sighed, now do you see? Subtract the over 700 points he got in the central area, there's still more than 2,500 points. In other words, he alone killed over 200 beasts in the core area. Chu Mingyang rubbed his forehead, no wonder he was worried about others stealing his monsters earlier. Turns out he had already planned ahead. Tang Qi folded her arms, only a few hours left until the martial exam ends. We plan to form a team and go into the deepest core to try. Chu Mingyang panicked, what? The lowest beasts there are top-tier upper grade, and there are even second-tier beast kings. Going in alone is a death sentence. Meng Zhe smiled, that's why we need to band together. Are you coming? Chu Mingyang immediately replied, count me in. Night was falling. Su Jingming sat atop a pile of beast corpses, his spear planted beside him, looking lonely and desolate. He bit into an energy bar and said, supplies are used up. The martial exam is entering its final stage. He thought to himself that to get more ability points he must push further inside. But the deepest core had second-tier beasts, so he needed to strengthen his power. Ding! Rank, Awakened Ability, Su Shao Divine Thunder Stamina, 181 Vitality, 182 Hz Spirit, 182 Hz Skills, Advanced Spear Technique, Lightning Piercing Strike Ability Points, 2413. Su Jingming thought, 2,413 ability points, what should I add them to? Better put them into this. He quickly pressed the system screen. Then he took up his spear and slowly stood. Purple lightning coiled around the spear. He exhaled, now I can definitely handle the final challenge of this martial exam. The final sprint began. Tang Qi's group also accelerated toward the central core area. At that moment a giant beast appeared inside the central area. Its body was enormous, with striking sharp horns protruding all around. Su Jingming curled a smile, I wonder what kind of second-tier beast the martial exam has arranged this time. Tang Chi's group stopped and everyone grew anxious. In front of them was a ferocious beast. Someone said, "So it's the Blood Market Rampager." The Blood Market Rampager stood up on its hind legs, its body was immense. Whatever was nearby was swept away by a single swat of its arm. Chu Mingyang rubbed his head, "This is troublesome." Meng Zhe was sweating too, with an energy bar in her mouth she said, "This is a rare beast, its skin and fur are as hard as grade E alloy, rockets can't even detonate it. One swing could crush us all." Tang Chi hesitated and said, "I think we should abandon this attempt." Looking down at the many other beasts below, Meng Zhe added, "Even before the Blood Market Rampager intervenes, those high-position first-grade beasts alone could wipe out our whole group." Tang Chi turned to leave, "I'm withdrawing. Dying makes any points meaningless." Chu Mingyang clenched his fist in anger, "Who the hell drafted such a perverted exam?" Suddenly, Meng Zhe pointed down in surprise, "Look quick, someone's coming." It was Su Jingming. Tang Chi was startled and turned back anxiously. At that moment, Su Jingming's figure appeared. He vaulted over the walls and jumped down into the area below where the beasts were gathered. Meng Zhe couldn't contain her excitement. "Is that Su Jingming? So handsome." Chu Mingyang retorted, "What's the use of being handsome? Charging into a beast swarm like that is suicide." Tang Chi stood with her mouth agape, unbelieving. Suddenly Meng Zhe shouted, "Not good." He stirred up the pack. Below, as Su Jingming touched down, the enraged beasts lunged to attack. But with just one man and a spear, he showed no fear and rushed into battle. The spear in his hand swung continuously, beasts' blood sprayed everywhere. Behind him, the beasts seemed provoked, they howled and attacked more fiercely. Su Jingming was surrounded on all sides, yet he remained utterly calm. Sharp claws struck toward him in unison. Seeing this, Wu Hao couldn't help asking, "Su Jingming isn't going to die like this, is he?" Chu Mingyang said, "He's too reckless, if he dies it's his own fault." Tang Chi grew frantic and turned to jump down. "No, I have to go help him." Wu Hao hurriedly stopped her, "Are you crazy? Going down there is suicide." Meng Zhe quickly grabbed Tang Chi's hand, "Exactly, did you forget what you just said?" Tang Chi remained resolute, "You don't understand, Su Jingming is my cousin. I can't stand by and watch him die." Below, just as the beast's claws were about to strike, bolts of purple lightning suddenly appeared. They pierced gaps and crackled with a sizzle. Immediately after, countless purple lightning bolts shot up into the sky. To Tang Chi's group's astonishment, the night sky seemed torn open, lighting up brilliantly. Chu Mingyang shielded his eyes and exclaimed in horror, "These lightning bolts, could this be the lightning electricity ability Su Jingming mentioned?" Below, the beasts that had been attacking him were nowhere to be seen. The ground was stained red with blood. Su Jingming stood there with both hands gripping his spear, purple lightning danced blindingly around his body. He smiled, "Relying only on physical strength to handle so many high-position first-grade beasts is a bit strained. I had to use my ability." Su Jingming toyed with the purple lightning with his finger, his eyes brightening. "Hook, no wonder it's an S-rank ability, truly overpowering, and very strong." Around him lay heaps of beast corpses. Suddenly a sound rang out. Su Jingming looked up. The Blood Market Rampager had appeared right behind him. It let out a powerful roar. Its huge body and thundering roar signaled more beasts converging behind it. Su Jingming thought to himself that the Rampager's large body made it less agile, with Tsu Xiao Divine Thunder augmenting him, he might be able to handle it. Then he looked down, the smaller beasts were rushing in. He murmured, "But if we keep fighting, these minions will be a real nuisance. If that's the case." Saying that, Su Jingming closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them. Purple lightning appeared again, his gaze full of killing intent. "Then let's clean them up first." In the blink of an eye he shot forward like a bolt. Man and spear were almost one, and the beasts he targeted could not escape their fate. The system announced, "Ding. Killed a shadow cat, high position first grade beast, ability points plus 13. Su Jingming grew more excited, "So this is the power of an S-rank ability when you amplify your chi. Too bad the lightning storm coursing through my body is also dangerous, I can't maintain this state for long, but it's enough to deal with you." Finished speaking, he charged forward again. Ding! Killed a one-horned rhino, high position first grade beast, ability points plus 15. At that moment the blood market rampager suddenly charged in anger. It swung its giant leg directly at Su Jingming. Su Jingming watched calmly. The giant foot slammed down, the ground there instantly deforming as earth and rock flew up. But it did not register that it had hit its target. Because at extreme speed, Su Jingming had dodged to the side. The rampager immediately turned its head, then charged again. Its roars grew angrier, the massive body with sharp claws locked onto its target. As it lunged, Su Jingming leapt into the air to avoid the swipe. Using the momentum, he stepped back and thrust his spear. The unlucky beasts behind continued to fall. Ding! Killed a one-horned rhino, high position first grade beast, ability points plus 15. Killed a high position first grade beast. The rampager now realized Su Jingming's intent and roared even more furiously. Su Jingming smirked, "What's wrong? Angry because your little brothers were killed? Don't hurry, once I'm done with these, I'll come for you." Saying that, he lunged at the first grade beasts behind. The rampager's eyes flashed. It suddenly burst with speed, completely at odds with its massive frame, and charged straight at Su Jingming and the one-horned rhino. Its giant hand came down. Su Jingming broke into a sweat. "All right, so you can predict my moves." The rampager's strike was extremely powerful. Light flashed from its palm, and a booming crash echoed. The impact's aftershock blew everything around away, earth and rock scattered in all directions. Its two hands slowly released, revealing a body flattened like paper, blood splattering everywhere. It wasn't Su Jingming's corpse. In that instant he had leaped upward to evade the blow. The rampager quickly realized this and looked up. Su Jingming was excited, no longer harassed by trash fish, he could broaden his horizons. "Your armor like fur, can it really stop my 10,000 army thunder?" With that he drove his spear downward, purple lightning coiling around it, aiming straight for the rampager's head. The organizer's camera hovered above recording the battle. Below, purple lightning swept through as man and beasts clashed fiercely. Shockwaves from the fight pushed the camera back, and Tang Chi's group had to struggle to keep their balance. Outside, everyone witnessing the fight stood frozen. Tran Van Sun exclaimed, "Principal Zhao, you call this an E-rank ability? You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Someone else from the back stepped forward and told Zhao Yao, to defeat a group of high-position first-grade beasts so quickly using a burst ability, even vaguely on par with a level 2 boss, an A-rank ability user would probably struggle to do that, right? Zhao Yao rubbed his head and replied, "Maybe it's an abnormal ability." Tran Van Sun gave a cold laugh, "But whatever the case, after today the whole city will likely be shaken because of Su Jingming." Inside, where Su Jingming's spear struck the rampager's head, only a wisp of smoke rose, purple lightning still danced around it. Suddenly the rampager roared, opened its mouth full of razor teeth, and lunged at Su Jingming. He instantly leapt backward, astonished that he'd only suffered superficial wounds. His body landed and he braced one hand on the ground to steady himself. He glanced at the rampager, calculating inwardly. Truly a rare level 2 beast, fur as hard as steel, blades and spears barely penetrate, and crucially non-conductive. With his current strength, leaping 2 ranks to one shot it would be somewhat forced. Suddenly the rampager's eyes turned blood-red as streams of black chi rose from its body. The giant body rose upright, its huge hands spread and sharp claws bared. Su Jingming was startled and blurted, "What?" The rampager charged with ferocious momentum, its speed terrifying. Its powerful forefeet swung up and stomped down, crushing everything in its path. Su Jingming used both hands and a spear to shield his body. He quickly realized the rampager had entered a berserk state, it clearly hated him intensely. At the spot it struck, a large pit formed, deep enough to swallow more than half its body. It howled again, eyes blazing red, and its agile body charged at Su Jingming. But he was extremely nimble. His body combined with the purple lightning to dodge all of the opponent's attacks. He smiled at it, indeed astonishing. When a beast enters berserk mode, its chi intensity increases greatly. While evading attacks he thought it through, its limited intelligence was now further reduced, turning it into a killing machine acting on instinct. He quickly calculated, first avoid the horns, don't confront head-on, best to use speed and agility to wear it down. Su Jingming's body swiftly retreated, his hand gripping the spear tightly, waiting for an opportunity to temporarily disable its mobility. In the blink of an eye he appeared behind the rampager, purple lightning swirling around him and the spear, then quickly plunged forward. The spear tip was now empowered by the purple lightning. The Rampager's massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, letting out a pitiful scream. Su Jingming pointed 2 fingers at the sky, used the skill, 9 Purge Divine Burn, explode for me. Immediately, the purple lightning grew denser and descended. The Rampager's prone body was relentlessly bombarded as it howled in pain. Thus the purple lightning, urged on by Su Jingming, kept striking down, becoming ever more concentrated. After who knows how long, he withdrew the skill. The Rampager was motionless, the red hide on its body had been cracked and shattered. Su Jingming smiled, 9 Purge Divine Burn lasts over half a minute, no defense, no matter how strong, can hold out. Suddenly, the Rampager's blood-red eyes widened. It sprang to its feet and roared to Su Jingming's astonishment. But as it prepared to strike, it could not move. Its body was now completely paralyzed. Su Jingming smirked, it's time. He slowly gripped the spear with both hands, his eyes full of killing intent. The purple lightning was urged once more, blessing the spear, and he slowly intoned each word, Electro Pierce, Pest Wind. Break. At that moment the spear had gathered purple lightning, condensing into a ball of thunder at its tip, then drove straight toward the Rampager. The technique struck the target quickly, forcefully pushing the massive body backward. Immediately a great explosion rang out, winds shrieking as the Rampager screamed violently. When the dust cleared, the Rampager lay there, showing no sign of life. The system displayed, killed a lower-tier level 2 Blood Market Rampager, ability points plus 24. Su Jingming crouched, panting, it's finally over. To deal with this one he had specially upgraded Electro Pierce Pest Wind Break from basic to advanced. Its power did not disappoint. Although it lasted only 2 brief minutes, this was the most intense battle he had ever experienced. Then he checked his watch, wondering how many points he'd earn if he cleared all the beasts in the central area. The night sky suddenly fell silent. Outside the trial area, the leaderboard on the screen showed, first place, Su Jingming 10,835 points, Jiangqing No. 2 High School. Second, Chu Mingyang 1,103 points, Jiangqing No. 1 High School. Third, Wu Hao 945 points, Jiangqing No. 1 High School. Everyone was stunned, over 10,000 points, truly unbelievable. Zhang Van Sun laughed loudly, 10,000 points not only breaks Jiangqing's record but also Jiangnan's. A genius among geniuses. Zhao Yao and teacher Tran Pham also jumped up to celebrate. Zhang Van Sun looked at Su Jingming's smiling face on the screen and continued, last year's provincial top scorer had just over 8,000 points, Su Jingming is essentially guaranteed top of this class. Inside, Su Jingming clenched his fist, time's running out. The beasts in the inner ring and central area have been cleared. Next I'll return to the middle area, kill as many as I can, every little bit counts. Having said that, he moved outward again. At that moment, Tang Chi's group began descending. Tang Chi clenched her fists, face flushed with pride. Jingming actually killed a level 2 Beast King, truly astonishing. Chu Mingyang standing nearby looked puzzled, why is he coming back? His score is already first, doesn't he want to finish the exam, what else is he planning? Meng Da watched Su Jingming's direction and guessed, looks like he's heading back to the middle area. She realized a possibility and blurted, wait, could he be bloodthirsty, trying to wipe them all out? Everyone shuddered, the same thought of total annihilation forming in their minds. Chu Mingyang also decided to follow Su Jingming toward the middle and said, with Su Jingming's speed, he might actually pull it off. If we don't go now, in this last hour we might not get a single point, our team would be finished here. I'll go ahead a step. With that, Chu Mingyang launched himself forward and left at once, followed closely by Wu Hao. Tang Chi didn't hesitate, sprinting off while calling, hurry up, only Meng Da is staying behind to guard the rear, remember to leave some points for me. A moment later, the recorder's voice announced, the 2037 Jiangqing Martial Department field exam has ended. Beasts killed after this time will not count for points. All contestants please return promptly. Contestants, please take note. The reminder played continuously. After a bout of slashing and killing, Tang Chi was sweating, she exhaled, it's over. Other contestants reacted variously, some joyful, some regretful, already over. I was only one beast away from qualifying. That was dangerous. I'm done, I'm done. At that moment, Su Jingming was carrying the corpse of a beast, glanced up and said, so it ends that quickly? What a pity, still not enough. Afterwards, everyone filed out of the testing area one by one. After the long period of fighting, everyone's bodies were exhausted, nearly drained. Tang Chi's close friend grabbed her hand and asked, Chi, is Su Jingming really your cousin? Tang Chi helplessly rubbed her head. Goodness, you've asked 3 times already. Yes, he is. Xiao Na blushed and continued, then sister, could you give me your cousin's contact info? Please. Tang Chi puffed up her chest and teased, weren't you interested before? Now I have to think twice. Xiao Na was hit to the core and stammered, today is different, today he's first place in the martial exam, please. At that moment someone spotted Su Jingming emerging and shouted, look, Su Jingming is coming out of the exam area. Hearing that, everyone surged forward. Xiao Na, standing nearby, was swept along and was accidentally bumped by the crowd. The crowd scrambled like treasure seekers. Where is he? Where is he? Don't push, brother, let me see first. Ouch. By then, Su Jingming had stepped out. Confidence radiated from his face, his gaze focused, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Seeing him, people shouted, Su Jingming, congratulations, look over here. Su Jingming, can you give me 100 points? Su Jingming cheerfully raised his hand to wave at everyone. Wu Hao, seeing Chu Mingyang staring blankly at Su Jingming, patted his shoulder consolingly, you should have been the one in that position. Chu Mingyang replied calmly, who knew a nuisance would show up halfway through? Given my strength, I'm satisfied to have scored as much as I did. A little further on, Su Jingming met the principal and the bureau chief. Zhao Yao introduced, classmate Su Jingming, congratulations. Let me introduce you, this is Director Zhang of the Education Bureau. Su Jingming bowed politely, hello, Director. Zhao Yao continued, no need to take the bus back, the director wishes to see you off personally. Hearing that, Su Jingming glanced at the group of fans behind him and thought it made sense, if he took the bus he'd be pestered the whole way. He then rode in Zhang Van Sun's car back home. The vehicle sped down the road. In the car, Zhang Van Sun asked, have you thought about which ability school you'll choose? Su Jingming answered, right now my mind is only on improving my strength, I haven't really thought about choosing an ability university. Zhang Van Sun smiled confidently, with your results, any university in the country would be fine. But among the hundreds of colleges, more than half of high-level ability users graduated from 3 major schools. I want to recommend these 3 to you. He began, Qingjing Ability University, located in the center of Daxia and government-run. Graduates can be directly employed, the current rank 9 national defender also came from here. Madu Ability University sits in the bustling port city, with extremely abundant resources and many elite guilds, ideal for individuals pursuing the pinnacle. Tenching Ability University has a long history, over 200 years, and preserves many ancient lineages with a formidable faculty. Su Jingming asked with some curiosity, I know awakened individuals need training methods to become ability users, but what exactly are these top-tier ability training methods? Zhang Van Sun smiled and prepared to explain, let me put it this way, training methods are graded. Using a basic ability training method, most awakened need 3 to 4 years to advance into an ability user. But with a top-tier training method, it can take only about half a year to complete the transformation. He patted Su Jingming on the shoulder reassuringly, don't worry. With your results, you'll certainly qualify for special selection. At that point, even the top 3 schools will offer you preferential terms. You just choose according to your wishes. Su Jingming replied, I understand, thank you, teacher. And so the two continued chatting as the car sped on. The next day, at Su Jingming's home, he was taking a leisurely shower, his body firm and his six-pack clearly defined. Then he opened his status panel, name, Su Jingming. Rank, awakened. Ability, Su Xiao Divine Thunder. Vitality, 183. Training method, advanced. Electro Pierce Pest Wind Break, advanced. Ability points, 2534. Reading it, He calculated silently that 2,534 ability points would probably suffice until university. After showering, he wrapped a towel around himself and stepped out cheerfully. He wondered whether ability universities still had beast hunting battles. If not, he'd likely have to go into the wilderness himself to continue training. Outside the house, Tang Chi and her mother had just arrived. Tang Chi pushed the door gently, found it unlocked, and wondered, why is the door open? She immediately hatched a plan to sneak in and surprise Su Jingming. She and her mother entered loudly, "Song Ming, surprise." Her mother waved too, "Xiao Ming, it's your cousin, Su Tan Yuan." Su Jingming was startled, "Cousin? Older cousin? Why are you two here?" Seeing him wrapped only in a towel, Tang Chi blushed and looked away, calling out, "Su Jingming, what are you doing?" Su Tan Yuan covered her mouth and giggled. Su Jingming hurried inside, saying as he went, "How can this be my fault?" Tang Chi remained red-faced and wouldn't look. Su Tan Yuan glanced around at the messy house and the many cracks, thinking to herself that in a few days' absence the place had become such a state. After changing, Su Jingming sat opposite Su Tan Yuan, deeply moved. Since their parents died, the younger cousin had always cared for him, brought warmth to the home, fulfilled her guardianship duties, and occasionally cooked him simple meals. Su Tan Yuan looked at him and said softly, "Xiao Ming, I don't fully understand the martial exam. When I first heard you wanted to enroll I was very worried. Now that you're safe, I'm relieved. The scores don't matter, even if you hadn't passed, it would be okay." Su Jingming asked Tang Chi in puzzlement, You still haven't told her?" Tang Chi winked mischievously, "I thought it would be better if you told Mom yourself." Su Jingming felt a bit embarrassed, "Cousin, I did pretty well this time, over 10,000 points." Su Tan Yuan, having just taken a sip of water, spat it out. She wiped her mouth in astonishment and asked, "How many?" "You're not joking, are you?" Tang Chi hurriedly patted her back and answered for her, "Mom, it's true, our cousin Su Jingming scored 11,124 points." Su Jingming quickly handed her a tissue, then began to explain in detail. Tears welled in Su Tan Yuan's eyes and her body trembled slightly. She then embraced Su Jingming, overwhelmed with emotion. Finally someone in the Su family would carry on, and his parents in heaven would surely be proud. Scene cut, somewhere a meeting is in progress. On the screen is footage of Su Jingming fighting. A woman above speaks, Su Jingming, 18 years old, awakened, level 2 electric type ability, rank, awaken. Someone seated below says, "If the results are genuine, we must recruit this student at all costs." A bald man holding documents doubts, but based solely on the talent and rank on paper, it's impossible to achieve such results. Another adds, "Judging by his combat performance, his ability absolutely can't be just E rank. That power is at least A rank, maybe even S rank." Someone else says, "Jiangqing is just a small place, how could a provincial champion emerge here? Maybe he cheated during the exam. Using tricks or doping isn't out of the question." The woman above, hearing the argument, interjects to stop them, "Okay, enough arguing." She slams her hand on the table and decides, temporarily classify Su Jingming as an S-rank student for special recruitment. As for whether the results are genuine, I'll personally go to Jiangqing to investigate. At that moment, Su Jingming is looking at his phone. The screen shows a message from the Jiangnan Provincial Education Bureau, Su Jingming, Jiangqing candidate. The Jiangnan Provincial Martial Exam results have been announced. Your ranking, first in the province, total score 11,124 points. Announcement date, June 25. Su Jingming had just finished training, sweat was still streaming down his forehead. After reading it, Su Jingming couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "First place, provincial champion of Jiangnan. I really did it." Immediately after, numerous articles began covering his achievement, headlines like, "The Dark Horse from Jiangqing wins provincial championship, E-rank talent or sweat and effort, an unprecedented awakened in history. What on earth is Su Jingming?" Below were countless comments. A provincial champion normally is a high-level ability user, rank 1 or rank 2, right? An awakened could win a provincial championship. An E-rank ability winning provincial champion? If that's true, I'll eat my hat. Someone replied, just wait, I'm going to find his exam video right now. Reporters from across the province quickly descended on Jiangqing No. 2 High School, where Su Jingming was trained. On the podium were Zhao Yao and teacher Tran Pham, with a banner behind reading, Award Ceremony for Outstanding Martial Exam Students. A reporter called out, Principal Zhao, in light of the online doubts about Su's results, do you have anything to say? Many suspect foul play and question the results' authenticity. Please give us an explanation. Zhao Yao adjusted the microphone and calmly replied, our school's official website has published Su Jingming's exam video. Everyone can verify it themselves. The fairness of the Martial Department University exam is beyond doubt. Hearing that, reporters immediately took out their phones to watch. Within moments, everyone was shocked. Good heavens, a spear pierced straight through a level 1 one-horned rhinoceros heart, that power exceeds a rank 1 ability. Looks like augmentation type, but not, he's lightning electric type. Saying this is E rank? And he's really only an awaken. Zhao Yao continued, using the exam video as evidence, Su Jingming's results are completely genuine. He's the first student from Jiangqing to win provincial champion, this achievement deserves recognition. With that, he and teacher Tran Pham brought out an item placed on a tray covered with red cloth. When the cloth was pulled away, a plaque announcing the award was revealed. Congratulations to Su Jingming for winning provincial champion in the martial exam, reward, 1 million yuan. Zhao Yao added, this is cash plus a major advanced ability training method awarded by the City Education Bureau to Su. The government would also grant a luxurious city villa in addition to the prize money. People immediately buzzed, shouting to take photos for front-page posts. At that moment, a woman appeared from the back. She looked forward and said, although Jiangqing has published Su Jingming's exam video, that doesn't mean he didn't use doping. The key is to determine his ability rank. On the stands, Zhao Yao turned to ask teacher Tran Pham, where is the main person, why hasn't he arrived? Tran Pham replied, I just called, he said he's still training at the gym and will be here shortly. Zhao Yao couldn't help but be puzzled, the exam just ended and he's still training, this provincial champion is truly unusual. He laughed. At that moment, a group of high-ranking figures entered. Zhao Yao hurriedly, somewhat timidly, brought over tea, his hand trembling, teachers, please have some tea. He set the tea tray down, his body still slightly shaking. He thought to himself that no wonder seasoned high-rank ability users who'd faced life and death emanate an aura that makes others wary. Before him, the aura of these people unconsciously spread out like powerful predators. Zhao Yao, still trembling, withdrew quietly, worried inwardly, would these people start fighting? Just then, a woman among them spoke, it seems it's been a long time since we've sat together like this. This was Zhang Chaoyue, the admissions director of Motto Ability University. She continued, so which genius has caught your eye this time? Opposite her, a woman in a modern long dress with a seductive figure said, Ms. Zhang, no need to pretend. You know exactly who it is. This was Su Yun, admissions director of Qingjing Ability University. She added, as long as Su Jingming's results are genuine, Qingjing University will certainly admit him. The only man in the room laughed loudly, ha ha, Su Yun, what are you basing that on? I say our Tenqing Ability University will get him. This was Wu Yuan, Tenqing's admissions minister. Zhang Chaoyue, sitting beside them, watched the two confront each other and thought that indeed, for a provincial champion special recruitment, even major academies couldn't avoid fierce competition. Just then the door was pushed open. Su Jingming, his spear slung over his shoulder, entered with a smile. He looked at the teachers and said, hello, teachers. All three of them stopped and observed him as he entered. Zhang Chaoyue assessed silently, not bad, energetic, spear and man in harmony. It seemed he hadn't slacked off after the exam. Moreover, he remained undisturbed in the presence of a high-rank ability user's aura. At this point, Zhao Yao spoke to introduce them. Let me introduce. This is Director Zhang, admissions head of Motto Ability University. This is Ms. Su, admissions head of Qingjing Ability University. And this is Mr. Wu, admissions minister of Tenqing Ability University. Zhang Chaoyue stepped forward and said, Student Su, we've all watched your exam video. Your combat capability is very strong, and your fighting techniques are outstanding. But I have one question, your ability doesn't seem to be the weak E-rank electric type you registered as. Could you explain the specifics? Su Jingming thought, of course they'd ask that. He replied, before the exam, while training at home, I was struck by a natural lightning bolt. After that, I discovered my ability had become stronger. Su Yun and Wu Yuan both said, sounds like an ability mutation. Zhang Chaoyue then took out a device and said, Student Su, you may not yet know what your mutated ability is. I brought an ability scanner you can try. She brought the device before him, just manifest your ability. Su Jingming placed his hand in the scanning ring. Everyone gathered to watch. Zhao Yao stood nearby to help him put away the spear but struggled because it was so heavy. On the other side, Su Jingming began to unleash Tsu Xiao Divine Thunder. Seeing this, Zhang Chaoyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Yun couldn't help exclaiming, such a raging aura, even I feel some pressure. The scanner emitted a sound, ability scan complete, ability name, Tsu Xiao Divine Thunder, evaluation. Before it could finish speaking, the device began to crack, then shattered into pieces. A loud explosion rang out, and everyone immediately stepped back to avoid the impact. Zhao Yao asked in astonishment, what is happening here? Wu Yuan clenched his fist, this confirms it. Su Yun beside him also looked pleased, even a small scanner was overloaded, the rank of this ability has certainly reached S rank. Zhang Chaoyue looked at Su Jingming and smiled inwardly, thinking he was indeed not bad, this time her bet had paid off. Wu Yuan excitedly announced, Student Su, Tenching Ability University's enrollment package is 4 million yuan and a set of C-rank equipment. During the 4 years of university, all ability cultivation methods and combat techniques are free. Su Yun behind him sneered, is that all and you still want to compete for him? Then she stepped forward, Student Su, if you come to Qingjing, the enrollment reward is 6 million yuan, all equipment, cultivation methods, and combat techniques for 4 years are yours to choose, completely free. Hearing this, Wu Yuan's face went dark and he was speechless. Su Jingming thought to himself that it was indeed very generous. At that moment, Zhang Chaoyue spoke, Motto Ability University doesn't offer cash rewards or equipment, but we aren't lacking if the other two have those things. Additionally, each year we will provide you with 1 portion of S-grade cultivation resources. Wu Yuan and Su Yun were stunned at once. S-grade cultivation resources. Su Jingming asked somewhat blankly, what is that? Zhang Chaoyue stepped forward to explain, do you know about the Long Clan beasts? They are beast species with dragon-like forms, born exceptionally powerful. These creatures are born already at rank 4 or rank 5, far surpassing ordinary beasts. Within the S-grade resources is the essence blood of rank 8 Long Clan beasts. After absorbing the dragon blood, one's chi force is greatly enhanced and the body can reach an intensity comparable to a Long Clan beast. Every portion of S-grade resources contains this dragon blood. Su Yun slapped her forehead and sighed, hearing that stirs even me, motto, you really are wealthy. Wu Yuan also sighed, S-grade resources are normally reserved for outstanding final-year students, yet you offer them to a freshman, we can't compete with that. The three looked at Su Jingming and smiled, all right, it's time for your decision. Among the 3 top universities, which will you choose? Su Jingming did not hesitate, I choose Motto Ability University. He smiled inwardly, not only for the best conditions, but because, to his knowledge, Motto's practical combat training level was the highest. In University Alliance seasons, more than half the champions came from there. Wu Yuan could only sigh, while Su Jingming showed no arrogance. He bowed to Su Yun and Wu Yuan and politely said, thank you for your favor, teachers. Zhang Chaoyue took a card for Motto Ability University from her ring, then handed the card to Su Jingming and said, Student Su Jingming, we look forward to your enrollment. Freshman registration is on the 1st of, but as a specially recruited student you may arrive earlier. The school will provide dormitory accommodation for you. Hearing this, Su Jingming asked, may I preview the ability cultivation methods and combat techniques in the library beforehand? Zhang Chaoyue replied, no problem. For the library, I can arrange a private study room for you to avoid disturbances. Here's my contact, just get in touch when you arrive at Motto. Su Jingming looked at the card in his hand and happily said, Motto Ability University. I've been looking forward to enrolling. Zhang Chaoyue stood aside, smiling at him. At Jiangqing Station, an announcement sounded, train G91 to Mado is now checking tickets. Su Jingming waved goodbye to everyone and boarded the train. Hua Tan Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears. Sniff, the child has finally grown up. Beside her, Su's uncle, Duong Dao Lam, comforted her. Xiaoming, this trip might be his big break. He turned to Duong Chi, it's almost time to fill out your preferences. If cousin Jingming goes to Mado, try to aim for it too. Hua Tan Yuan smiled and said, your father is right, then you two can look after each other. Duong Chi shyly scratched her head. Mom, Dad, I know. On the train to Mado, Su Jingming was flipping through a book on ability cultivation methods. He thought to himself that there were 6 hours until they arrived, so he might as well review a bit. The most important prize from the university exam was the cultivation method called Deep Sea Body Insight. Like abilities, cultivation methods are also divided into ranks: basic, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. The higher the rank, the faster the cultivation progress. Currently he held an intermediate level ability cultivation method. With a spirit force of 180, he only needed half a day to memorize the entire content. According to the book's notes, there exists a special type of energy in the world. If you cultivate by this method, you can sense that energy on the very first day. At the same time, a reminder to add upgrade points appeared on the system control panel, but he had no intention of upgrading right now. Because, as recorded in the book, when an awakened awakener becomes an ability user, the higher the cultivation method used, the greater the benefits after a breakthrough. He could wait until university to access top-tier methods, so he wouldn't waste the opportunity on this intermediate one. After the train stopped, Su Jingming took a cab to Mado University. Seeing the campus before him, Su Jingming couldn't help but exclaim. One gate alone was over 100 meters wide, the campus inside must be even more imposing. Just then, a red car sped up to him. It was none other than Zhang Chaoyue. Seeing him, she said, "Student Su Jingming, welcome to register. Get in the car, I'll take you to complete your enrollment procedures." They then moved off. In the car, Zhang Chaoyue asked, "Well, is Mado Ability University impressive? It covers 40,000 mu, about 26 square kilometers, with an average area per student of 2,600 square meters. Students could spend a whole day touring and still not see everything." Su Jingming replied in surprise, "Seeing it once is worth 100 hearsays." Zhang Chaoyue then took out a card with Su Jingming's information and said, "Here, this is your student card, just swipe it to enter the dormitory." Su Jingming looked up, thinking that even at the university where he'd studied to a PhD he had never seen dorms like this. There were 4-person rooms, singles, even 3-bedroom units for graduate students and PhDs, but he'd never seen luxurious villas used as dormitories. In front of him now was a flashy villa. Zhang Chaoyue explained, "At our school every student lives in a villa. Different scores correspond to different villa levels of luxury. Provincial champions like you get the most luxurious type, with a total area over 800 square meters. But you needn't worry about being lonely, the villa is shared by 2 people, you and your roommate, 1 floor each." Su Jingming thought to himself that a 2-person dorm wasn't bad, it was better than being alone. Before transmigrating, he was an orphan who preferred the feel of a 4-person dorm. After they went inside, Zhang Chaoyue sat across from him and said, "All enrollment procedures are complete. Next I'll tell you about the places in our school you should pay special attention to." Su Jingming replied seriously, "Please go ahead." Zhang Chaoyue began, mainly 2 points, the credit system and the private mentor system. First is the credit system. At Mado Ability University, credits are everything. Whether it's meals, shopping, equipment, or certain rare treasures, credits are required. 1 credit can be equivalent to 10,000 Dai Yuan. There are many ways to obtain credits. One method is a fixed allocation based on yearly evaluations. For example, you, evaluated at S rank upon enrollment, you can receive 100 credit points this year. She clapped and called, "Eva, come out." A spherical robot appeared and said, "Student Su Jingming, current credits, 100. Zhang Chaoyue smiled and continued, "This is the AI each dorm is equipped with. The original Eva is the school's advanced AI, the dorm units house its avatars. Although avatars, they reach AI level 4, fully capable of supporting daily life. Su Jingming was astonished. An avatar already at AI level 4, Lan Tin's AI technology development far surpassed that of his previous life. Zhang Chaoyue continued, the second point to note is our school's private mentor system. Every student can choose a mentor they like to formally apprentice under, making that person their personal instructor. Of course, the mentor must agree first. Su Jingming asked doubtfully, a personal mentor, can a freshman like me receive guidance from them? Zhang Chaoyue replied, that's right. Our mentors are all high-level ability users, almost every one of them has their own combat techniques, along with secret ability cultivation methods that aren't taught publicly. You can only learn them after apprenticing. Motto Ability University has 4 mentors specializing in the lightning electric system. Among them, Director Jung Tran Thien of the Armaments Institute is the mentor I recommend to you first. At that moment, Eva displayed his information. Jung Tran Thien, 52 years old, Director of the Armaments Institute at Motto Ability University, a high-tier rank 7 ability user, possessing the A-rank lightning electric ability Wind Fire True Thunder. He specializes in unarmed techniques, great swords, long spears, long swords, and many other weapons, with the long spear being his greatest mastery. Nicknamed Thunder Court Spear, he once fought for 3 days and nights in the wild against an rank 8 beast, the earth-sealing demon boar, and ultimately killed it single-handedly. Then Eva continued to display the other 3 profiles. Zhang Chaoyue said, the information on the other 3 has been listed as well. 2 are from the Elements Institute, and the remaining 1 is also from the Armaments Institute but mainly uses the long sword. The final choice is up to you. Su Jingming smiled and replied, a lightning electric specialist whose best weapon is the long spear, Director Jung really is my best choice. At a luxurious villa within Motto Ability University, Su Jingming arrived at the gate. He looked around in awe. As expected of a mentor's residence, it was far more upscale than the student district. Suddenly a student stepped up behind him and said, are you here to apprentice? The student then asked in surprise, wait, you're still just an awakener, but a special recruit? Su Jingming answered, the young man said, in past years, special recruits were either top-tier rank 1 or mid-tier. I didn't expect this year there'd be a special recruit who's still an awakener. He then introduced himself, I'm a second-year student in the Armaments Institute, well, maybe third year now. My name is Dam Min Duong. Su Jingming introduced himself in turn, Su Jingming, a freshman, I've just arrived to register today. Dam Min Duong was a bit surprised, you already know about apprenticing right after registering? Student Su, you're quick. Normally freshmen have to wait until after the freshman matches to apprentice. Su Jingming asked curiously, freshman matches? Dam Min Duong explained, the freshman matches are a tradition at Motto Ability University. They're usually held 3 or 4 days after official enrollment. Then students and teachers from the whole school come to watch. Freshmen who perform well will be fought over by the institutes, and may even be directly accepted as disciples by mentors. Of course, special recruits like you can apprentice early too. He thought to himself that even as a special recruit, trying to apprentice directly under the director right after enrollment would be as hard as winning the jackpot, probably a wasted trip. Hearing that, Su Jingming smiled, thanks for the explanation, senior. Senior Dam, are you here to seek Mentor Jung as well? Dam Min Duong nodded, yes. I've come several times over the past 6 months, but I've always been turned away at the door. I was about to give up, but I couldn't accept it. Just then someone came out to open the door, surprising Dam Min Duong. The butler smiled and said, welcome. Mentor Jung has been waiting inside, please follow me in. Dam Min Duong felt very strange. The other times he came the butler had never been this welcoming, and Mentor Jung sitting inside was unexpected. Could he actually have a chance to be chosen today? Then the two followed the butler inside. Before them sat a middle-aged man alongside a handsome young man with his hair tied neatly at the back. Su Jingming thought to himself that the aura was formidable, this must be Jung Tran Thien, a high-tier rank 7 ability user who wields the Thunder Court Spear and serves as director of the Armaments Institute. Jung Tran Thien looked at Su Jingming and said, you must be Su Jingming, right? Head teacher Zhang Chaoyue told me about you. Come with me, I'll take you to the training room. In Jung Tran Thien's training chamber, he said, I've watched your martial college exam. Your combat capability is indeed strong, and your spear techniques have reached an advanced level. But before anything else, I want to see your S-rank ability, Su Xiao Divine Thunder, with my own eyes. Su Jingming replied, yes. He then closed his eyes, and violet thunder began to dance around his hands. He shouted loudly, then raised his hand. The violet thunder seemed unleashed, spreading outward and growing ever more intense. Seeing this, Jung Tran Thien secretly smiled. Is this really the S-ranked Su Xiao Divine Thunder? He reached out to touch the violet thunder and observed, although I also possess the lightning electric ability Wind Fire True Thunder at a rank, the ontological gap between A and S is irreconcilable. If this kid trains hard, his future achievements may well surpass mine. With that thought, he said, Su Jingming, with your ability potential, becoming my disciple is certainly no issue. But I've lived half a life, I have many friends and many enemies. If you become my disciple, I can't guarantee you won't be implicated, some enemies might even target you. Are you willing to accept that? Su Jingming did not hesitate. He immediately knelt before Jung Tran Thien, pressed his hands together respectfully and said, I accept. He thought inwardly that he most admired high-tier ability users forged in blood and hardship, more enemies only proved a master's strength. Jung Tran Thien laughed heartily, good, good. From today on, you are my 32nd disciple, and my first S-rank disciple. He helped Su Jingming to his feet. Stand up. Then from within his ring he produced 2 books and continued, these are top-tier limited ability cultivation methods, and a combat skill created by my master, Thunder Court Immortal Body. Holding the 2 books, Su Jingming was filled with joy. This was a body enhancement combat skill that increased stamina, far more precious than the ordinary combat skill, Electrified Tidal Strike. Jung Tran Thien looked at him and continued, no need to elaborate on the cultivation method, it's one of the school's 3 top techniques. Its focus is a body enhancement combat skill. The Thunder Court Immortal Body is the lifetime culmination of my master's work, recognized by the Thunder Court and Savage Might Halls, and can be classified as S-rank. Su Jingming was inwardly shocked. An S-rank combat skill. He thought that, like abilities, combat skills are also graded. The higher the grade, the harder to cultivate, but the greater the final power. Most 7th-rank masters who can create an A-rank combat skill are already exceptional, yet Master Jung not only created an S-rank skill but one tied to the mysteries of the human body, the most complex type of body enhancement combat skill. His martial talent was terrifyingly high. Jung Tran Thien added, the Thunder Court Immortal Body is only suitable for lightning electric ability users and has 13 tiers. Each breakthrough will trigger corresponding changes in Qi. But to cultivate it, you must first become an ability user. Go, after you use this limited cultivation method to advance in rank, come find me. Then my master will personally help you reconstruct the foundations of the Thunder Court Immortal Body. Su Jingming bowed 90 degrees, thank you, master. He thought that indeed having a mentor's guidance was far better, relying only on oneself would take many detours. Jung Tran Thien watched Su Jingming depart with eyes full of expectation. He himself had only trained the Thunder Court Immortal Body to the 10th tier, 3 tiers remained blocked. If he could not reach the pinnacle 9th-rank saint in this life, Su Jingming was the greatest hope to validate this cultivation method, because he speculated that when cultivated to the final tier, the Qi could reach an almost eternally undying state. Su Jingming stepped outside. The butler waved goodbye warmly, while Dam Min Duong sat outside clutching his head in despair. Seeing that, Su Jingming asked, Senior Dam, what's wrong with you? Dam Min Duong looked up, revealing his swollen face. He recalled the handsome youth standing behind Jung Tran Thien and sighed, sigh, don't remind me. Did you see the male student in the hall earlier? He's Director Jung's disciple, Senior Lu. To defeat Lu Ming I would have to use my full strength for it to count as qualifying to apprentice. I probably have no chance in my lifetime. Then Dam Min Duong turned to Su Jingming and asked, so you failed too, right? Getting into Director Jung's sect isn't easy. Want me to teach you some tips? Seeing Dam Min Duong's bruised face, Su Jingming hurriedly replied, no need, senior, I made it. Damn, Min Duong gritted his teeth and thought to himself, really succeeded? He had never heard of a director-level mentor accepting disciples before the freshman matches. Then he began to speculate, could the guy be the principal's son? But he didn't quite look the part. What kind of divine character was he? At that, Su Jingming left, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Damn Min Duong. Scene shifts to the second-floor training room in Su Jingming's dormitory. He sat cross-legged, cultivating. He thought inwardly that, as expected of a top-tier ability cultivation method, it sensed primal energy far more than the intermediate method. With this cultivation method in hand, there was no need to train step by step, he could directly spend points to advance in rank. Thinking so, he tapped the system screen and selected the rank up option. Primal energy around him began to convulse, currents swirling around his body and continuously pouring inward. Su Jingming clenched his teeth in pain and groaned. Veins bulged on his hands as he gripped his pant leg tightly. Then he shouted, and the primal energy in his body erupted outward with great force. He panted, hook, breakthrough. At that moment, Su Jingming had advanced from Awakener to lower rank ability user, grade 1. He raised his hand, violet thunder danced around his arm, then coalesced into a powerful strike that slammed into the floor. The force was clearly much greater than before. Su Jingming clenched his fist, thinking that the top-tier cultivation method was well deserved. He could feel the power and ability in his body had increased at least 4 to 5 times. If he met that rank 2 blood market rampager again, he wouldn't need his spear, the thunder alone could kill it. It's no wonder ability users crave higher-level cultivation methods. Using the deep sea method for a breakthrough would at most raise his chi and spirit by about 30 to 40 points. But now it rose nearly in one go to about 100 points. The gap was truly huge. At that moment the system panel also displayed Su Jingming's info. Name, Su Jingming. Rank, lower rank grade 1 ability, Su Xiao Divine Thunder, S rank, Chi, 283 Vitality plus Spirit, 289 Hz skills, Advanced Spear Techniques, Electrified Tidal Strike, Advanced, Ability Points, 2,234 points. Su Jingming walked to the table, looked at the book and said, it only costs 300 ability points to advance, leaving so many left, I'll keep them for now to learn combat skills later, to avoid running out of ability points. For example, the Thunderstorm Immortal Body Manual is even more important than the training method. This is an S-rank combat technique with tremendous power, and when you advance it consumes a huge amount of psionic points. It's unclear how long it will take to fully comprehend. Scene cuts to the next day. Yang Zhentian exclaimed in surprise, that fast. He stroked his beard and said, in 20 years at Madu University I've encountered countless geniuses. Even the best among them took a long time to break through into psionic realms for the first time. But it's been less than 24 hours since you received the secret text. Su Jingming scratched his head and replied, maybe my advancement speed is a bit fast. When Master practiced the Thunderstorm Immortal Body, the foundational forging must have been extremely difficult to enter, right? Yang Zhentian hummed, then said, what they call forging the foundation is using the blood of a thunder-rank beast as a conduit, combined with one's own lightning psionics to temper the sinews and bones. The final attainment of the Thunderstorm Immortal Body is directly related to the type of vital blood used at the start. If you've successfully advanced, then today I will help you forge the foundation of the Thunderstorm Immortal Body. High-grade thunder beasts are extremely rare. I originally prepared for you the grade 7 Windstorm Colossus blood, which I personally killed years ago. But I heard from Zhang Chaoyue that each year you can receive one S-rank resource. So I decided for you, combine those two and exchange with the headmaster for an SS rank resource. The vital blood of the Thunderstorm Rage Dragon, an 8th rank beast. Su Jingming gasped, teacher, you and the headmaster went so far on my behalf, I'll definitely repay this great favor doubly in the future. Yang Zhentian patted his shoulder, your intention is enough. No time to waste, start now. In the second-floor training room, Yang Zhentian poured the 8th rank Thunderstorm Rage Dragon blood over Su Jingming. Su Jingming screamed in agony but gritted his teeth and endured. Yang Zhentian said, bear with it. Thunderstorm Rage Dragon blood is poison to low-level psionics, this kind of pain is normal. Next, I will use my Wind Fire True Thunder to help you establish the Immortal Body Foundation. How much you can absorb depends on you. Then Yang Zhentian shouted, wind fire true thunder. Sparks of fire lightning flowed from his hands into Su Jingming's body. His body began to absorb the vital blood while enduring the pain brought on by the blood and the wind fire true thunder. The vital blood gradually circulated through Su Jingming's meridians. The wind fire true thunder acted as a guide, driving the blood everywhere. The intense pain forced Su Jingming to throw his head back and howl. Continuous cracking sounds rang out as bursts of lightning force exploded. Outside the guest room, Lu Ming was sitting enjoying tea. He asked the steward, "Fubo, today is the 5th day, right? I didn't expect junior brother Su, newly arrived, could endure so long." The steward only smiled and said nothing. Lu Ming continued, "There's always someone greater. Back then I only lasted 2 days and couldn't bear it. Junior brother Su's performance really deserves the Dragon Grade 8 blood, plus an S-rank lightning psionic. I'm genuinely looking forward to his thunderstorm immortal body." Suddenly, a loud noise came from the second-floor training room. Bang! Both Lu Ming and the steward were startled and looked up. Lu Ming immediately rushed upstairs. "Has junior brother's foundation been completed?" He opened the door and leaned in to look inside, only to see Su Jingming's body filled with a dark aura, his eyes vacant, chaotic death lightning running throughout his body. Lu Ming thought to himself that the intimidating presence felt like a top-tier beast, making others tremble. Unexpectedly, Su Jingming turned his head and lunged straight at Lu Ming to attack. Yang Zhentian shouted, "Tsing Ming, wake up." Su Jingming's movement immediately stopped. He rubbed his head and asked in puzzlement, "Master, what happened to me just now? Why did I feel like destroying everything?" Yang Zhentian smiled and replied, "That was the thunderstorm rage dragon's vital blood affecting your mind. That species is notoriously ferocious, and with your absorption rate so high, those side effects appear. But you don't need to worry. As long as your emotions don't swing too wildly, there won't be a problem. As your strength increases, this side effect will gradually disappear." Su Jingming looked at his hand and said, "That's good. I don't want my emotions to control me and make me do things I'll regret." Yang Zhentian grinned, "Cheer up a bit. This time your foundation was forged perfectly, your absorption rate reached 98%. Among my 20 disciples who practiced the thunderstorm immortal body, the highest was only 92%. After so many years, you've broken the record." Lu Ming beside him smiled and said, "Congratulations, junior brother, on successfully forging the thunderstorm immortal body foundation. Your martial path should be smooth from now on." Yang Zhentian also introduced, "This is your senior brother, Lu Ming, a peak-level rank 3 psionic. If you have questions about cultivation, you can consult him." Su Jingming hurriedly clasped his hands, "Greetings, senior brother Lu." Lu Ming took out his phone and said, "I didn't prepare anything else for you. I'll transfer you some credit points as a welcome gift." Su Jingming opened his phone and was startled, 200 credits. "Senior brother, that's too much." He thought to himself that a simple welcome gift already equaled 2 million Dajia currency. Yang Zhentian said, "Only 200 credits, for your senior brother Lu that's nothing. As a senior brother you should look after your juniors. When you have your own juniors, you'll need to prepare similar welcome gifts." Su Jingming nodded, "Understood, student does." Yang Zhentian rubbed his forehead and continued, "The foundation is forged. You haven't eaten for 5 days, go back and rest first. Tomorrow come here and follow senior brother Lu to learn palm and spear techniques." Su Jingming replied, "Yes, thank you, master." Leaving the training room, Su Jingming returned to the dormitory. As soon as he entered he saw a white-haired youth playing a video game. The other looked up and waved, "Yo, you're my roommate, right?" "Hello, I'm Lu Wentao, nice to meet you." Su Jingming nodded in return, "Hello, I'm Su Jingming." Lu Wentao was immediately surprised, "Su Jingming? You're the top scholar of Jiangnan province, right?" Su Jingming asked back, "You know me?" Lu Wentao walked around while observing, "Of course, I'm nicknamed Knows Everything. I keep close tabs on the news about this incoming class. I didn't specifically look into you, but the commotion was too big to miss. The Black Horse top scholar from Jiangnan rooming with me," he continued, "so you really came from Jiang City? I heard it's not an easy place to live. When you took the college exam were you really only a awakener?" Your psionic power doesn't look like rank E at all. Su Jingming listened to his non-stop chatter and thought inwardly that this roommate was the talkative, enthusiastic type. But the feeling wasn't bad, after all, he never liked loneliness in either his past life or this one. He recalled images from his previous life, growing up in an orphanage, never adopted, never truly belonging anywhere. School was better, he had friends to play with, but the happiest and most memorable time was university, gaming every day with classmates, then preparing for master's and doctoral exams. Who would have guessed that after one night of heavy drinking at graduation, waking up would lead to transmigrating into this world? Unexpectedly, even after transmigrating, he was still an orphan. But at least this time he had a roommate like this, he wouldn't be lonely anymore. Lu Wentao continued introducing himself. I'm a mid-tier rank 1, mental type psionic ranked A, top 20 in Sichuan province, and I chose the tactical academy. In the future I want to command millions of troops and eliminate all the beasts on Blue Star. Su Jingming held up a hand to stop him. Alright, no more talk. I have to head to the Martial Hall in a bit. Lu Wentao exclaimed, the Martial Hall. I've never been to Madu University's Martial Hall before. Scene shifts to the Thunderstorm Branch Martial Hall of Madu University. Su Jingming and Lu Wentao arrived. Lu Wentao blurted out in amazement, wow, this place is lively. Inside, many students were showing off their abilities, fighting while laughing and chatting. Haha, my C-rank Yang Extreme Blazing Flame combat skill is finally mastered. So what if you mastered it? You still can't break my metamorphosis layer. You're all trash. My third level giantization, one slap and I'll send you to the wall. At that moment Eva introduced, this is the hall's shared training room, it can accommodate 300 trainees at once. The entire hall is cast from C-grade alloy mixed with memory metal, so there's no worry about psionics or combat techniques causing destruction. If needed, you can choose a private training room. Su Jingming replied, not necessary for now, we'll train here. Lu Wentao moved while throwing punches, nice, these guys are testing their true strength. Su Jingming watched the chaotic scene in the arena and thought to himself that none of them were simple opponents. Lu Wentao continued observing, fire element type, over there looks like an A-rank werewolf, top 10 in Sichuan. Then he asked, Eva, what are those pillars for? Eva answered, those are the punching power challenge boards, 5 boards in total, corresponding to rank 1 through rank 5 psionics. So, do you two want to try? Just make the top 3,000 on the board to receive 50 credit points. Lu Wentao questioned, only 50 credits for top 3,000? He thought that Madu Psionics University had just over 4,000 students. With that he cracked his knuckles and warmed up, alright, let me try. Eva said, just swipe your student card on the pillar to start the challenge. This challenge only measures punching power, no psionics or combat techniques allowed. Lu Wentao swiped his card on the pillar. A voice announced, welcome Lu Wentao, student ID 203711256, opening the punching power challenge. Everyone, please cheer. The students around immediately began to gossip, someone opened the power challenge. Judging by the aura, probably mid-tier rank 1, looks like a freshman. Haha, this should be entertaining. Hearing that, Lu Wentao ground his teeth inwardly, damn it, being watched like this when I start a challenge, I can't lose face. He then concentrated his strength and threw a punch at the pillar. Boom! Dust rose, machinery word. Punching power, 476 kilograms. Rating, pass. Lu Wentao exhaled, thinking, at least I didn't lose face, making the top 3,000 should be fine. But immediately the machine continued, ranking, after 100,000. Lu Wentao froze. What? After 100,000? Doesn't Madu Psionics University only have a little over 4,000 students? Eva explained, the system aggregates all students' achievements over the 100 years since the school was founded, it's not limited to the current cohort. Not just this cohort. Lu Wentao erupted, scam. Laughter immediately broke out around them, ha ha ha, after 100,000, wow. When I was a freshman I wasn't that low. Face red like a monkey, definitely a freshman. Su Jingming patted his shoulder to console him, don't mind it, you're a mental type, physical strength isn't your forte. Lu Wentao forced a laugh. Sigh, thanks for the comfort. Want to give it a try? You're definitely stronger than me. Su Jingming took out his student card. Alright, I want to test it too. Lu Wentao excitedly cheered. Go for it, the dorm's honor depends on you. A voice announced, welcome. Su Jingming, student ID 2037012004, opening the punching power challenge. Everyone, please cheer. The surrounding students immediately paid attention, some glancing with a hint of disdain. Another freshman. This aura is even weaker, just low-tier rank 1. He probably can't reach 400 kilograms punching power. Wait, this name seems vaguely familiar. Su Jingming rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. He calculated inwardly. After advancing to rank 1 psionic and 5 days of training the Thunderstorm Immortal Body Foundation, his physical strength had increased greatly. The system panel displayed. Su Jingming. Rank, low-tier rank 1. Psionic, Void-Devouring Divine Thunder, rank S. Stamina, 391. Vitality plus Spirit, 289. Skills, Advanced Spear Techniques, Electric Piercing Disorder Break, Advanced, Thunderstorm Immortal Body, Foundation. Psionic points, 2234. He clenched his fist, wondering just how strong he was now. No more hesitation. He stepped back half a pace, twisted his body, and focused all his force into his arm. Then threw the most powerful punch he had. Boom! A strike slammed into the test pillar. Time seemed to pause for a beat. The previous chatter fell completely silent. The machine voice rang out. Punching power, 4,589 kilograms. Peak level power. Congratulations, record broken. Immediately afterwards, the leaderboard appeared. Rank 1, Su Jingming 4,589 kilograms. Rank 2, Liang 4,321 kilograms. Rank 3, Chen Daihai 4,220 kilograms. The entire hall was silent for a few seconds, then erupted. Holy, he broke the record. Over 4,500 kilograms. What can a low-tier rank 1 do? One punch like that could shatter someone. Is he really a freshman? A girl covered her mouth in shock. The top 1,000 on this board are all generational leaders. How terrifying will his future be? A short-haired girl immediately said, the number 1 pillar record has stood for over 10 years. I have to record this. Lu Wentao stood beside him, eyes shining, excitedly said, brother. You're my real brother now. From now on I'm your little brother, where you go, I go. Su Jingming hurriedly waved him off, don't brag like that. But inwardly he breathed out slightly and clenched his hand. The result was even better than he expected. The Thunderstorm Rage Dragon and Su Jingming were indeed highly compatible. The upgrade effect was rapid. Eva stepped forward to congratulate Su Jingming on breaking the record. A reward of 400 credit points was sent to his student account. Su Jingming, pleased, asked if he would still receive credits for breaking the record again at the same rank in the future. Eva replied that at the same rank, credit rewards are only given the first time a record is broken. Afterward you can challenge other groups to compete for credit rewards. Su Jingming looked around, thinking that beyond the 4 pillars corresponding to rank 2 through rank 5 psionics, he could try breaking each in turn later. Nearby, Lu Wentao was boasting to some girls that Su Jingming was his roommate. At that moment, a pink-haired girl shoved Lu Wentao aside and approached Su Jingming, saying he was a new junior and she would show him how to use the equipment. Another girl laughed, then someone else invited Su Jingming to join their club because they were short on members. Su Jingming felt a little flustered, hurriedly pulled Lu Wentao away and suggested they go to a private training room. Lu Ming, looking at his phone, broke into a sweat and told the teacher that his junior Su had trended on the school's hot search after testing punching power and breaking the record over 4,500 kilograms. The physical intensity of this junior was truly outrageous. Yang Zhentian sipped his tea and smiled, saying not to worry, rest first, then go break the hall's punching record. Lu Ming sighed inwardly, recalling that when he was upper tier rank 1, first level of the Thunderstorm Immortal Body, his punching power test was only just over 3,500 kilograms. Su Jingming was far stronger than he had been. Elsewhere, a young man reading the news on his phone, angrily crushed the cup on the table. He ground his teeth. Su Jingming actually came to Madu, stealing his title as Jiangnan's top scholar and making him a laughingstock in Ning'an City. This time he would definitely reclaim the honor that belonged to him. Meanwhile, Su Jingming smiled, thinking that after obtaining the thunderstorm immortal body, even 5 days and nights without food left him brimming with energy. He stabbed his small knife into his hand, but the blade shattered instantly. He realized his body's defensive strength was on par with E-grade alloy. For an ordinary person, that essentially meant blades and spears couldn't penetrate. No wonder it was a rank S group combat technique. At that moment Lu Wentao rushed in and called out loudly, Brother Ming, your record-breaking feat is still trending on the school's web. Lots of people say they want to challenge you. Su Jingming started and uttered, "Ha," then smiled and said, "Ha, Madu University's martial arts scene is indeed quite strong." Lu Wentao immediately snapped, "Brother Ming, let me help you roast those people who don't know their limits." Su Jingming waved him off, "Forget it, don't waste time, I still need to go to the combat technique library. You go back to the dorm and rest." Scene shifts to the combat technique library. Su Jingming placed his hand on the scanner, looked up and thought. The rumor that the combat technique library was overseen by the school's space system vice principal proved true. With such protective systems, even a 9th-rank martial saint would struggle to seize the items inside. Truly formidable. Then he swiped his student card. The spatial protection interface immediately fluctuated. Su Jingming entered and was greeted by staff. "Welcome, S-rank student, to the combat technique library. How may we assist you?" Su Jingming asked suspiciously, "You know me?" The girl smiled and replied, "Students with S-level privileges can view all combat techniques in the library. When you scanned your student card, the system automatically notified us." The girl thought inwardly that S-level privileges meant limitless potential, at least an eventual psionic grandmaster, so it was important to cultivate good relations. Su Jingming understood and said, "I want to view lightning electrical system combat techniques. What floor?" The girl answered, "Below B rank is in the public area on floors 2 and 3. Above B rank is in the classroom on floor 4. Swipe your card to enter." She pointed the way, "This way, please." Su Jingming smiled, "Yes, thank you." At that moment Eva appeared and reminded him, after completing a combat technique challenge, the system will award an original manual. Since B rank and above techniques are very valuable, please pay special attention while learning. Su Jingming replied, "Display all lightning electrical combat techniques B rank and above." Eva answered, "Understood." Eva then projected numerous images. 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Trap, SSS rank technique, centers on lightning electric psionics to create a thunderous field up to 80 kilometers in diameter. This technique is reserved for lightning electrical psionics above B rank and requires the learner to be above rank 5. Lightning God's Wrath, SS rank, descends like divine punishment onto a thunder hall with terrifying force. This technique is also reserved for lightning electrical psionic users B rank and above, requiring the psionic to be above rank 4 to learn. Su Jingming was startled to see this. SS rank techniques were already formidable, yet there were even SSS ranks. The university's top technique manuals were frighteningly abundant, and surprisingly free to view. Unfortunately, training psionics and ranks have requirements. Currently he could only learn A-rank techniques, including offense, defense, movement, support, and group tactics. There were countless A-rank techniques. Fortunately a teacher would guide him, otherwise choosing would be very difficult. He took out a recommendation form previously given by his teacher, which saved him a lot of time. He then began selecting combat techniques. Finally, he chose 4 techniques. Thunder Lance, A rank, condenses thunder into a long lance and fires it from a distance. Continuous Thunder Spear, A rank, a long spear infused with thunder that repeatedly strikes vital points, accumulating lightning in the enemy's body and detonating at the end. Thunder Step, A rank, bursts thunder to move quickly a short distance in a designated direction. Thunder Prison, A rank, condenses thunder into a prison spear to lock the enemy in place. Su Jingming stroked his chin, thinking Thunder Lance is a ranged attack, Continuous Thunder Spear is close-range suppression, Thunder Step is a movement technique, and Thunder Prison is crowd control. The four techniques combined with the Thunderstorm immortal body left almost no weaknesses. Eva checked and reminded him that each A-rank technique typically takes about 6 months to master, and suggested combining other lower-rank techniques to optimize effectiveness. Su Jingming waved his hand, "No need, this is enough." At that moment, the girl who guided him brought out 4 technique manuals and said, "Classmate Su, these are your combat techniques." Su Jingming put the 4 books on the table, thinking to himself that B and C rank manuals already cost hundreds of thousands, and A rank ones were astronomical, yet he had obtained 4 in an instant. Truly extravagant. He flipped through each technique page, but a mysterious, indescribable feeling surfaced in his mind. The intent and chi flow within the manuals were so subtle they were hard to grasp. No wonder A-rank techniques can only be learned from originals. Once copied, their full essence cannot be reproduced. Then Su Jingming began to sit and study the techniques. Time passed quickly. Sweat had begun to bead on Su Jingming's forehead. He paused for a moment and yawned, then leaned back in his chair and exhaled, all red, deep blue, extra refinement points. Consumed 200 psionic points, Thunder Lance has reached novice. Consumed 200 psionic points, Continuous Thunder Spear has reached novice. Consumed 200 psionic points, Thunder Step has reached novice. Consumed 200 psionic points, Thunder Prison has reached novice. Su Jingming opened his info interface. Name, Su Jingming. Rank, low tier rank 1. Psionic, Void Devouring Divine Thunder S. Stamina, 391. Vitality plus Spirit, 289. Skills, Advanced Spear Methods, Thunder Lance, Novice, Continuous Thunder Spear, Novice, Thunder Step, Novice, Thunder Prison, Novice, Electric Piercing Disorder Break, Advanced, Thunderstorm Immortal Body Level 1. Psionic Points, 1434. Su Jingming clenched his fist, feeling the changes in his body. With so many techniques, he wondered which lucky opponent would be the first to test their power. At the dorm, night had fallen and the moon hung high. Lu Wentao saw Su Jingming return and said, "Brother Ming, Eva just announced that tomorrow at 9 a.m. there will be a freshman assembly at field number 1. They're also creating a large group for freshmen." Su Jingming nodded, "Okay." He scanned the code to join the chat group. Lu Wentao curiously asked, "By the way, Brother Ming, what rank of techniques did you choose?" Su Jingming answered, 4 A-rank techniques. Lu Wentao's mouth dropped open. A-rank, 4 of them. After studying those you'd probably need 2 or 3 years before you could call yourself proficient. As expected of Brother Ming, not following the usual path. After thinking a bit, he asked again, "You can view A-rank techniques, so your privileges must be A-rank, right?" Su Jingming shook his head, "Not A-rank, S-rank." This time Lu Wentao sprang to his feet. "S-rank? Our school has privileges above A. How do you have S-rank privileges? So you're not A-rank psionic as the internet says, but S-rank?" Su Jingming glanced at him, smiled, his eyes carrying a hint of mystery, as if deliberately letting the other infer the rest. Lu Wentao listened closely, thinking inwardly. Although he suspected Su Jingming's evaluation was exceptional, he hadn't expected real S-rank privileges. Most other provincial top scholars only reached A-rank. Looks like investing in connections paid off. He'd have to become a hardcore fan. Whatever Su Jingming said, Lu Wentao gave a thumbs up, smiling with satisfaction. In the training room on the 2nd floor, Su Jingming lifted his spear, light as air. He was practicing spear techniques for free and thought that with techniques acquired, his equipment needed upgrading. His previous F-grade ebony spear was damaged and, even if intact, couldn't keep up with his current intensity. He then opened the school's armory with Eva to search for weapons. Eva replied, "Yes." On the armory interface Su Jingming looked for a while. F, E, D-grade spears of all kinds, even adjustable length and weight. But higher grades were heavier and pricier. He ultimately chose an E-grade spear weighing 210 kilograms, plus a set of combat clothes and combat boots. The total cost was 237 credit points. After payment, the system showed 382.6 credits remaining. Transaction complete, the equipment would be delivered the next morning. Su Jingming thought how quickly credits disappeared. He'd spent nearly half in an instant. Before the new weapon arrived, he would have to make do with this. Tonight he decided to train the 4A rank techniques he had just learned. The next day, the freshman assembly took place. A large crowd had gathered. Su Jingming was also present and immediately became the center of attention, especially among the female students. Everyone look, that's Su Jingming, the one who broke the school record yesterday and the top scholar of Jiangnan province. At first I thought he'd be all muscle and rough, but he's actually so handsome. Just then, a male student stood up and shouted, Su Jingming, Loi Zhu, I challenge you. The hall erupted. That's Loi Zhu, second place in Jiangnan province's martial exam. I heard he scored over 9,300. Both his parents are rank 4 psionics, his talent is strong, it's a shame he's always second, no wonder he's resentful. Su Jingming glanced at him and said coldly, sorry, I'm not interested. Loi Zhu stepped forward a notch and lowered his voice, don't be so quick to refuse. I remember your little sister is trading rare flowers and herbs, right? My family runs the largest purchasing business, and we currently have a huge debt. If it's not paid in time, your sister's business might run into quite a bit of trouble. Su Jingming's eyes immediately turned cold, his aura flaring as he stared at Loi Zhu. Are you threatening me? Loi Zhu sensed the danger and quickly stumbled back, widening the distance. Cold sweat ran down his face and he was terrified. He couldn't understand why the other's aura had erupted like a feral beast. He forced himself calm and said, not a threat, just a reminder. Su Jingming asked coolly, time and place. Loi Zhu replied, 12 noon tomorrow, Arena 3. Su Jingming nodded, fine. I'll be there. Hope you don't regret it. The crowd buzzed immediately. First place versus second place, the matchup instantly became hot topic. Many began reserving spots to watch the match. At that moment, a teacher stepped onto the podium to calm the crowd. Students, welcome to Madu Psionic University. This freshman assembly is not the formal opening ceremony but a briefing on credit systems and advisors for each department. First, I'd like to introduce the school's strategic ranking system. You'll participate in simulated secret pods to fight in virtual environments, and rankings are based on the number of stages cleared. The higher you climb, the richer the rewards. Strive to move up the ranks. Another female teacher came forward to continue. Below, students chatted excitedly, some thrilled, some curious. Su Jingming let out a small yawn, thinking it would finally end. Only the simulated secret pods interested him, he might try them later. For the next few days, he'd better find Senior Lu Ming and his instructor to continue training. Beside him, Lu Wentao had dozed off, nodding off repeatedly. In the following days, Su Jingming began an intensive training schedule. He went to Lu Ming to practice basics, then to Yang Zhentian to train spear techniques combined with the lightning system, and then sat in meditation alone to feel the flow, refining the void-devouring divine thunder within his body. 7 days later, Lu Ming, drenched in sweat, asked in astonishment, Junior brother, have you advanced to mid-tier rank 1 already? How long has it been? Su Jingming replied calmly, just lucky. He thought to himself that he had deliberately waited a few days before using 386 psionic points to advance from low-tier to mid-tier, otherwise he might have shocked Senior Lu too much. Lu Ming then came over, patted Su Jingming's shoulder and asked, right, I recall you have an appointment with another freshman at noon today. Su Jingming nodded, that's right. Lu Ming smiled, alright, I'll mentally bless your opponent for 3 minutes. We'll go together later, I also want to see how strong my junior brother is at full power. Before reaching the arena, Loi Zhu was already there. A large crowd gathered and chatted. There's over a month until the freshman contest. This is a perfect chance to see the provincial top scholar's strength. I looked him up, Su Jingming seems to come from quite far away, probably just a local advantage. Not necessarily, I heard he recently broke the school's punching power record. Ha, a strength record means nothing. In the end, a psionic's combat power is what counts. At that moment, Su Jingming appeared, followed by Lu Ming smiling behind him. Oh! Su Jingming is here, the shout went up all around. Lu Ming looked at his junior brother and clicked his tongue, with that look of yours, who knows how many female students you'll make swoon in the future. On the arena, Loi Zhu assessed silently. He noticed Su Jingming's aura was stronger than before but remained confident. He had other preparations. He spoke up, Su Jingming, just deciding a winner is boring. How about we bet all our credits, do you dare? Su Jingming replied calmly, fine. I have 3.7 million. Loi Zhu sneered, if my credits aren't enough I'll cover the rest with worthless currency. To ensure fairness, all credits were transferred to the referee's escrow account. Not far away, a female teacher appeared, aura steady, Chu Yun, a healer-type psionic, mid-tier rank 6, serving as the arena's referee. Su Jingming thought privately that psionic fights are dangerous and the school wouldn't want on-site deaths. Having a healer referee made it safer. He transferred all his credits to the escrow account. Below, the cheers grew louder, 3.7 million credits, going big. This match is gonna be lit. Chu Yun raised her hand and announced, credits confirmed. The match begins. If one side yields or loses consciousness, stop immediately. Pursuit after the match is strictly prohibited, violations will be severely punished. Clear. Su Jingming nodded, understood. He jumped onto the arena, the black spear in his hand emanated a chill. Loi Zhu stepped up as well and drew his blade. Eyes full of confidence, understood. They both took their stances. Auras erupted. The battle officially began. Su Jingming, the glory you took from me, today I'll take back entirely. Seeing Loi Zhu's momentum, the students below felt a bit fearful. No wonder he was an A-rank fire element psionic, truly terrifying, even from a distance it felt scorching. Above, Loi Zhu launched himself up, then swung his blade using the move Blazing Slash. Fire flames erupted from the sword, glowing red and carrying terrifying heat. At that moment the blade was nearly touching the top of Su Jingming's head, but Su Jingming simply lifted his long spear lightly to block. The spectators below gasped in astonishment. He blocked the attack without using a technique. A normal attack shattered the special move. Loi Zhu ground his teeth, eyes full of disbelief, his body trembling slightly. How is this possible? Su Jingming looked at him coldly and said, nothing is impossible because you're too weak. Immediately, Su Jingming thrust the spear hard forward, striking Loi Zhu. With his other hand he reached back as violet thunder flashed and crackled. Loi Zhu struggled to defend, sweat dotting his face. Violet thunder from Su Jingming grew denser. Then he swept the spear horizontally, and Loi Zhu was blasted backward with no ability to resist. Blood poured from his body. His body skidded across the arena floor and only stopped when it slammed into the barrier. The onlookers began to discuss, was it already over? Su Jingming had only used the spear twice, wasn't Loi Zhu supposed to be stronger? How was he defeated in an instant? That blazing slash move most freshmen here probably couldn't withstand. It could only be said that Su Jingming's strength led the freshmen. Outside, Lu Ming thought to himself that this was too boring, his junior brother hadn't even been pushed to 10% of his strength. Chu Yun, seeing Loi Zhu knocked away, called out, you won this match so. But before she finished, Loi Zhu wiped the blood from his mouth and said, teacher, I don't admit defeat, the match isn't over. Then Loi Zhu gritted his teeth and produced a blood-red pill from his body. Chu Yun screamed immediately, a blood-burst pill? Do you not value your life? This is just a match, not a suicide mission. Those above were also shocked that Loi Zhu would take out a blood-burst pill. Although it can multiply one's power briefly, its side effects are severe, afterward one might be bedridden for 2 months. Is it worth it? Indeed, the contest is in a month, an all-or-nothing gamble. Loi Zhu forced himself through the pain and said, it's fine. Whatever consequences, I'll bear them alone. I'll risk it, if I lose, I accept it. People above began shouting, hey, you can use pills in a match. Isn't this cheating in an exam? Right, this is against the rules. Chu Yun explained, this is an unofficial duel with no strict rule limits. Like weapons, combat gear, and medicines, any items that can be used for advantage are allowed. If Su Jingming has pills, he could use them too. Loi Zhu swallowed the blood-burst pill, his body flared, his aura grew fiercer, and fiery flames burned around him. He roared, ha! Chu Yun thought privately that the pill's grade wasn't low, it directly raised Loi Zhu to low-tier rank 2. This would give Su Jingming a problem. She looked back at Su Jingming and saw him unnaturally calm, his eyes showing the bearing of someone experienced. She smiled, noting his combat gear seemed even stronger and his demeanor had the air of a great commander. Su Jingming gave a satisfied smile, thinking this was finally not a big person beating a child. He gripped his spear, the violet thunder in his body began to erupt, running along the shaft. In an instant, he launched himself forward to attack Loi Zhu. The move he used was Thunder Stealth. Loi Zhu, seeing Su Jingming appear before him in a blink, thought in shock, his speed is really fast. He brought his blade up to block, the clash between spear and blade rang ear-piercing. Loi Zhu gritted his teeth and struggled to hold the defense. But in an instant his blade was knocked from his hand and his body was thrown back. This time he spun to steady himself and dropped to one knee to regain balance. The arm holding the blade trembled, he let out a soft groan, inwardly terrified. Now that his power had reached rank 2, he still couldn't match Su Jingming's strength. What kind of monster was he? Since direct clash didn't work, he decided to keep distance and attack. With that, he began using his psionic ability to strike from afar. Su Jingming used his violet thunder to dispel the fiery flames and asked disdainfully, "Is that all you've got?" Loi Zhu ground his teeth, "Damn, what lightning power does Su Jingming use? There's no opening at all. But he still can't get close to me, before the pill's effect fades, I must exhaust his thunder reserves, then I still have a chance." With that thought, Loi Zhu accelerated the fire lash projectiles. Su Jingming saw it and immediately formed a thunder spear, a spear of violet thunder. Then he threw it with all his strength straight at Loi Zhu. Su Jingming's thunder spear pierced through one of Loi Zhu's arms. He clutched his arm, inwardly horrified. Not good, he also has long-range attack tricks. At that moment a sphere appeared above him, absorbing the violet thunder around it ever faster. Loi Zhu grew more terrified and blurted, "What kind of combat technique is this?" Su Jingming said coldly, "Thunder Prison." From the sphere a web of electricity descended, forming a cage that trapped Loi Zhu inside. He snarled, "Damn it, it's a restriction-type technique." He tensed his body and used his fire shield skill. Fiery flames erupted outward to counter Su Jingming's thunder prison. Then he smiled and said, "I can't get out. Come on, you and your red lot go in and see who exhausts whom." A flash of interest lit Su Jingming's eyes as he stepped closer. "Fire shield, your defense seems not ordinary, let's see how many of my spear strikes it can withstand." Then he leapt high, preparing to thrust his spear. Violet thunder continuously battered Loi Zhu's fire shield. He drove the long spear forward, unleashing a continuous thunder spear barrage. In the blink of an eye dozens, then hundreds of spear tips imbued with violet thunder flew at him. Loi Zhu's fire shield was under constant assault, but he struggled to hold it. But the spears grew stronger and stronger. Loi Zhu panicked, "I'm dead, if one hits, I'll definitely die." With that thought he shouted loudly, "I concede." At that moment Su Jingming's spear point stopped right before his heart. Su Jingming quickly shoved the spear shaft downward, and the long spear immediately pierced through one of Loi Zhu's shoulders, blood gushing without stop. Loi Zhu cried out in pain, "Ah!" Su Jingming withdrew his spear and stood looking at Loi Zhu. Loi Zhu was clutching his wound, collapsed on the arena floor. Chu Yun seized the moment to announce the result. The winner of this match is Su Jingming. Those above began discussing, annihilation, absolute annihilation. In just 4 or 5 seconds he consecutively used 4 combat techniques. That was truly showy. The chain of techniques was so seamless, freshmen shouldn't have that level. But the power of Su Jingming's techniques didn't look bad either. Each technique felt like rank B, right? For rank B techniques is fierce, the best I know is only rank C. Lu Ming rubbed his forehead, thinking, rank B, you're all underestimating my junior brother. For rank A techniques, he really dared to pick that. Even more unbelievable, he could actually use them in real combat. Back then I only dared choose one rank A technique, Thunder Stealth, and it still took over 4 months to learn. Having a junior brother like that is a mountain of pressure. Loi Zhu then spoke, "Su Jingming, thanks for holding back your initial spear. This time I admit defeat genuinely. The credits and the worthless currency belong to you. I'll also pay the fee for your little lady on schedule." Chu Yun stepped forward and said, 50 credits and 3.2 million worthless currency have been transferred to the student's account. Su Jingming smiled and replied, yes. He thought inwardly, the bet settled quickly. Lu Wentao below laughed excitedly, Min, you're amazing, you've become rich this time. Want to go to Madu Bookrest City Center tonight? Su Jingming answered, no, I have to train with senior brother later. Before he finished, Lu Ming cut in from below, go, you should rest sometimes to keep going long term. You've been training so much, you really should relax a bit. Su Jingming smiled and replied, then I'll listen to senior brother. Lu Wentao looked at the speaker in shock. Lu Ming, deputy head of the Koi Tan Guild, Jade District's Tran Loi, rank A lightning psionic. He turned and said, the person looks even more charismatic in real life than in the photo. At that moment Su Jingming was also stepping off the arena. Lu Wentao followed him out, then said, so it's settled for tonight. Min, just come with me, I'll arrange the rest of the program. Su Jingming asked in puzzlement, program? Lu Wentao waved a finger and said, a college must not miss event, the social mingling activity between the male and female dorms. At that moment a large spread of delicious food was laid out on the table. Lu Wentao, still carrying dishes, smiled at Su Jingming, Min, your popularity this time is a huge windfall. I posted the invitation on the forum, guess how many people signed up? Su Jingming looked confused as Lu Wentao put the plate down. Su Jingming said, you're really enthusiastic about this, picking 1 out of 100 people. This time I'm really curious who you'll choose in the end. Lu Wentao grinned, heh, I'll keep it secret for now, you'll meet them later. Just then someone entered. Lu Wentao said, speak of Chow Chow and he'll appear. Then he called out loudly, over here, over here. 2 beautiful girls approached. The bespectacled student waved and greeted, good evening, you too, I'm Z Donga, I accepted the invitation to come. The other girl also waved, I'm his roommate, Song Thuyun. Lu Wentao introduced to Su Jingming, Z Donga is a beast-type enhancement psionic. Song Thuyun is a top-tier first-rank, light element psionic of rank A, and she's this cohort's provincial top scorer from Sichuan. Su Jingming also raised his hand to greet them, then smiled and introduced himself, nice to meet you, I'm Su Jingming. The two exclaimed in surprise, Su Jingming. So you're Su Jingming. Song Thuyun looked at him with a slight competitive gleam and asked, interested in sparring a bit? Pick the time and place. Z Donga glanced at Song Thuyun awkwardly, hey Thuyun, you're really battle-obsessed, why arrange a fight right after meeting? We're here to hang out. Song Thuyun answered in surprise, huh? It's a hangout? I thought today I'd get to spar with classmate Su. Su Jingming smiled and said, it's a misunderstanding, please have a seat. Lu Wentao added, yes, we're going out tonight, eat first, then we'll stroll and go shopping together. After the meal the group went to Madu City Center, to the Huaihai shopping street. Looking up at the skyscrapers, Song Thuyun couldn't help exclaiming, wow, it's so prosperous. Everyone wore similar expressions as they looked around. They saw stalls displaying trendy clothes, and even weapons and pills were available. Su Jingming thought to himself, no wonder this is a top-tier shopping street, battle garments, weapons, and pills are far more complete than in Jiang City. At that moment Song Thuyun suddenly snatched Su Jingming's skewer, to the astonishment of the others. Su Jingming stood stunned in place. Then the pretty girls resumed their shopping journey. The various shopping bags, big and small, were carried by Su Jingming and Lu Wentao. Su Jingming watched them happily selecting more items. Seeing the pile of bags in his hands, he was shocked, just one evening and they'd spent millions. Song Thuyun looked simply dressed but turned out to be a little rich. Lu Wentao said, Min, you don't know, she not only has money, but also powerful connections. Z Donga looked toward the two and called out, gentlemen, help carry one more bag, seems like it's time to head back. After strolling and shopping to their satisfaction, the two girls finally agreed to go home. Su Jingming and Lu Wentao carried their bags all the way back to the dormitory. Z Donga said, I'll see you off here. Song Thuyun glanced at Su Jingming with bright eyes. We had a great time today, thank you both. Su Jingming turned to leave, not forgetting to wave farewell, no need for formalities, goodbye. Lu Wentao waved as well, goodbye. Suddenly Song Thuyun blushed and said, Su Jingming, I was serious earlier, someday in the future I'll seek your guidance and spar with you. Su Jingming looked back at her with some puzzlement, then smiled and replied, no problem, I'm looking forward to it. Song Thuyun smiled in response, her face flushing a little more. Seeing her expression, Zidongde covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, then said, Thuyun, since enrollment I've never seen you look so well toward a male student, but you treat Su Jingming nicely. Bringing you to this meetup was the right call. Song Thuyun thought to herself, my rank A divine light ability can sense inner thoughts, I can tell this boy is not simple. But Su Jingming is different, he only has goodwill and no ill intent. In short, he's very special. Zidongde rubbed her chin and glanced at Song Thuyun, looks like Miss Song has fallen in love. Meanwhile Lu Wentao breathed out, phew, it's not bad to go out for a walk sometimes. Su Jingming replied, indeed. Then he smiled and added, Song Thuyun, top first rank. Looks like I still have to keep working hard. Cut to the night 15 days later, Su Jingming was still diligently training, sitting and staring at the combat manual below. He said, maybe I can rank up once more. Tam Lam, give me a bit more. Psionic points spent 456, middle rank 1 rose to upper rank 1. Psionic points spent 354, Thunderstorm Immortal Body Tier 1 rose to Thunderstorm Immortal Body Tier 2. After completing the upgrade, Su Jingming exhaled and thought, ranking up still enhances overall strength as before, Thunderstorm Immortal Body Tier 2 mainly strengthens muscular and skeletal evolution. According to the records in the book, if one can break through to Tier 3 it can unlock the special state Thunder Extreme Mode, which drastically boosts strength and speed for a short time. Thunder Extreme Mode is truly worth looking forward to, it's a pity my psionic points are nearly exhausted. At that moment his info panel displayed, Su Jingming. Rank, upper rank 1. Psionic, Void Devouring Divine Thunder, rank S. Chi, 520. Vital Blood, 421. Skill, Advanced Spear Technique. Physique, Thunderstorm Immortal Body Tier 2. Psionic points, 62. After reading it, Su Jingming thought, it's time to ask the master for leave and go to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts to replenish psionic points. He then went to see Yang Zhentian. Seeing him advance to upper rank 1, Yang Zhentian was astonished. Songming, you broke through again. Su Jingming clasped his hands and replied, I was just about to tell you, last night I broke through. Also my Thunderstorm Immortal Body reached Tier 2. Yang Zhentian was shocked again, rank breakthrough and physique breakthrough are extremely difficult. Su Jingming said casually, rank S psionic plus rigorous training, how could I not succeed? Lu Ming behind them chimed in, I told you, the little junior brother is a monster. When I progressed from middle rank 1 to upper rank 1 it still took me half a year. Yang Zhentian nodded, ranking up is important, but real combat training can't be neglected. Spar with senior brother Lu so I can see how strong you are after the upgrade. Su Jingming nodded, agreed. Then he and Lu Ming went up to the second floor and entered the training room. Lu Ming handed him a long spear, junior brother, I'll suppress my strength to lower rank 2, give it your all. Yang Zhentian outside began the count, 3, both Lu Ming and Su Jingming readied themselves. Yang Zhentian's voice rang out, begin. At that moment both of them disappeared from sight, leaving only interlaced streaks of blue and purple lightning. The two spearheads collided, producing a shockwave and a loud reverberation, flames spat up at the point of impact. Lu Ming frowned, thinking, the power is truly great, yet it's on par with mine. Su Jingming inwardly thought the same, since getting the system, this is the first time he's met an opponent of equal strength. He then leaped back, raised his right hand, gathered lightning, and used the combat skill Thunder Prison. A prison instantly appeared, enclosing Lu Ming inside, but Lu Ming showed no fear. Next came a chain of thunder spears launched by Su Jingming. Sharp spears formed from lightning hurtled toward Lu Ming. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth lifted, not bad, a combo meant to defeat thunder pillars. Too bad I'm not a freshman. Saying that, he immediately used the combat skill Jade Cluster True Thunder, a bolt of blue lightning that shattered the Thunder Prison and Su Jingming's chain of thunder spears. After 20 minutes of combat, Su Jingming lowered his spear and panted. Master, senior brother, my divine thunder is depleted, I lost. Lu Ming also gently dropped to the ground and said, in terms of technique you didn't lose, you just suffered from energy depletion. Yang Zhentian, who had come in from outside, praised, not bad, truly an exceptional fight. Jingming's performance exceeded my expectations. I thought Lu Ming would win easily, but the two were evenly matched. In the end it came down to stamina. Lu Ming looked at Su Jingming and smiled. Do you know what rank your strength just reached? Su Jingming asked curiously, what rank? Lu Ming said, Champion Tier 2. Su Jingming was slightly surprised. Yang Zhentian interrupted, alright, end the live combat training and take a break. At that moment the steward entered the training room carrying a tray. Yang Zhentian pointed to the tray and introduced, these azure spirit fruits can dispel fatigue, just right after training. Lu Ming stepped forward to take a fruit, and Su Jingming approached Yang Zhentian. Master, I have something to ask you. Yang Zhentian asked with surprise, go ahead. Su Jingming came straight to the point, I'm preparing to leave the school and take a trip to the wilderness. Yang Zhentian asked again, the wilderness? How long do you intend to go? Su Jingming replied, over a month, I'll return before the freshman tournament. Yang Zhentian asked, that long? He thought to himself, this wilderness isn't like the university arena, there are no troops guarding it, ferocious beasts run rampant and kill indiscriminately, and their distribution is irregular. If one isn't careful it's easy to encounter high-grade beasts. Don't even mention spending a month there, the danger is obvious. After thinking, he patted Su Jingming's shoulder and said, fine, if you want to go then go. Remember, if anything goes wrong run immediately. The rise of every powerful one must pass life and death risks, if you seek advancement, this master will not stop you. Su Jingming bowed, thank you, master. Yang Zhentian asked again, right, which wilderness are you going to? Su Jingming replied, the wilderness on the outskirts of Yuanshu city. Yang Zhentian stroked his long beard, that's acceptable, near Madu, the highest beasts are only grade 4 or 5, relatively not dangerous. I'll have Lu Ming pass on some experience to you. Su Jingming smiled, yes, master. Then he stepped forward to take an azure spirit fruit to eat. Yang Zhentian continued, prepare to go out, I really can't help much more. I'll give you a handheld weapon. Saying so, he pushed the ring lightly with his thumb, and the ring emitted a glow, and a long spear, neatly wrapped in cloth, appeared in his hand. Su Jingming was startled, this is, a storage space. Now back in the dormitory, Su Jingming sat on his bed with the long spear placed beside him. Then he opened the school's mission system. A slew of missions appeared before him. He thought to himself, based on senior brother's advice, before leaving school it's best to take outside missions to earn credits, collect beast materials, gather rare herbs and flowers, hunt down escaped criminals, and join major campaigns. The task list appeared, Mission 1, collect 30 gene of tiger sinew from a grade 2 viperclaw tiger. Reward, 60 credits. Rank, C. Mission 2, collect 30 blue spirit herbs older than 20 years. Reward, 43 credits. Rank, D. Mission 3, participate in a campaign in the Southwest City, requires above middle rank 2. Reward, 600 credits. Rank, S. Mission 4, assist Madu Public Security Bureau in apprehending grade 3 escaped criminals. Reward, 200 credits. Rank, A. Su Jingming read the mission board and exhaled, high-credit missions inevitably involve combat, truly pushing students into life-and-death situations. This is the cultivation approach of Madu Psionic University. No wonder people say the top students of Madu Psionic University aren't inside the school but outside, choosing A and B rank missions. He then selected a mission, and in a moment slung on his backpack. Preparations were complete, there was no time to delay, he had to depart immediately. Eva called after him, good luck. Cut to the relief base of Yuanshu City, where psionics bustled about. Shouts assigning missions rang everywhere, beast hunting teams recruited from afar, C-rank squads were recruiting, and vendors hawked various items and top-tier pills. Come take a look, anyone accepting the search mission? Su Jingming arrived as well, he smiled at the scene. Finally, I've reached Yuanshu City's relief base. He then continued to step inside. He entered the adventure registration hall, which was also crowded with people. A female receptionist saw him and approached. Welcome, sir, how may I assist you? Su Jingming presented his ID card. I want to register as an adventurer. He thought inwardly, to enter the wilderness one must first register as a nationally recognized adventurer. The girl looked at his card and said, a first-year student from Madu Psionic University wanting to enter the wilderness, rare. The paperwork will take some time, you should rest while I process it. She then went inside to handle the formalities, and Su Jingming stepped outside to wait. Suddenly a loud exclamation drew everyone's attention. Wow, it's the goddess Kwang Suyen. Those around turned. Our goddess is so beautiful, worthy of Madu Psionic University. Her aura, so powerful. Su Jingming also glanced over curiously, and saw a stunningly beautiful girl with an extraordinary bearing walking up, accompanied by a tall man, with people behind them holding recording cameras. This girl was Kwang Suyen, a second-year student at Madu Psionic University. People began to gossip. Looks like Goddess Kwang is heading into the wilderness again to gather material and film. Her videos are all done with a team, but the quality is superb. I watch every episode. Her online fanbase must be over 10 million, right? Not just that, 15 million. Be my girlfriend and I'm willing to live 10 years less. Su Jingming overheard bits of it. He thought, Madu Psionic University's beauty standards are indeed something else. Just then the receptionist approached holding his card, and handed it to him. Here is your adventurer card and the satellite smart map watch for use in the wilderness. It marks danger levels and beast activity for each area. Su Jingming took them. Thank you. From a distance a man looked at him and smirked, then stepped forward and said, little brother, first time in the wilderness, right? You can't go without pills, want to buy some? Su Jingming looked at him. What are the prices? The man smiled. Top grade healing pill 21,000 per pill, top grade antidote 15,000 per pill. Second grade variants work better but cost more, around 40,000 30,000. Su Jingming said, not too expensive. The man immediately gave a thumbs up, smiling broadly. You know your stuff, my pills are famously cheap and effective, Su Jingming faintly smiled, thinking, first-grade pills usually cost 30 to 40,000 each. If he's quoting such low prices, there's definitely something wrong. He's a con, and he targets newcomers. The man asked, how many do you need? Su Jingming countered, you've used this trick to cheat many people, haven't you? The man stiffened, his expression turning hostile. He stepped closer, pointed at Su Jingming's chest. So you saw through me and still tried to play me, didn't you? Su Jingming replied calmly, what do you mean? The man sneered coldly, good, very good. Daring to trick me at the relief base, you'll be the first. Just then, a short-haired girl strode up and shouted, True Xian Lam, are you scamming people here again? The con froze. Seeing the girl, he immediately withdrew his hand and stepped back, glowering at Su Jingming. Consider yourself lucky, kid. He then left, but not before issuing a chilling warning, don't leave the relief base these days, or you'll regret it. People around began to gossip. Tisk, True Xian Lam noticed him. This newbie's unlucky, picked the wrong guy to mess with. I heard he's reached middle rank too, how can first rank upper be a match? The girl, Wang Hian, looked at Su Jingming and said seriously, True Xian Lam holds grudges, don't leave the relief base recently. Su Jingming, grateful, replied, thanks for the warning. He scams people like that, nobody stops him. Wang Hian said, True Xian Lam has black market backing, who'd dare stop him? If you need supplies, buy through official channels and don't leave the relief base. Then she left. Su Jingming watched her go and smiled, thinking, on the contrary, she's a kind classmate. Anyway, first buy what I need for a month, healing pills, antidotes, blood burst pills, and many other items for the wilderness. He then went to the official shop and began selecting necessary supplies. After finishing, he stuffed everything into his backpack. The pack was nearly full. He also left the registration area. Outside, True Xian Lam was already waiting. He cracked his knuckles and said, you really don't know better. I told you not to leave the relief base, yet you still dare go out. Do you take Tru Xian Lam for nothing? Su Jingming asked calmly, what do you want? Passers-by avoided them. Tru Xian Lam cracked his fingers, smiling viciously, you embarrassed me earlier. I'll take your legs so you'll spend half your life in a wheelchair, that'll satisfy my grudge. Wang Hien saw this from afar and wanted to step forward, angrily, I told him not to leave the relief base. The girl with her pulled her back, don't rush, let him learn a lesson this time so he listens next time. Meanwhile, Tru Xian Lam flexed his arm. A layer of gray metal instantly coated his arm. He said confidently, metallized psionic, grade C, plus a grade D combat skill. You can't even break my defense. He added, unless you hand over 1 million in compensation and kneel to apologize. Su Jingming didn't respond further, only asked coldly, done talking? Violet thunder began to flare around his body. Before Tru Xian Lam could react, Su Jingming used thunder stealth. A lightning flash erupted, and Tru Xian Lam was thrown straight into the air. He still hadn't had time to respond when Su Jingming's cold gaze appeared behind him. Tru Xian Lam rolled several times on the ground, blood pouring out continuously, his face twisted in unbearable pain. He just boasted, and one move had utterly defeated him. Then his body slammed into an obstacle and came to a stop. Wang Hien and those around witnessed it, mouths agape in horror. Su Jingming didn't bother to look back at Tru Xian Lam once, he just walked straight ahead, leaving behind the stunned gazes of everyone. Dead in an instant. Was it really that terrifying? How did he strike? I didn't even get a clear look. Haha, this time Tru Xian Lam ran into someone he shouldn't have messed with. Wang Hien was also astonished, eyes wide, how did he do that? I couldn't see it clearly either. The girl next to her said, he only swept at the leg once. Tru Xian Lam's pelvis is shattered, if he survives he'll be confined to a wheelchair. The girl continued, no wonder he's from Madu Psionic University, very powerful, and ruthless too. Wang Hien asked in doubt, Madu. How do you know that, team leader? The girl replied, the combat suit he's wearing, only MADA students have those. It's proprietary manufactured gear. Wang Hien said, indeed, only that university would produce someone like him. Why not recruit him to our team? Aren't we short a main fighter? The girl glanced over, Jiao Ting, didn't you say when forming the team you'd only accept female members? The other girls teased, haha, is Jiao Ting falling for him? But he's pretty handsome, I wouldn't oppose him joining. Wang Hien blushed and had no reply. Meanwhile, Su Jingming scanned his card through the gate and officially entered the wilderness. Adventurer information verified, entry to the wilderness granted. He then stepped out of the safe zone and into the primordial wilds. A distant roar echoed, carrying a heavy pressure. Su Jingming looked toward it and thought to himself, that roar was declaring territory, at least a 4th stage beast. But today's targets weren't those. The primordial wilds were divided into 2 areas, the abandoned city and the forested mountains. Beasts in the abandoned city were weaker, making it a good starting point to collect psionic points. He pointed at the screen, which showed numerous marked points. The nearby Pinyin town looked decent, mostly 2nd stage beasts, very few 1st stage, and no 3rd or 4th stage. Plus its large area meant there should be at least 500 beasts. Pinyin town, here I come. With that thought, he sprinted toward the designated location. His steps quickened, and soon he approached Pinyin town. Suddenly, a beast appeared blocking his path. Su Jingming halted immediately. The beast gave a mighty roar, baring its teeth and growling at him. Su Jingming reached back and drew his long spear, saying, a 2nd stage black shadow cat? The psionic points have presented themselves. At this time he was affected by the emotions of the void-devouring divine thunder, a hunger for battle and slaughter swelling inside him. The more he suppressed it, the stronger it became. But this time he needn't endure it. Su Jingming's gaze grew icy, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. The black shadow cat flinched, sensing danger and instinctively backing away. Su Jingming's killing intent made it tremble. Cut to 1 month later. A group of people entered Pinyin town. True to its name, the place was eerily quiet, there wasn't a single beast in sight. Someone in the team said, Captain, what's going on with Ping'an Town? We've been out all day and haven't seen a single beast. The captain frowned. You ask me, who am I supposed to ask? Another doubted. According to reports this town should have at least 500 or 600 beasts. With numbers that large, they can't just vanish no matter how they move. At that moment, a viperclaw tiger appeared before them. The team immediately erupted with excitement. Viperclaw tiger. Finally. Everyone attacked. Just as they were about to charge, a bolt of violet thunder descended from the sky. Boom! With a single strike, the viperclaw tiger was obliterated on the spot. Violet thunder wrapped around it, the explosion hurling earth and rock everywhere. The team froze. What was that just now? A laser weapon? The captain shook his head. Not a laser. Lasers are much faster. That looked more like an electro-thunder skill. He glanced around and said gravely, let's go. Ping'an Town has probably been taken by a powerful psionic. That display just now was a warning. One person said, no wonder we couldn't find any beasts, probably wiped out by that electro-type powerhouse. Sheesh, the power of that thunder spear was terrifying. My legs are still shaking. The captain barked, enough talk, move. Moving slowly is a big problem. Angering that powerhouse would be a huge hassle. With that, the team immediately withdrew and vanished from the area. Meanwhile, Su Jingming stood in place, his hands still crackling with lightning. He had just slain a lower second stage viperclaw tiger. Gained 19 psionic points. Su Jingming muttered, spear mastery at advanced proficiency, attack range increased to over 1000 m. Not bad. Over the past month, more than 8,000 psionic points had elevated him from upper first rank to upper second rank, and the thunderstorm immortal body broke through to the third tier. The system display showed. Name, Su Jingming. Rank, upper second rank. Psionic, void devouring divine thunder. Physique, 131. Spirit, 972. Skills, Grand Spear Method, Advanced, Fist Techniques, Intermediate, Thunder Spear, Advanced, Chain Thunder Spear, Intermediate, Thunder Stealth, Advanced, Thunder Prison, Intermediate, Stealth Electric Devastation, Advanced. Group, Thunderstorm Immortal Body Tier 3. Psionic Points, 8112. Su Jingming read it and murmured, the proficiency of many A-rank combat skills has reached intermediate, who else can do that besides me? He stepped to the pile of spoils and began to collect them. Consider this area cleared. Tomorrow I'll return to the supply base, then push deeper. Cut to the primordial supply base. Su Jingming entered carrying a large backpack. Those around sneered. Huh, what's that? A tactical backpack with legs? Is he hauling whole beast carcasses back? What an idiot. Su Jingming paid them no mind and smiled faintly. He thought, good thing I bought the reinforced tactical pack, otherwise I couldn't have carried over 400 kilograms of beast materials. At the purchase counter, the clerk asked, what materials are you selling? You can place them on the scale. Su Jingming set the backpack down and opened it. It was packed full of spoils. He said, second stage beast materials, about over 400 kilograms. How much will you pay me? The clerk immediately froze. That much? Tiger sinew, rhino horn, pure essences. She hurriedly contacted the purchasing department and returned. Please wait a moment, the quantity is too large, we need more staff to inventory it. A while later, a group of people arrived. The man leading them said, hello, I'm the manager in charge of procurement business. Zhao Ngi. Su Jingming also extended his hand and introduced himself, Su Jingming. Zhao Ngi shook his hand, smiling, young Su, truly talented, so young and already capable of hunting so many beasts. I'm impressed. I'll arrange for staff to inventory the materials, would you mind sitting down with us for a bit? At that moment, the staff were busily cataloging, second stage high rank claws, completeness 26, estimated price. After sitting, Zhao Ngi handed Su Jingming a card and said with a smile, this is the platinum membership card of the supply base, everything you buy gets a 5% discount. Please accept it. He thought to himself that they should forge ties with such a young upper second-rank psionic. Su Jingming accepted and replied, "Thank you, Manager Zhao." After the inventory was completed, a clerk stepped forward and said, "Sir, the materials have been fully catalogued. Upper rank second stage beast materials, 89 items, mid-rank, 107 items, lower rank, 221 items." Zhao Ngi was startled and thought, amazing, did he clear out an entire den? He turned back and smiled, the total for these beast materials comes to 24.764 million, shall we round it up to 25 million? Su Jingming replied, "You rounding up for me? Well then, thank you, Manager Zhao. Your Zhonghua bank account ending 7043 has received 25 million. Balance, 29.1234 million. Su Jingming chuckled inwardly, 29 million, this could be major wealth. After thinking, he said, "Manager Zhao, we'll meet again next time." Zhao Ngi took out a business card and handed it to Su Jingming. "This is my card. When you're free I'll invite you for tea." Watching Su Jingming's retreating back, Zhao Ngi thought to himself, this young man has a bright future. Suddenly Zhao Ngi's phone rang. Ring, ring. After answering, Zhao Ngi said, "True Xian Lam, what do you want?" On the other end, True Xian Lam shouted, "Manager, I saw the guy who harmed me return to the supply base, you must avenge me." Zhao Ngi asked, "Oh, the upper first-rank fellow you mentioned. How do you want to get revenge?" True Xian Lam shouted back, "Send the Tiger Sand team, make his life worse than death." Zhao Ngi replied, "Alright, I'll lend you the Tiger Sand team. But from now on we have nothing to do with each other." True Xian Lam said, "Fine, once this is done I'll leave Primordial City for good." After the call, Zhao Ngi hung up and thought, why do I feel a little uneasy? Must be my imagination. The Tiger Sand team is an elite second-rank squad, dealing with an upper first-rank shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly Su Jingming sneezed loudly. He rubbed his nose and thought, what's that about? Could someone be bad-mouthing me? Meanwhile, Zhao Ngi was reporting to Chief Manager Wang. "Chief Wang, I just discovered a promising psionic named Su Jingming. The spoils he brought in alone exceed those of several squads combined." The man called Chief Manager Wang, real name Wang Sam, was the base's senior manager. Hearing this, he said, "Su Jingming, let me check his records." After checking, Wang Sam broke out in a sweat. Then he said loudly into the phone, "Manager Zhao, the Su Jingming you mentioned is very important to me. If he comes again, notify me immediately." Zhao Ngi was startled and replied, "Understood." He thought, if Su Jingming can provoke such a reaction from old Wang, his background must be significant, it's right to be cautious. On the other end, Wang Sam looked at Su Jingming's dossier on his computer and smiled. Unexpectedly another disciple of Yang Zhentian had come to his base, upper second rank, with talent even stronger than Lu Ming who visited before. Truly a demon, absolutely not to be offended. Meanwhile, Su Jingming walked through the bustling crowd, thinking to himself, spatial rings here sell for over 10 million, capacity only the size of a suitcase, so expensive. But they are really convenient, wonder what level a ring would need to be to hold a full-length spear. Suddenly his phone rang. Ring, ring. It was Lu Wentao. As soon as Su answered, Lu said, "Min, long time no contact, when are you coming back to school?" Su Jingming replied, "In half a month." "Why? What's up?" In a nearby alley, a group lay in ambush, preparing to ambush Su Jingming. At that moment they watched his every movement. True Xian Lam stood inside the alley and said coldly, "Your target is him, break his legs, then bring him to me." The others answered, "Understood." Su Jingming was still talking to Lu Wentao. On the phone Lu said, "While you were away, a new freshman enrolled, very arrogant." Just then Su Jingming noticed the people scattered around him. Lu Wentao heard the noise and asked, "What's going on?" Su Jingming replied, "Nothing, keep talking." The ambushers lowered their voices, "Get ready, the target has entered the narrow alley." Ha Ku began analyzing the target's strength. The girl named Ha Ku beside him responded, while using her ability to probe Su Jingming. Another person spoke up, "Captain, haven't I told you you're sometimes too cautious? What big trouble can a little upper first-rank brat cause? Haku observed for a moment, then exclaimed in shock, how is this possible? The blonde guy asked suspiciously, what is it? What's wrong? Haku said, I'll resonate for everyone, take a look yourselves. Saying that, he used his ability to resonate with Haku. The stronger the mental type psionic, the more intense the sensed light would be. After observing, he cried out in horror, how can this be? This light is 10 times stronger than an upper second rank. A powerhouse like this could easily wipe out our entire squad. In his vision, Su Jingming's energy was terrifyingly immense. Even combined, their energies weren't equal to a fraction of his. After concluding, he broke into a sweat and said, True Xian Lam, this bastard led us into a fire pit. Bad intel, abandon the mission, return and settle this with him. With that, the group immediately retreated, disappearing from the alley. On the other side, Su Jingming frowned and wondered, what happened? Why did they suddenly run away? He retracted his thunder spear, thinking to himself, the only person who bears a grudge against me at this base is True Xian Lam. He probably can't let it go and is scheming to find a chance for revenge. What a petty man. Next time we meet, I'll make him remember me. Meanwhile, someone slapped True Xian Lam hard, blood spurting from his nose and mouth. The ones who struck him were none other than the Tiger Sand team. True Xian Lam clutched his face, panicked. What's going on? Why hit me? The blonde man sneered coldly, you still ask. Your intel was flawed and almost got the whole team killed. That target wasn't upper first rank, it was upper second rank. True Xian Lam froze, upper second rank? How is that possible? It's only been a month. The blonde man snorted, no matter. Mission over. We'll take this up with Manager True ourselves. With that, the group turned and left. Afterward, the Tiger Sand team went to see True NGI. True NGI smiled and asked, back so soon? Problem solved? The blonde man replied, no, the mission is over. True NGI paused, full of doubt. The blonde man continued, True Xian Lam's intel was wrong. The target is not upper first rank but upper second rank. Worse, according to Haku's observation, his actual combat strength is at least above rank 3, so we abandoned the attempt. True NGI jumped and asked, upper second rank with strength equal to rank 3? What's wrong with True Xian Lam? He can't touch someone like that. He suddenly thought of something and asked, wait, what's True Xian Lam's target's name? The blonde man answered, he didn't give a name, but the features are clear, about 1.9 m tall, muscular build, carrying a long spear. True NGI immediately turned pale, we're doomed, could it be him? When Wang Sam learned of the matter, he angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, you sent people to ambush Su Jingming? How dare you do that? True NGI still had not realized the severity and hurriedly said, Chief Manager Wang, he's just an upper second rank brat, no need to be so angry. Wang Sam immediately displayed Su Jingming's information on the screen in front of True NGI, are you blind? Look for yourself. True NGI read each line, top scholar of Jiangnan province, a new student at Madu Psycho Academy, 18 years old already at upper second rank, he had never heard of such a prodigy and had assumed he was lower second rank. One line below sent chills down his spine, Dean Yang Zhentian of the Arms Academy is his mentor. After understanding everything, True NGI panicked, trouble, this is really trouble. Wang Sam gritted his teeth, do you get it now? A figure of sectmaster level, even if he raised the entire supply base, no one would dare object. True NGI immediately bowed 90 degrees, I understand. I will absolutely not let the base fall into trouble. Then he ordered them to bring the man in. 2 bodyguards in black led True Xian Lam inside. He was now beaten until his face was bruised, several teeth broken. He panicked and stammered, I was wrong, please spare me. True NGI stepped forward and grabbed his hair, seems a beating wasn't enough. If you mess with someone you shouldn't, you must face the consequences. Immediately, a series of sharp smacks rang out. Blood kept spurting from True Xian Lam's mouth. After a while, True NGI turned to ask Wang Sam, Manager, what do you think? Wang Sam's face was cold, his voice low, you think that's enough? True Enjia broke into a sweat. Manager, about this matter Wang Sam glanced at him. Over the years I've overlooked the shady deals you've made in the base, but this time you've truly brought a grave disaster. He waved his hand and continued, everyone involved in this must be severely punished. Not just you, the Tiger-san squad also cannot keep someone who has incurred such an offense. True NGI was immediately dragged out by 2 bodyguards. He cried out in alarm, Manager Wang. At this time, Wang Sam and several others stood in the main hall as if waiting for someone. People who saw this whispered among themselves, isn't that Chief Manager Wang Sam of the base up front? Except for Manager True of Procurement, the heads of the other departments have all come. TSK, looks like a very important person might be coming. The squad captain spoke up, Tu Tien, isn't that the guy from Madu Psycho University? Tu Tien followed the direction and asked, huh? Where? Meanwhile, Su Jingming was also walking over. Seeing the scene before him, he didn't understand what was happening. Seeing him approach, Wang Sam immediately stepped forward and said cheerfully, Student Hua, you're finally back. I am Chief Manager Wang Sam of the base. Tu Tien and the squad captain remarked, TSK, the person the managers are welcoming is him. Seems this young man's status is not simple, just a Madu University student, yet. At that moment Wang Sam bowed before Su Jingming and earnestly said, regarding True Xian Lam's offense against you, our base has executed him on the spot. The accomplices involved have been punished. In this life they will all live in prison. To show our sincerity, our base has prepared a gift of apology for you. Su Jingming thought to himself, no wonder someone could sit as chief manager, he even dealt decisively with his subordinates. Wang Sam waved, and a receptionist carrying a tray stepped forward. He pointed to the tray and continued, this is a black gold membership card, the highest tier in our base. From now on, whenever you stay at the base, all costs will be completely waived. When you purchase any product, you'll receive at least a 20% discount. Also, this is a spatial ring with a capacity of 1 cubic meter, also part of our apology gift. Su Jingming was startled and thought, 1 cubic meter. He held up the ring, smiling as he calculated inwardly. The space ring has a capacity of 1 cubic meter, the government's official sale price must be at least over 50 million Great Xia Yuan. Wang Sum really is very generous. Thinking that, he said, if Director Wang is so kind, then I will accept it. Wang Sum looked at him and smiled, no wonder your teacher Yang's student, decisive in action. Come to think of it, your senior brother, Lu Ming, once came to this prime supply base for training back then. Hearing that, Su Jingming let out an oh. After that, the two continued to talk for a while longer. After some time, Su Jingming returned to his resting quarters. He looked outside and thought to himself, the black gold card gets you the best room in the lounge, not bad. It's much more luxurious than the villa dorm. After a month of training, finally a day of rest. He recalled what Wang Sum had said, if anything happens next time, contact me directly. In Prime City, my word still carries some weight. He touched the space ring in his hand and said, so this is the power of having backing. If it were an ordinary second-stage upper-tier talent, they absolutely wouldn't get such treatment. The space ring needs to record a mental imprint and accept a new owner before it can be used. Right now his mental strength had reached 972 Hz, 600 to 700 points higher than a normal second-stage upper-tier ability user, so bonding to the ring should be very easy. After checking it over, he said, alright, it seems I can use thought to take things out. As long as an item touches the body it can be stored. Except for living things, this is extremely convenient. He then tried storing and retrieving several items from the ring. Just then, his phone rang. He picked up and said, Teacher, yes, I just left the wild zone. There's another matter I need to report to you. After hearing Su Jingming recount the whole incident, Yang Zhentian snorted coldly, they actually dared send people to kill you. Taking only a space ring was already restrained. If anything had happened to you, I'd personally overturn their entire supply base. Hearing his teacher say that, Su Jingming felt both embarrassed and warmed. Yang Zhentian continued, right, you said that the elite second stage team followed you into the alley. So why did they give up in the end? Su Jingming answered, maybe they discovered I was also second stage upper tier, which differed from their initial expectations, so they went back to confirm. Yang Zhentian was startled and asked, huh? You're already second stage upper tier? You've only been in the wild training area for a short month. Su Jingming replied, yes, I broke through a few days ago. Yang Zhentian laughed out loud, ha ha ha, no wonder you're my student. Your cultivation speed even exceeds mine back then. When will you return? I must congratulate you in person. Su Jingming replied, I'll return before the semester starts. Lately I'm preparing to enter the high-level area. I have thunder stepping at advanced proficiency, 4th stage beasts definitely can't catch me. If I encounter a 5th stage beast I can still use the blood fury pill to survive. I'll try my luck and also learn more while I'm at it. Yang Zhentian didn't stop him, instead he said, good. You sound very confident. But the most important thing is to be careful. Su Jingming answered, I understand. Beside him, Yang Zhentian's steward, seeing his master's cheerful mood, spoke up, Master, it's been a long time since I've seen you this happy. Yang Zhentian laughed heartily, ha ha ha, student Jingming not only has excellent academics but is also very steady in combat. I've never seen such rapid advancement. They say life or death crises are catalysts for the strong, but in Jingming's case it's like cheating. The next day, in the wild zone, inside the mountain forest range, Su Jingming entered the area. The roars of beasts echoed continuously around him. Su Jingming watched his surroundings warily, thinking, roars everywhere. It seems the fauna resources here are far richer than in the abandoned city. At that moment, Su Jingming accidentally stepped on a dry branch. Crack! The branch snapped and made a sound. In an instant, a violent wind rose. From beside Su Jingming, something lunged at him at wind-tearing speed. He immediately bent down to dodge. Zilei was summoned by him at the same time. The wind blade swept past him, slicing straight into the forest behind. The trunks there were instantly cut in two. A gigantic beast appeared. Su Jingming recognized it at a glance, Windrip Wolf. Third stage beasts typically possess special abilities similar to an ability user's powers. The Windrip Wolf is a wind-type beast. Judging by the force of that wind blade, this one is a mid-rank third stage. I wonder how many ability points I'll get for killing it. Just then, a voice from behind Su Jingming caught his attention, look, it's a Windrip Wolf. Seeing that group approaching, Su Jingming thought, Kong Suiyuan. The men leading the way looked at the beast and said, the wind power wrapped around this Windrip Wolf isn't weak. Probably a mid-rank third stage. A beast of this rank would be perfect training material for Miss Kong. Old rule, first block its escape route. Hearing that, Su Jingming thought, except for Kong Suiyuan, the others are all third stage. Are they trying to steal the kill? In the wild zone there's an unwritten rule, beast resources and similar spoils belong to whoever discovered them first. Arbitrarily taking them is considered provocation. Kong Suohuan then spoke, Captain Wang, I already said last time that I don't like taking other people's prey for filming material. The captain replied, Miss Kong, don't be unpleasant. This isn't taking, consider it helping for fun. An upper-tier second-stage adventurer encountering a third-stage beast, saved by a goddess at the moment of danger, that's a show. Kong Suiyuan said, I don't want this kind of staged arrangement. Besides, this guy looks so calm, what help does he need? The captain ground his teeth in anger, thinking, this woman. He sheathed his weapon and said, Miss Kong pays, so whatever you say goes. What a downer. If you're unsatisfied, let's find another beast. Kong Suiyuan only cast a glance toward Su Jingming. Watching Kong Suiyuan's retreating back, Su Jingming thought, Kong Suiyuan's personality isn't bad. An online idol with over 10,000 fans is something else. But the captain earlier showed a ferocious look, suggesting her control over the team isn't very strong. Never mind, this doesn't concern me. At that moment the beast lunged at him again. Seeing it, he sneered. Ah, there's a third stage ability user here, so it tucked its tail. It just showed up and already acting like a bully, really looking down on me, acting like I'm nothing. With that he quickly evaded the beast's attacks. Then he sprang up and used the Shadow Thunder Pierce technique. The strike drove straight into the beast's head, sending it crashing to the ground dead. Ding! Killed a mid-rank 3rd stage Windrip Wolf. Ability points plus 34. Su Jingming thought, over 30 points for killing a 3rd stage beast. Not bad. The last 10 days I must grind hard. A confident smile curled at the corner of his mouth. 7 days later, a troop of monkeys fled desperately. A streak of light was closing in behind them. It was Su Jingming's spear tip wrapped with Z-Lei charging forward. One strike hit the center of the monkey pack, sending them flying. Painful roars echoed everywhere. The carcasses of the monkeys lay scattered, only a few were lucky enough to survive. Su Jingming approached, looked at a surviving monkey and said, "One thunder strike and it still didn't die, no wonder it's the leader of the great strength apes, 3rd stage." The surviving apes glared angrily at him and roared. A smile reappeared at the corner of Su Jingming's mouth. "But you little shrimp don't need to squeal. I'll make sure your whole family reunites." Saying that, he began to charge. Wherever the spear went, blood spurted. His agile footwork and the Z-Lei coiled around the spearhead caused the apes to fall one by one. Even the alpha couldn't withstand his moves. In the blink of an eye, all the surviving apes were down. Su Jingming thought, over 3,000 ability points, that should be enough to learn an S-rank combat skill. I've been waiting so long. His info panel also appeared before him. Just then, the watch on his wrist suddenly beeped. Su Jingming checked it and exclaimed in shock, "This is a distress signal." Elsewhere, Kong Suyuan was running as fast as she could. Her agility let her continually spring across branches. Behind her a large beast chased. Despite its huge body it was incredibly nimble, already hot on Kong Suyuan's heels. She glanced back and thought, the team got split by a 4th stage beast, and now we've run into a low-rank 3rd stage Earth Dragon burrower. This is really bad. Any beast with dragon in its name is vicious and extremely troublesome. And I'm only mid-2nd stage. Even biting a blood fury pill won't let me beat it. I just hope some ability user team sees my distress signal and comes to help. Looking ahead, she gasped, a grassy plain. I'm done for. Without trees to hide behind, it'll definitely catch me. Seeing the beast closing in from behind, she panicked, thinking she couldn't escape. At that moment, a streak of purple lightning appeared blocking the beast. The one who stood there was none other than Su Jingming. Seeing his upright figure, Kong Suyuan froze for several seconds. It's him. Then she shouted a warning, "Run. This is a low-rank 3rd stage Earth Dragon, you can't beat it." But Su Jingming remained standing silently. He slammed the spear tip into the ground. Kong Suyuan made a puzzled, huh. She clenched her fists in anger and thought, why won't he listen? If I die alone that's one thing, but I won't let an innocent get dragged in. She immediately leapt forward to stand in front of Su Jingming and said, "You go. I'll hold it off." Su Jingming's eyes widened in surprise. The Earth Dragon now lunged into attack, roaring with tremendous force. Kong Suyuan could only raise her hands to shield her face. Dust and debris billowed, obscuring all her vision. Behind her, the corner of Su Jingming's mouth curved up. Z-Lei was summoned, purple lightning coiled around his body. He leaned back to gather momentum, and Kong Suyuan stared with wide eyes. Then Su Jingming hurled the lightning spear with all his might. The terrifying power made the wind scream. The lightning spear sliced past Kong Suyuan's body and continued straight toward the Earth Dragon. Kong Suyuan froze for a beat. The spear shot in at lightning speed, aiming directly for the dragon's eye. Its velocity left the beast no time to react. In an instant, the Earth Dragon's head vanished, blood spraying everywhere. The lightning spear continued flying back, accompanied by popping purple lightning sounds. Watching the scene, Kong Suyuan stood stunned, her hands still raised to shield Su Jingming. After regaining herself, she sank to her knees and thought in horror, the burrowing Earth Dragon was killed that fast. She glanced at Su Jingming. That power is terrifying. The explosion sound I heard just now wasn't a hallucination. Isn't he supposed to be only an upper 2nd stage? How could he kill a low-rank 3rd stage burrowing Earth Dragon? Ding! Ability points plus 36. Su Jingming smiled, thinking, no wonder any beast with dragon in its name grants more ability points than a normal upper third stage beast. Then he looked at Kang Suyuan and asked kindly, "Are you all right?" Kang Suyuan smiled, exhaled, and replied, "I'm fine, my legs are just a bit shaky." "Thank you for your help." Su Jingming reached out to help her up. "It's nothing. If it were someone else, they'd do the same for you." Kang Suyuan took his hand. After standing, she said, "Well, that's not guaranteed. My name is Kang Suyuan. I don't know how to repay this life-saving favor. If you need anything later, just tell me." She thought to herself, "I thought I might have to repay with my body this time." Su Jingming introduced himself, "No need for favors. Just give me a few signed photos of you." He thought, Lu Wentao is a hardcore fan of Kang Suyuan who nags for signed photos every day. This isn't a one-day thing. Kang Suyuan blinked in surprise and said, "I don't carry photos on me. Can I give them to you at the relief base later?" Su Jingming nodded. "Of course." Kang Suyuan then noticed the spear he carried. She pointed at it and curiously asked, "Shadowcloud Windpiercer? Are you also a student of Motto Academy of Abilities?" Su Jingming was surprised she recognized it. "This was a gift from my master." "You know this spear?" Kang Suyuan nodded. "Yes, it's famous among first dash, second dash, and third stage ability users. Although it's only a C rank item, it can be used up to third stage, so it's well known. Let me introduce myself, I'm cohort 352 of the Elemental Academy, Ice Division." "Hello, senior." She thought, "I've never heard his name at my school. This senior is really modest." Hearing the word senior, Su Jingming was startled and pondered, being called senior is fair. After all, it takes until year 3 to reach upper second stage. Never mind, since she admires me, don't discourage her. Thinking that, he replied, "Hello, junior." Kang Suyuan jumped with joy. "Senior, your strength is truly amazing. Although this burrowing earth dragon was only low-rank third stage, its combat power rivals a normal upper third stage beast. I didn't expect you to kill it so quickly." Watching Su Jingming turn to leave, Kang Suyuan asked, "Senior, are you leaving already?" Su Jingming nodded. "Yes." Kang Suyuan stepped forward, shyly asking, Senior, can I temporarily accompany you? My escort team got separated and I can't handle things alone." Su Jingming nodded. "Fine. I'll take you to the abandoned city on the other side, then you can return on your own." Kang Suyuan smiled and said, "Thanks, senior." She asked curiously, "By the way, senior, do you want to check the burrowing earth dragon's cave? There might be good loot inside. Otherwise the dragon wouldn't have chased me out." Su Jingming replied, "Okay, let's take a look." On the way, Kang Suyuan kept asking about Su Jingming. "Senior, which academy are you from?" Su Jingming answered, "Ordnance Academy." Kang Suyuan laughed, "I know your director is Yang Jintian. His nickname is Yang Flame King, I've heard he's fierce." Su Jingming calmly replied, "He's my teacher." Kang Suyuan immediately flushed with embarrassment. "Oh. How embarrassing. I misspoke." Su Jingming didn't know what to say to the chatty girl beside him. He thought, isn't Kang Suyuan a cold goddess on live streams? Who knew in real life she'd be so talkative? After a while, they reached the mouth of a cave. Kang Suyuan pointed inside and said, "Senior, it's in here." Su Jingming and she entered. He said, "There may be dangerous beasts inside, hide behind me." Kang Suyuan nodded. Okay. The spear in Su Jingming's hand lifted high as the purple lightning crackled and popped. As they went in, each flower gave off a heady fragrance. Kang Suyuan, being a girl after all, stepped forward and said, "It smells wonderful." Su Jingming looked around, puzzled. In front of them was a small pool, its surface dotted with golden leaves and blooming flowers. Su Jingming recognized them and exclaimed, "Third grade Azure Spirit Grass, A-rank Blazing Bloom, C-rank Hypnosis Herb. All these rare herbs growing here." Kang Suyuan, equally surprised, said, This This is Creek essence condensed from the essence of heaven and earth, the S-rank 4th tier healing holy medicine, Earth Spirit Spring. Su Jingming asked, "HM. Are you sure?" Kong Suyuan picked up a flower and explained, "The Earth Spirit Spring nourishes nearby plants, causing them to transform into rare herbs and to carry the spring's distinctive fragrance. It can't be wrong, this is the Earth Spirit Spring." Su Jingming thought in amazement, incredible. I didn't expect her to study natural treasures so deeply. Kong Suyuan cheerfully said, "I've already passed the school's 2nd grade pharmacist certification." Su Jingming's eyes widened. "So you're a top student?" "I've heard the 2nd grade pharmacist exam is very difficult." Kong Suyuan laughed heartily, "Ha ha, senior, you're flattering me. These Earth Spirit Springs can make at least 5 portions of S-rank healing essence." "Senior, then the whole spring belongs to you." Su Jingming immediately said, "I take 4, you take 1. Also, we split the rare herbs here half and half." Kong Suyuan couldn't help but be happy. "Then thank you." At that moment, Kong Suyuan's escort team arrived at the burrowing Earth Dragon's cave. One member called out, "Captain, there's not even a single monster in this cave, how could there be good loot?" Su Jingming and Kong Suyuan, hearing the noise, turned to look outside. The captain said, "Not so fast. From the traces, this might be the lair of a 3rd-rank burrowing Earth Dragon." A teammate responded, "A dragon-type beast's lair. Then there really could be some good stuff." By then they had come face to face with Kong Suyuan and Su Jingming. Kong Suyuan breathed a sigh of relief, "Phew. Captain Wang and everyone, you startled me." Su Jingming immediately grew alert, thinking, elite 3rd-rank ability users. If they discover this S-rank Earth Spirit Spring, it'll be troublesome. The others, seeing Kong Suyuan, smiled and said, "Kong, we looked everywhere for you, didn't expect to find you here." Another added, "Kong, isn't this the person from before beside you?" Kong Suyuan introduced, "This is actually a senior from my school. We met by chance on the way and found out. Indeed, these rare herbs are good quality. Since you found them, you get a share, let's split them evenly." The captain laughed, "Is that so? Then thanks, Kong." The man beside him rubbed his chin and frowned, "Captain, something's odd. That pool in the middle looks like an S-rank Earth Spirit Spring." At that, the group's eyes immediately turned greedy. The same thought flashed through their minds, an S-rank natural treasure. Su Jingming instantly became alert. This is bad. The moment S-rank resources were mentioned, the atmosphere changed. The captain's killing intent burst forth. He looked coldly at Kong Suyuan and said, "Kong, it seems you two haven't been honest." Kong Suyuan began to worry. She loudly told them, "If you've already seen it, then the Earth Spirit Spring and the rare herbs here belong to you." Then she grabbed Su Jingming's hand and said, "Senior, let's go." But Su Jingming stood still, his face growing solemn. Kong Suyuan looked at him anxiously and murmured, "Senior, Captain Wang and the others are peak 3rd-rank ability users. We can't compete with them." Su Jingming replied, "Junior, they're only peak 3rd rank. I don't think I'm worse than them. Moreover, even if we give them all the natural treasures, they still wouldn't spare us." Kong Suyuan, hearing this, flinched and stared at the group. Su Jingming asked again, "Right?" The captain laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha. Kid, your tone is arrogant, but your guess wasn't wrong at all. Kong is a famous streamer. If she goes back and casually plays the victim or posts accusations online, people like us will have no place left to live in this country. Therefore, it's better to silence you two here." Kong Suyuan then took out a blood fury pill, thinking, "No choice. I can't become a burden to Senior." She brought the blood fury pill to her mouth. Then she gulped it down. Energy began to surge through her body. Her face flushed slightly as her hands moved gracefully to form seals. A-rank natural ice-type ability. Immediately after, she used the skill Frost Ice Snow Fragment. Frost spread throughout the cave at once, and the ground beneath those people quickly froze. The captain laughed and ordered, "Kong Suyuan is mine. Zhou Sung, go deal with the guy with her first. The rest, guard the cave entrance." The henchmen answered in unison, yes. Then he transformed into a beast form and said, Miss Kong, sorry. Today you'll die here. His body instantly became gigantic, holding a huge axe in his hands. C-rank enhanced beast-type ability, Tiger Fang Blade. The henchmen behind laughed loudly, some even took out cameras to record. Captain, take it easy, don't kill her immediately. Right, it'd be a shame to kill such a beauty. We'll treat her well and film the whole thing. Kang Suyuan's face burned with anger as she thought, these human-faced beasts. Am I really going to die here today? I won't accept this, and Senior would be implicated. But when she looked toward Su Jingming, she was startled, his figure had disappeared. Wait, where did Senior go? At that moment, the captain looked to the side in shock. The henchman the captain had sent to kill Su Jingming was now dying on the tip of Su's spear. He screamed in terror, "CA, Captain," blood gushed from his mouth. Su Jingming glanced coldly and said, "Seems third stage strength isn't all that." Another henchman cried out in panic, so fast. The captain immediately roared, "Zhou Sung may only be mid-third stage, but he's not someone you can kill at will. Turns out you're the real problem. We were wrong." At that, Su Jingming thrust the spear down hard. Zhou Sung's body dropped heavily to the ground. The captain charged up, swung his axe down and used the skill, Tiger Maw Cleave. Su Jingming did not stand still. He immediately used the skill Thunder Stealth to evade the attack. He quickly calculated inwardly, judging by raw attack power alone, this peak third stage captain is indeed significantly stronger than me. It seems I can no longer hold back. Immediately, a raging wind rose. The gusts howled through the cave, putting everyone on edge. Su Jingming braced himself and activated the skill Thunder Extreme State. His spear spun continuously as the purple thunder roared wildly around his body. Kang Suyuan tried to shield herself and shouted, "Senior." Seeing Su Jingming completely transformed, the captain panicked and looked up. What kind of monster is this? Before him stood a tall figure, pupils contracted like a wildcat's. 2 long horns sprouted on his head, he wielded the spear, and his claws were sharp. Purple lightning coiled ceaselessly around his body. Su Jingming smiled and said, "This feeling of power surging through me is truly wonderful." The captain shouted, "Fake gods and demons. It's just a special state activated." Saying that, he immediately lunged forward to attack. Su Jingming stomped his foot hard and charged up to confront him. He used the combat skill Stealth Lightning Spear Break, while the captain activated the combat skill Lying Tiger Stone. His body instantly turned a dark stone gray. He said confidently, "It's useless. No attack below 4th stage can break my stone armor." But the moment Su Jingming's spear tip struck, that stone armor shattered into pieces. His whole body was blasted backward, and he spat a mouthful of blood. "Ha!" Su Jingming smiled, "Ha, my physique now is 3 to 4 times stronger than before. Even if you had iron skin you couldn't withstand it." At that moment, a gigantic hand of flame suddenly ambushed from behind. Su Jingming didn't even bother to turn his head. He casually waved his hand. A bolt of thunder electricity immediately appeared and struck the flame. His ability control had reached an extremely refined state. The ambusher panicked, "My flame demon claw was blocked. How can this be? This is a B-rank combat skill, and I've trained it to advanced mastery. What on earth is this guy?" Su Jingming then looked down at the captain, who had been knocked back to a normal state and was crawling on the ground. He said coldly, "No wonder he's a peak 3rd stage. Looks like I have to stab him once more." The captain truly grew afraid now. He panicked and begged, don't kill me. Take the Earth Spirit Spring, it's all yours. Also, I have over 100 million in personal savings, take it all." Su Jingming looked at him with contempt. It's too late to beg now. Kang Suyuan watched the scene and began to question life. Am I dreaming? Hiring this team cost 6 million each time. The captain is called the undefeated 3rd stage, and yet he was killed so easily. This is too over the top. I've never heard of any student at school having such achievements. Stronger than an A-rank ability. Could it be an S-rank ability? Su Jingming looked at the remaining men and said, after leveling up, my brutal killing urge diminished. But now, it's rising again. You're next. The men trembled and took up their weapons to defend. One stammered in fear, demon. Su Jingming retorted, demon. Compared to you scum who kill and rob, at least I'm more human. The men began to take desperate measures. Everyone bite a blood fury pill. Go all out. Immediately, they each swallowed a blood fury pill. After some time, Su Jingming pulled his spear out of a human body. The corpses lay scattered, blood flowing across the ground. Su Jingming had returned to normal. Over there, Kong Suiyuan was gathering the remains. Su Jingming leaned his hand against the wall, panting, thinking, Thunder Extreme Fist is useful, but it consumes a lot. Using it for just over 10 minutes is more exhausting than fighting a savage beast for 2 or 3 hours. Kong Suiyuan hurried over worriedly. Senior, are you okay? Su Jingming smiled and replied, I'm fine, just a bit tired. Let's collect the Earth Spirit Spring and the rare herbs first, then rest a while. Kong Suiyuan's mood brightened again. She looked at the spring and said, fortunately the Earth Spirit Spring wasn't contaminated by blood. Saying that, she walked over with a glass vial to scoop up the Earth Spirit Spring. Su Jingming stepped forward to help and said, not bad, there's more than half a vial more than expected. Half of this vial is yours, you contributed a lot in the fight. Kong Suiyuan smiled, thank you, senior. Just then, whether by accident or intent, Kong Suiyuan's foot twisted. Her whole body toppled forward into an extremely awkward position. Su Jingming was startled, unsure whether to catch her. Kong Suiyuan silently screamed in her mind, not good, the side effects of the blood fury pill are kicking in. Thus she fell straight forward. Fortunately Su Jingming's shin was there, but her ample chest happened to press against his leg. Kong Suiyuan panted bashfully, thinking, my whole body is powerless, my mind can't act, I can't even take clothes from the space ring. How embarrassing. If Senior misunderstands this posture and gets a bad impression of me, what will I do? At that moment, Su Jingming lifted Kong Suiyuan in a princess carry and said, the side effects of the blood fury pill are strong, I'll take you over there to rest first. Lying in Su Jingming's arms, Kong Suiyuan's heart skipped a beat. She blushed and thought, why is my heart beating so fast? Could it be because it's my first close contact with a boy like this? After setting Kong Suiyuan aside, Su Jingming instructed, you rest here first, I'll gather the remaining rare herbs. Then he took off his jacket and handed it to Kong Suiyuan, much to her surprise. Looking at Su Jingming's tall back, Kong Suiyuan smiled, Senior is really gentle. After that, Su Jingming began the process of looting the dead. He held a space ring and checked its contents. Cash, rare herbs, beast materials, C-rank combat techniques. This third-tier elite squad doesn't have anything good on them. Hopefully these 2 1-cubic-meter space rings can be exchanged for a 2-cubic-meter one. Otherwise we'll have to carry the long spear everywhere, what a hassle. Kong Suiyuan spoke up, Senior, the Earth Spirit Spring can reduce the weakness caused by the blood fury pill. Su Jingming turned and made a small Kong Suiyuan continued, could you let me drink a little? Not much, just a small sip. Su Jingming then moved forward and gave her some Earth Spirit Spring to drink. After drinking, Kong Suiyuan wiped the corner of her mouth and happily said, I feel much better. But to fully recover, it may take 3 or 4 more hours. Su Jingming immediately said, this is the first time I've known the side effects of the blood fury pill can be removed. This S-rank Earth Spirit Spring is truly miraculous. He added, in 3 or 4 hours it will already be dark. It's relatively safer if we rest here for one night. Immediately Kong Suiyuan imagined something, a young man and woman spending a night together in a dark mountain cave. Not knowing what she was thinking, Su Jingming asked, what do you mean? Kong Suiyuan shyly replied, okay, I'll follow your lead. Then she pulled the jacket over herself to cover up. Scene change. The next morning, the sky was clear. Kong Suiyuan stretched and exclaimed, the mountain air is really good. If there were no beasts, I could stay in here for a month. She glanced at Su Jingming, thinking, what was I worrying about last night? How could Senior be that kind of person? But why do I feel a little disappointed? While she was thinking, Su Jingming's voice startled her, let's go, I'll take you to the edge of the forest. Kang Suyuan quickly replied, huh. Okay. Then the two of them began running through the forest. At that moment Su Jingming noticed something and immediately stopped. He signaled for Kang Suyuan to stop as well. Ahead, a giant beast was slowly moving. As soon as Kang Suyuan saw it, she cried out in alarm, oh no. It's a level 5 blazing tiger. But the blazing tiger paid no attention to the two of them, it charged off in another direction. Su Jingming asked, they didn't detect us, did they? Kang Suyuan also wondered, Senior, looking at that beast's behavior, why does it seem like it's running away? At that moment she looked back and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. A pack of sharp-toothed, rat-like beasts was frantically charging toward them. She cried in alarm, they're devouring iron rats. They're only rank 1, but when they swarm, even a rank 6 powerhouse surrounded by them would surely die. Su Jingming replied, no wonder even a rank 5 beast fled. We'd better run too. Saying that, he grabbed Kang Suyuan's hand and pulled her along. The devouring iron rats behind kept on their tails and refused to let up. Kang Suyuan said worriedly, devouring iron rats have incredible endurance. They can maintain top speed for 5 or 6 hours without stopping. Can we really outrun them? Su Jingming answered, only returning to the base is safe. But it's at least 90 kilometers, we need to find a way to speed up. Su Jingming looked at the long spear in his hand and said, this spear is too heavy, I have to ditch it. Kang Suyuan immediately said, Senior, my space ring is large enough, let me hold it. She then stored Su Jingming's long spear into her space ring. Su Jingming smiled, that's much lighter. But dragging you while running is still too slow, it's best to carry you. With that, he hoisted Kang Suyuan onto his back. Her ample chest pressed against his back, making her blush and let out a small, ah. But Su Jingming paid no attention to that, he focused on escaping and said, hold on tight. After who knows how long, the two finally reached the abandoned area. Seeing the devouring iron rats gnawing on corpses ahead, Su Jingming said in a low voice, even the city's abandoned zone is being overrun by devouring iron rats. The worst-case scenario has come. We'll have to risk it. The thunder Tai Chi on Su Jingming shifted form again. He warned, hold on tight. I have to speed up. He stomped his foot hard into the ground, causing the earth to sink and form a deep pit. Then he surged forward like a lightning bolt, blasting through the pack of devouring iron rats. The terrifying pressure created a shockwave that killed many of them on the spot. Ting! Killed a mid-tier rank 1 devouring iron rat, ability points +3. At the base, Wang Siam's people were already outside the city gate, with a line of military vehicles ready to open fire. Someone reported, Director, according to statistics, the scale of this rat tide is huge, at least over 300,000 devouring iron rats. Wang Siam said, this will massively impact the ecosystem of the original wildlands. We may enter a crisis lasting months. The other person added, unfortunately, most of the ability users still in the wild are likely to be devoured. Wang Siam thought inwardly, I hope Su Jingming doesn't go too deep into the wildlands. If he does, unless Yang Zhentian intervenes personally, no one will be able to save him. At that moment, a streak of violet lightning was racing toward them at extreme speed. Someone shouted, look! What is that? The lightning is terrifying, could it be a beast controlling electricity? Wang Siam immediately calmed them, don't panic. Assess the threat level at once. Squad 1 is authorized to open fire to stop it. Moments later, they began firing. The target is approaching the base at 80 meters per second. The interception failed. At that moment, from within the streak of violet lightning, Su Jingming leapt into the air. On his back, Kang Suyuan was still clutching him tightly. Su Jingming's jump carried them directly over the troops blocking below. He then landed on the ground in front of the soldiers. One person couldn't help exclaiming, damn! It's human. I thought it was some lightning beast. This guy's aura is terrifying. But the figure on his back looks familiar, who is that? By then Su Jingming had returned to normal. He looked at Kang Suyuan and said, we've reached the supply base, we're safe. Kang Suyuan breathed a sigh of relief, yes, this stretch was really dangerous. Luckily you're here, senior. When Wang Xiam saw it was Su Jingming, he immediately ran over. Classmate Su, you actually broke out of the rat tide? Do you need any help? Su Jingming replied, I ran over 40 minutes from the mountain range and I'm a bit tired. Just book me a room to rest. Hearing that, Wang Xiam was inwardly shaken. That mountain area is over 90 kilometers away. Even a rank 4 ability user might not break through the encirclement. Su Jingming actually did it. Thinking so, he immediately said, I'll arrange a room for you now. Someone, help escort classmate Su. Kang Suyuan hurriedly stopped them, no need, I'll escort senior myself. Those nearby immediately began to gossip. Isn't the girl next to him Goddess Kwang? Yes, it's her. That kid is so lucky. What exactly is their relationship? Have people already stolen my goddess? Scene change. After a while of rest, Su Jingming finally woke up. Seeing this, Kang Suyuan couldn't help but be happy. Senior, you finally woke up. You slept 2 days and 2 nights, I nearly had to feed you Earth Spirit Spring myself. Su Jingming, a little startled, asked, I slept that long. By the way, what's the situation in the wildlands now? Kang Suyuan answered, the rat tide hasn't been pushed back yet, the wildlands are still locked down. Even if they repel it briefly, beasts will still be abundant. Su Jingming said, the official term starts soon, it's time to return to school. Kang Suyuan smiled, if you want to go back to school, we can go together. I'm preparing to return as well. Su Jingming nodded, all right. At this, Kang Suyuan shyly said, by the way, senior, this is the signed photo you needed before. Saying that, she handed Su Jingming a very provocative photo with her signature at the bottom. Su Jingming took it and let out a startled, huh. After regaining his composure, he said, I accepted the signed photo for you. Isn't this one a bit inappropriate? Do you have a more normal picture? Kang Suyuan felt embarrassed and awkward, you accepted it for me? So I misunderstood. She was so ashamed she wished she could sink into the ground. Oh no, Kang Suyuan is so embarrassed. I even thought senior had feelings for me. Thinking that, she handed Su Jingming another photo. I'll give you this new one, return the previous photo to me. Su Jingming hesitated and asked tentatively, this one, can I keep it for myself? Kang Suyuan was immediately pleased. Of course. She secretly smiled slyly. Heh. Su Jingming grew flustered again. What, so much piled up after 2 days of sleep? I'll take care of it first. Right, I still need to book train tickets home. Kang Suyuan stood behind him, smiling to herself. She winked at him and said, no need to book train tickets. I drove over, senior can ride back with me. Can this be called being sponsored? After packing up and handling their affairs, the two set off to return. The car Kang Suyuan mentioned was a luxury vehicle that screamed money. Su Jingming couldn't help exclaiming, famous streamers are really different. It's a global limited edition, it retails for millions. This is also my first time experiencing a self-driving car. Kang Suyuan smiled at this, although it's only an AI level 5, self-driving is too easy. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally returned to school. Kang Suyuan stepped out of the car, while Su Jingming retrieved his long spear and slung it over his shoulder. Onlookers began to gossip about the two. Wow, that guy is so handsome, tall, strong, and exuding a dangerous, oppressive aura, very stylish. What a pity, he seems to already have a girlfriend, and she's so beautiful. Su Jingming looked at the school before him and couldn't help but sigh, finally back. Over the past month his strength had truly changed a lot. Kang Suyuan standing beside him asked, Senior, which dorm do you stay in? Su Jingming replied, Zone 3. Kang Suyuan nodded, I'm in Zone 2. Then let's part ways here. If you ever need me later, just say the word. Su Jingming nodded, alright, I'll definitely ask for your help if I have the chance. Just then, Kang Suyuan suddenly stepped closer to Su Jingming. She rose onto her toes, gently closed her eyes, leaned in with her rosy lips toward his cheek, and softly planted a kiss there. Su Jingming froze instantly, his face turning as red as a tomato. Kang Suyuan smiled and said, "Consider this a small gift to thank you for saving my life." With that, she turned and walked away. Before leaving, she didn't forget to wave goodbye. "Senior, see you next time." Su Jingming was still stunned, standing there dazed. He raised a hand to touch the spot she had kissed and thought to himself, was I just forced into a kiss? At Kang Suyuan's dormitory, she was searching Su Jingming's information on the academy forum, murmuring, how can someone as powerful as him not be famous? Let me check his profile. She scrolled for a while but couldn't find the info she wanted. The new student who broke records as the strongest first stage. Strange, why are all the topics about the new student? After a moment, she finally found Su Jingming's detailed profile. Got it, here's his information. But a few seconds later Kang Suyuan immediately pouted in anger. So Su Jingming is just a new student. A new student already at the upper second stage. No wonder I kept calling him senior. What a fraud. Next time we meet I'll show that junior of mine what's what. Meanwhile, in Su Jingming's dorm, he was inventorying his spoils. Fire flowers, wolf hide, and all quest items had been collected. Inside the 2 space rings and the bank card there was over 25 million. Too bad we ran into the rat tide afterward, otherwise I could have earned a lot more ability points. Then his personal info panel appeared. Name, Su Jingming. Ability, Violet Extinguishing Divine Thunder. Constitution, 1321 plus Spirit, 987 plus Skills, Spear Master Artisan, Intermediate Fist Technique plus, Advanced Thunder Restraint plus, Intermediate Chain Thunder Spear plus, Advanced Thunder Concealment plus, Intermediate Thunder Prison plus, Advanced Thief Electricity Disorder Break plus Team Skill. Thunder Court Immortal Body Tier 3 Ability Points, 3712. After reading it, Su Jingming thought, over 3,700 ability points, should be enough to learn an S-rank combat skill. Just then, Lu Wentao came running over and called out loudly, "Brother Ming, you're finally back and didn't warn me. I heard a rat tide broke out over there, I was worried sick about you." Su Jingming replied, there was a rat tide outbreak, but the army handled it. Sensing the aura around Su Jingming, Lu Wentao couldn't help exclaiming in shock, this aura, damn. Brother Ming, did you break into the second stage? Su Jingming answered calmly, to be precise, upper second stage. Lu Wentao immediately went, oh, in surprise. Su Jingming continued, after facing several life or death crises, luck was on my side. Not only did I survive, I took the opportunity to break through. Lu Wentao rubbed his chin thoughtfully. As expected of Brother Ming, you really can't judge by ordinary standards. Can life or death danger really boost strength so fast? Now I want to try it too. Su Jingming immediately stopped him, don't. I'm an exceptional case. The wildlands are extremely dangerous, if you want to go, at least wait until you reach the second stage. Lu Wentao laughed, I'm just saying, at this stage I definitely wouldn't dare go into the wildlands. By the way, while you were absent from school, Song Shuyun came looking for you several times. Contact her when you have time. Su Jingming nodded. I'll contact her after I deal with some important matters. He then took out the signed photo of Kang Suyuan and added, also, I brought you a gift from the wildlands. Lu Wentao looked at the photo skeptically, but when he saw clearly who was in the picture, his eyes lit up. A signed photo of Goddess Kwang. Huh. Su Jingming, sitting beside him, just snickered, because that provocative photo was still in his hands. Scene cut to the school's library. Su Jingming had also arrived. He mentally calculated, for quests yielded 871 credit points. Doing quests for credits really is fast. Then he said aloud, Eva, show me all S-rank combat skills for the lightning system. Immediately, Eva displayed skill information. Thunder Calamity Seal, S-rank combat skill. Condenses lightning system ability into a seal attack, dealing massive lightning damage. Requirements, lightning ability rank C or above, user must be at least second stage. Rampaging Thunder Fist, S-rank combat skill. Concentrate all lightning ability into the fist to unleash extreme offensive power. Requirements: Lightning ability rank B or above. Lightning prison barrier, S rank combat skill. Forms an extremely sturdy lightning barrier around an enemy while continuously striking with bolts inside the barrier. Requirements: Lightning ability rank B or above, user must be at least 3rd stage to learn. After reading everything, Su Jingming rubbed his chin and thought, Mada's Academy of Abilities is so famous yet there are only about 20 S-rank lightning combat skills. But S-rank combat skills directly affect future combat power, so I must choose carefully. After pondering for a while, he finally picked 2 skills suitable for him. Heavenly Thunder Art, S-rank combat skill. Fuse your lightning ability with natural lightning to summon a heavenly thunder strike at a specified location. Requirements: User must be at least 2nd stage, lightning ability rank A or above to train. When trained during stormy weather, power is significantly enhanced. Bright Prison Thunder Armor, S-rank combat skill. Use your own lightning to form thunder armor that covers the body, serving offense and defense. Requirements: User must be at least 2nd stage, lightning ability rank A or above to train. Su Jingming thought privately, these 2 skills are enough. One favors long-range magical attack, the other favors close-range defensive combat, offense and defense. Normal people might only focus on one path. But I'm different. I want them all. He continued studying Heavenly Thunder Art, astonished inwardly. This Heavenly Thunder Art is even the activation skill for the venerable 10,000 Heavenly Lightning Conduit, the only SSS rank combat skill in the lightning system at Mada. No wonder it's far more mystical than Thunder Court Immortal Body, even though both are S rank. The deeper he researched, the more headaches Su Jingming got. This combat skill is too complicated. It feels harder than pulling all-nighters reading foreign specialist papers when I was a PhD candidate in a past life. 6 hours later, Su Jingming collapsed onto the table and let out a long breath. At last I can say I have a basic understanding. Next, hand it over to the system. Saying that, he clenched his fist and shouted, HP. Add points to me. Immediately, streaks of violet lightning began firing from his body, dancing incessantly in the air. After finishing the skill upgrade, Su Jingming couldn't help but be astonished. Damn, it takes 1600 ability points just to raise an S-rank combat skill to novice level. The points I painfully accumulated in the Wildlands are only enough to learn 2 skills. At that moment, Eva appeared and reminded him, Owner, it's already 1 a.m. Please manage your rest time reasonably. Also a reminder, do not use abilities inside the library. Su Jingming replied, got it. He thought to himself, is it that late already? Looks like Bright Prison Thunder Armor will have to wait until next time. Elsewhere, Song Shuyun was training diligently. She didn't know how far she'd run, but her whole body was drenched in sweat. She thought to herself that for over a month she'd been training until midnight every day. Even she was amazed by her progress. Once Su Jingming returns, I must challenge him so he knows I'm the top among the new students. Suddenly, a large bird appeared in the sky and caught her attention. Recognizing the creature, Song Shuyun said, a black-feathered white-necked hawk. She thought that this predator relied on its speed and feather coloration for camouflage to dare hunt within the city. Judging by its speed it's around 3rd stage, not easy to deal with. Suddenly thunderous sounds rolled across the sky. Song Shuyun looked puzzled at the clear sky and wondered, why is there thunder? There aren't any dark clouds. A bolt of violet lightning struck the intruding beast from above, lighting up the sky. From where she stood she could even smell burning. The predator's head was no longer on its neck, and feathers scattered wildly everywhere. Song Shuyun was startled, it was taken down instantly. Which high-level lightning user did that? From this distance, the attacker must be inside the school. She wondered whether it was a senior student or a teacher. In the nearby forest, violet lightning now writhed all around Su Jingming. The corner of his mouth lifted into a confident smile. He was the one who had just slain the beast. He smiled to himself, thinking, just a quick test and it already has this power. The S-rank combat skill Heavenly Thunder Art is truly amazing. Ting! Killed 3 white-striped black-feathered hawks, mid-level 3rd stage, ability points plus 34. Su Jingming clenched his fist. Heavenly Thunder art was even stronger than he imagined, it could directly kill beasts. More importantly, its casting range was nearly 1,000 meters. Behind him, a young man watched with a smile and thought, is this the famous freshman Su Jingming? Interesting. The next day, seeing Su Jingming preparing to go out, Lu Wentao asked, Brother Ming, you're out so early. Su Jingming replied, the freshman competition starts in a few days, I'm heading to the combat library. Lu Wentao was full of doubt. Just back from the wildlands and already so diligent, definitely not an ordinary person. No way, after breakfast I have to train too. As he stepped out, a loud shout came from behind Su Jingming, Student Su. The callers were none other than Song Shuyun and Ta Dongge. Song Shuyun said, Great, you're safely back from the wildlands. Su Jingming looked at her and asked, Student Song, what's with that outfit? Song Shuyun immediately stepped up to Su Jingming and said, Student Su, you probably remember you agreed to spar with me before, right? Su Jingming, puzzled, asked, Spar. He looked at her and asked, Are you sure you want to spar with me? Song Shuyun replied, Why? I'm also the top scholar of Sichuan province, don't underestimate me. Su Jingming smiled, All right, I know. We'll find time to spar later. With that he was about to leave, but Song Shuyun immediately grabbed his arm, Why wait for later? Now works too. Just go to the second-floor training room of your dorm. Su Jingming froze, silently assessing the girl in front of him. Her personality is really strong. No wonder she's from Sichuan. Still, it's just a spar, does it deserve so much anticipation? In front of him, Song Shuyun's face was full of joy. She thought to herself, I wonder what expression Su Jingming will have when he sees I've advanced to second stage. Su Jingming wondered as well, I wonder how Song Shuyun will react when she sees I'm upper second stage. Inside the second-floor training room of Su Jingming's dorm, Ta Dongge and Lu Wentao were also present to cheer. Song Shuyun stood to one side, still without any weapon in her hand. Opposite her, Su Jingming held his long spear. Song Shuyun cracked her knuckles and smiled, Student Su, I hope you don't lose too terribly later. Su Jingming replied, If you don't use a weapon, you have no way to beat me. Song Shuyun answered, Weapon? Of course I have one. Her hand rose, and a pulling force quickly extended into the distance. Immediately afterward, a weapon flew straight into Song Shuyun's hand. She spun it a few times in the air and then thrust it forcefully into the ground. Her weapon was as long as Su Jingming's, but his was a long spear while hers was the Fang Tian disaster spear. Su Jingming thought to himself, Fang Tian disaster spear. A schoolgirl using this kind of weapon. Song Shuyun took a ready stance, Student Su, prepare yourself. This time I'll thoroughly defeat you. Su Jingming replied, All right. Ta Dongge and Lu Wentao stood nearby, each with their own thoughts. Brother Ming, Thursday Van will definitely win. They make such a good-looking pair. Su Jingming sensed Song Shuyun's power and thought, lower second stage. So she broke through. No wonder she's confident to beat me. Too bad I won't just stand still. Immediately his body began to radiate the presence of upper second stage. Ta Dongge, sensing it, exclaimed in horror, upper second stage? How is that possible? Lu Wentao beside him chuckled, I told you before, your Thursday van can't beat our brother Ming. Song Shuyun gritted her teeth in anger, upper second stage. I planned to suppress him by rank, but unexpectedly I'm the one being suppressed. We're all provincial top scholars, how did his leveling speed get so much faster? Su Jingming asked, Well. Want to continue? Song Shuyun replied, Of course, but don't use too much force. Su Jingming thought, no wonder she's the provincial top scholar of Sichuan, flexible and capable. With that he said, Don't worry, I won't attack proactively. You go first. Hearing that, Song Shuyun smiled, Student Su, then don't regret it. She raised her hand into the air and activated the skill Divine Radiance of God. Su Jingming muttered in surprise, Is this the A-rank lightning system skill Divine Radiance of God? Both are natural lightning type abilities, what will its power be like? On this side, Song Shuyun began to charge in to attack. Su Jingming thought, a weapon-enhancing combat technique? This is the first time I've seen one. Song Shuyun's Fong Tian disaster spear slashed forward. At the same moment, she used the spear technique Radiant Flame Heavy Force Slash. Seeing Song Shuyun's move close in, Su Jingming closed his eyes, a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. When he opened his eyes, he swiftly raised his long spear above his head with both hands, directly blocking Song Shuyun's Fong Tian disaster spear. He then hefted the long spear and shoved it out hard, sending Song Shuyun backward. Su Jingming said, using light system ability to ignite the weapon is indeed a decent combat technique. Unfortunately, the power is still a bit lacking. Lu Wentao immediately gave a thumbs up and shouted, "Great." He thought, I wonder how many people Song Shuyun's technique from Sichuan has defeated, yet Brother Ming easily blocked it. Behind them, Ta Dongga had difficulty accepting the result and worried about his roommate. Song Shuyun shouted, again. She raised the Fong Tian disaster spear once more, then continued to unleash the spear technique Radiant Fury Gale Slash. Consecutive thrusts from left to right drove straight at Su Jingming. He quickly swung his long spear up to defend. Song Shuyun couldn't find a single opening to strike him. Su Jingming smiled and said, "No good, no good. Your attack speed is too slow and your power isn't enough. You need to train a lot more." At this point, Song Shuyun was already gasping for breath, sweat streaming down her beautiful face. Song Shuyun planted the Fong Tian disaster spear into the floor and said, "I'm exhausted, no more." The spear technique Radiant Flame Heavy Force Slash is an A-rank combat skill. Combined with Divine Radiance of God, it can deliver hundreds of strikes in 2 or 3 seconds. And you managed to neutralize it without even using a combat skill. Your mastery of spear techniques is likely more than just high level. Su Jingming replied, "You're right, my spear technique is Grandmaster level." Song Shuyun was astonished. Grandmaster level spear technique? How old are you? I started training with the spear at 8 years old, it took 10 years to reach high level. You're truly a freak. S-rank ability, abnormal training talent, plus such terrifying aptitude for comprehension. How could one surpass that? I admit defeat, I can't beat you. Su Jingming asked, "Won't you try other combat skills?" Song Shuyun's face flushed slightly. "Your rank is higher and your mental force is stronger than mine. Add an S-rank ability, and my spells certainly couldn't break your defense. Thanks for sparring with me, Student Su. I'll treat you to lunch today, how about it?" Su Jingming nodded, "All right." Song Shuyun beamed like a flower, "Great, see you at noon." "Haha, let's go." Ta Dongga sighed, "Too bad, seems Student Su is a bit stronger." Nearby, Lu Wentao immediately gave a thumbs up, "Brother Ming, impressive. Indeed, you're the strongest among the provincial top scholars." Su Jingming replied modestly, "Just average. Song Shuyun's true strength isn't actually that great, it's just that her leveling speed is quite fast." Lu Wentao laughed, "Song Shuyun's strength not great. Only Su would think that. Don't you know? She's the great-granddaughter of Song Daoyuan, an 8th-rank grandmaster. He possessed an S-rank light system ability and is even recorded in history textbooks." Su Jingming was surprised, "The powerhouse from 80 years ago? I recall the books dedicate an entire chapter to him." Lu Wentao nodded, "In Sichuan province, the S-rank grandmaster Song Daoyuan is a household name. Song Shuyun was his favorite, so her leveling speed is naturally very fast." Su Jingming finally understood. No wonder she could buy so many things at the gathering before, even a space ring large enough to hold a 2-meter Fong Tian disaster spear. So her background is that deep. "Let's go, I need to continue to the library to study combat techniques." With that, Su Jingming left, leaving Lu Wentao standing there dumbfounded. Scene shifts to the school's library. By now Su Jingming had learned a new cultivation method. He thought happily to himself, condensing the bright prison thunder seal consumes 1/5 of ability points and can be maintained for half an hour. It not only reduces impact force by up to 90%, but can also automatically counterattack. Equivalent to reactive armor. Not bad, not bad. 4 hours later Su Jingming thought, let's see how many ability points remain after learning bright prison thunder seal. Immediately his status panel appeared. Su Jingming rank, upper second stage ability, God-slaying thunder chi, 1321 vitality plus spirit, 987 Hz skills, Grandmaster spear technique bright prison thunder seal, basic, thunder halberd, advanced, continuous thunder spear, intermediate, thunder fangs, advanced, thunder prison, intermediate, paralytic electric burst, advanced. Fragmented thunder court immortal body level 3 ability points, 712. Su Jingming thought, only a bit over 700 ability points left. When there's an opportunity, I'll have to go to Yang City or nearby wildlands to replenish ability points. From now on I must go all out to prepare for the freshman competition. The day of the final freshman competition had arrived. Looking at the weapons in Ta Donga's hands, Su Jingming was somewhat surprised. Your weapons really aren't like ordinary schoolgirls. Ta Donga replied, haven't you heard? The stranger the design, the faster the victory. This time my goal is to reach the top 50 in the freshman competition. Song Shuyun turned her face away and said, my goal is a bit higher than Xiao Ha's. I want to take second place in the freshman competition. Su Jingming asked in bewilderment, second place? Why? Don't you want to have a match with me? Song Shuyun glared at him angrily, since I can't beat you anyway, why should I make things harder on myself? Lu Wentao spoke up, however, there aren't only 2 people who have reached second stage. There's also Li Qingji, the provincial top scholar from Qinghai. He's very arrogant. Song Shuyun clenched her fist, on the contrary, I want to see how much strength he really has. Ta Donga, walking ahead, suddenly shouted, look fast, we've arrived at the arena. Inside arena number 3 for the freshman competition, a voice rang from the stands, Twen, I didn't expect you'd be interested in the freshman matches. I thought you no longer liked watching these kinds of fights. Kwong Su Twen smiled and said, because someone I care about is competing. The girl beside her was astonished. She covered her mouth and asked in a whisper, is the person you care about male or female? Where are they? Kwong Su Twen didn't hide it, male. He's here. Just then, Su Jingming also entered the arena. He looked at the thunder stage and said, isn't this arena a bit too big? Lu Wentao added, yeah. Although the school has lots of land, it doesn't need to be this huge. I heard teachers say before that the freshman match will be a chaotic free-for-all with over 100 people. It's normal for the arena to be a bit larger. Su Jingming, excited, 100-person brawl, this freshman match sounds really interesting. Looking up, Lu Wentao couldn't help but exclaim, good heavens, look, why are so many senior club elders in the audience? Even the leaders of the 2 top clubs, the Hoi Tun Club and the Van Tin Club, came in person. They're not here because of you, are they, Su? Su Jingming looked at him suspiciously and asked, clubs? Our University of Espers actually has club activities. Lu Wentao answered, of course. But Ma University's clubs are different from the electronics or Go clubs at liberal arts schools. You could say these are combat teams formed by espers, who normally join up to hunt and slay monsters in the wildlands. They distribute cultivation resources monthly, and after graduation you can even be recruited into affiliated guilds, officially becoming a guild member. Right, your senior brother Lu Ming just so happens to be vice president of the Hoi Tun Club. Strange, today is a big event, why isn't he here? Su Jingming thought to himself, Senior Lu. Since I returned to school, not only Senior Lu but even my master has been out of contact. I heard they're off in the southwest, hope they're alright. Inside, a neatly dressed man said, President, I heard the southwest conflict is intense. Sorry to trouble you to return to school during such a busy time. But recruiting this new member can be handled by our subordinates, no need for you to personally oversee it. The man in front was Gui He, president of the Hoi Tun Club. Hearing that, he said, no, others aren't important. The only purpose of my return is one thing, to spare no expense recruiting Lu Ming's junior brother, Su Jingming. He glanced toward the adjacent stands, thinking, I just don't know why No Yuyan of the Van Tin Club is also here. Could his purpose also be Su Jingming? At that moment, No Yuyan also looked toward Gui He and smiled. He was the president of the Van Tin Club. Someone then shouted, look, the deans of the academies are about to appear, it must be starting soon. Above, a magic array appeared, then spread out across the entire field. The students below whispered among themselves, "Is that a spatial Esper ability? Seems so, it's powerful. Which senior master from the school could it be?" From within it, a high-heeled shoe stepped out. It belonged to a very beautiful woman, graceful and curvaceous. Lu Wentao said, "She's the vice principal in charge of the combat skills library." Su Jingming started, "A vice principal that young?" Song Shuyun beside him added, "Espers have strong physiques and age more slowly, but she still can't be over 40. At this moment, the vice principal spoke to introduce herself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lang Swang, one of the school's 3 vice principals, normally in charge of the combat skills library. Since the principal is not on campus and the other 2 vice principals are handling important matters, I will preside over this new student's opening ceremony. First, welcome you to Madu University of Espers. This incoming class has a total of 1,024 students. 6 are provincial top scholars. There are 56 A-rank Espers, 832 B-rank, and 135 C and D-rank. In addition, there is one extremely rare S-rank awakened Esper." Saying this, she glanced toward Su Jingming. Lu Wentao and Song Shuyun were also smiling and looking at him. Lang Swang continued, "To help you grow stronger, each year the school will allocate resources based on your evaluations. From D to S there are 5 overall ranks. This freshman competition will determine your first-year benefits." A student called out, "The evaluation system, course system, combat power charts, quest system. Competition at Madu is intense." Someone agreed, "Right, why not just cancel these systems, that would be fairer for us." Vice Principal Lang Swang then raised her voice, "Fair? Since when has Madu ever been fair?" Her gaze chilled as she looked down and added, "At Madu we aim to cultivate top-tier powerhouses. The birth of a powerhouse must go through brutal competition, it requires fighting and seizing opportunities." Hearing this, everyone was startled and anxious. Only Su Jingming smiled inwardly. He thought to himself, "With a competition system like this, it seems I arrived at the right place at Madu University of Espers." Vice Principal Lang Swang continued, "In short, at our school you best not hide your true strength. The stronger you are, the more resources you receive. Next, I will explain the freshman competition in detail. The freshman competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a 100-person chaotic free-for-all, with Eva counting how many opponents each of you defeats. The top 5 from each round advance to stage 2. There are 10 rounds in total. Here are the prize conditions." At this point Eva displayed the information. First place, a space ring with 10 cubic meters capacity, an A-grade cultivation resource, and 1,000 credits. Second place, an A-grade combat suit, a B-grade cultivation resource, and 900 credits. Third place, a B-grade combat suit, a B-grade cultivation resource, and 800 credits. Lang Swang added, "I won't go over the prizes for other ranks." Lu Wentao exclaimed in surprise, "A space ring with 10 cubic meters capacity, how much would that sell for?" Ta Donga beside him replied, "You can't buy that with money." Lang Swang continued, "Also, the freshman competition will determine your rankings." On the screen Eva still displayed the info. Top 50 are eligible for A rank. Top 51 to 200 are eligible for B rank. Top 201 to 500 are eligible for C rank. S rank eligibility will be assessed by the school itself. Alright, that's all I have to say. Dean Tun, I'll hand it over to you. Saying so, Lang Swang stepped back into her space. Dean Tun replied, "Understood." At that moment she stepped forward and announced, "I declare the freshman competition officially open." This was Tun Tin Tuet, Dean of the Elemental Academy. She added a reminder, "Students who perform exceptionally may be taken as private disciples by teachers, make sure you try your best." The students below were extremely excited and stirred. "Looks like we really have to give it our all. Hope the teachers notice me." "Yes, if the dean picks you, it's a one-way ticket to the top." Above, Dean Tun Tin Tuet announced, "The first stage comprises 10 rounds of matchups. We will now draw the students for the first round. Those selected by Eva should quickly go up to the stage." the students began to step up in turn. At this moment, Lu Wentao noticed someone. Li Qingji is also in the first round. Su Jingming, Song Shuyun, and Ta Dongge all looked up. That person also looked down with a provocatively challenging expression. Ta Dongge whispered, Su Jingming, he's provoking you. Song Shuyun added, so arrogant, just asking to be slapped down. Over here, Lu Wentao chuckled to himself, unbelievable, if you can't provoke the right person, you have to pick someone who can't fight back. Now it's perfect, even the second most untouchable person holds a grudge. Hope he doesn't get tortured too badly later. At this time, the selected students had already stepped onto the stage. Tun Tin Tuet said, you don't need to worry about fatal injuries. If a life-threatening situation appears, Eva will automatically create a protective barrier. Don't worry about wounds either, so long as you don't get decapitated, you can be healed. Begin. 3, 2, 1, begin. As soon as the start was called, the melee on the stage erupted. Spears, swords, and unarmed combat, all sorts of fighting methods appeared. Everyone did their best to defeat opponents and show themselves before the teachers. Above, some upperclassmen were discussing, who is that sword wielder? He's already broken through to second stage. Seems to be the Qinghai provincial top scholar, Li Qingji. His strength really crushes his opponents. At this moment, Li Qingji was sweeping the arena with his blade. He licked his lips and said disdainfully, truly pathetic. After a while of fighting, the results were in. Round 1, first place, Li Qingji, defeated 36 opponents. Li Qingji stepped down and looked at Su Jingming, taunting, Su Jingming, you're an S-rank awakener. I wonder if your first stage performance can surpass mine. Lu Wentao, seeing him, whispered regretfully, this one can't be saved. I've seen people seek death, but never someone so thorough about it. In the stands, someone asked No Yuyan, President, Li Qingji has broken into second stage, should we make him our top recruitment target? No Yuyan replied, no need, the top target is still Su Jingming. The other person asked suspiciously, President, do you have inside information? No Yuyan answered, not exactly inside info, I saw it with my own eyes that day. Over here, Eva began selecting members for the second round. Now drawing the competitors for round 2, please step onto the stage. Su Jingming was also chosen. He smiled and walked onto the stage, luck's not bad, it's my turn for round 2. Song Shuyun cheered, go for it. Lu Wentao encouraged, Min, show that Li Qingji how amazing you are. Su Jingming nodded, okay. The students who saw Su Jingming step up were horrified. Damn, it's Su Jingming. What terrible luck. Being drawn into the same round as him, we're done, might as well fight for the 4 remaining spots. Su Jingming gripped the spear tightly. He looked around the arena and thought to himself, thought standing far away would be enough. How naive. Sitting above, Tun Tin Tuet told the others, he's the disciple that Dean Duong recently accepted. That's right, it's him. He awakened the purple extinguishing divine thunder, an S-rank thunder electro ability. His aura looks decent, very strong. Wonder how he'll perform. An uncle who had just taken a sip of tea nearly spat it out and exclaimed, what? Su Jingming is already second stage? Didn't he just awaken when he enrolled? A long-haired man also said, indeed, just over a month, and his leveling speed is terrifying. Tun Tin Tuet added, old Duong, such big news and you didn't give us a heads up, you're keeping things secret. The referee shouted, 3, 2, 1, begin. At Su Jingming's position, the purple thunder flared up powerfully. Su Jingming spun the spear continuously in his hands. The purple thunder formed a vortex. He thought to himself, as expected, compared to slaying beasts, I prefer fighting humans. At this moment, the pressure Su Jingming exerted was extremely strong, making the other students in the same round feel an overwhelming sense of oppression. His aura is terrifying. Wait, is that the aura of an upper second stage? Someone shouted loudly, Su Jingming is actually an upper second stage esper. Damn, with an upper second stage like this, how are we supposed to compete? Am I really taking part in the freshman competition? We're all students, how come you're more than one full rank above me? Below, A young man from the Vin Tin Club spoke up, "President, you knew already?" No Yuyan, still watching the match, replied, "Consider it so." "Can you see Su Jingming's potential now?" Kwang So Huin smiled with interest, "As expected, it's him." "Senior?" "No, we should call him Junior. He fooled us for so long, later I have to go find him and settle this." Li Qingji ground his teeth, "Upper second stage, huh? Damn it. I had planned to bully him, trample his S-rank reputation and get famous across the school. Now it looks difficult." Then he noticed someone on the arena and felt secretly pleased. "Huh. He's here. Heh heh. Su Jingming, if this had been another round you'd surely win. But that guy keeps ending up in round 2. Let's see what you'll do later." On the arena someone else's voice was heard, "Everyone, Su Jingming is an upper second stage and an S-rank Esper, no one can beat him. Why don't we all gang up and eliminate Su Jingming first?" Those who heard immediately agreed. "He's right. True, that's the best strategy." "I agree." Su Jingming thought to himself, "The voice carries a strong charm, is this a mental type Esper?" The voice belonged to a young man with a ponytail. He continued, "There are 103 of us here. Excluding Su Jingming, that's 102 versus 1, we'll wear him down for sure. I'm Thatch Lu, an A-rank mental type Esper. I guarantee if you follow me we can definitely win. Opportunities to beat an S-rank are rare." The students on the arena were instantly influenced. Everyone's minds wavered under Thatch Liu's sway. "Right, if we don't take the risk we'll be eliminated. If we risk it there's a chance. I'm in. Let's beat the S-rank. This might be the only chance in a lifetime. I'm in too. Thatch Lu, tell us what to do." Above, the teachers were astonished by Thatch Liu's ability. This Thatch Lu has some skill, he actually rallied the new students together. Su Jingming's in trouble now, he may fail. Tun Tin Tuet added, "I recall Thatch Lu is Dean Long's disciple." Impressive. The teacher beside her chuckled, because Su Jingming is so strong they share a common grudge. Little Lu is simply lucky, can't take it as definitive. This teacher was Dean Long Ka of the Tactical Academy. Tun Tin Tuet waved her hand, "Luck is also part of strength. But Su Jingming is in a bad spot now. If an S-rank awakener can't pass the first stage of the freshman competition, this joke might be going too far." On the arena, Su Jingming frowned as he watched the controlled students surge toward him. Thatch Lu began to taunt, "Su Jingming, if you kill me before I finish my second sentence you can still turn this around. But now everyone follows my arrangement. You have no more chance. 1 versus 102, how do you plan to come back?" Su Jingming curled a smile and confidently asked, "Come back? On what basis do you think I'm at a disadvantage?" Then he immediately summoned the Thunder Spear. Thatch Lu began directing the formation. Close combat Espers go first, ranged Espers unleash attacks, support Espers boost statuses. Charge. Everyone followed Thatch Liu's arrangement and recklessly rushed to attack Su Jingming. The chance to beat an S-rank is here. Haha, charge. Kill. Thatch Lu, surrounded and protected by a group, said confidently, "Su Jingming, I advise you not to bother dealing with me. Take care of the enemies around you first." Su Jingming smiled confidently, "The more people there are, the less effect they have on me." Then he attacked with the Thunder Spear. Wherever the Thunder Spear went, every student in its path was knocked aside. The strike hit the arena, a chunk of earth and rock was smashed into a large crater. Nearby students were blasted away by the force of the attack. Cries of pain rang out. The purple thunder that Su Jingming slammed into the arena was still surging with energy. The students who saw it panicked. "It's about to explode. We're done for. We're going to die." Moments later, the explosion caused by the move erupted. The shockwave ripped the entire arena apart. The students were blown up into the air like scraps of paper. Under the stands, everyone was aghast. What was that sound? You're kidding, did you see that? There was a mushroom cloud on the arena. Thatch Lu and the others, are they going to be dead? At that moment, Eva announced, "Warning, an uncontrollable energy shockwave detected, lives are at risk. Energy defense grid automatically activated. Also, we regret to inform you that you have been eliminated by Su Jingming. Thatch Liu's body was battered. Clutching his arm, he thought, it's ruined. If I hadn't provoked Su Jingming I would have surely advanced. Now I couldn't even beat one person, my hopes for round 2 of the freshman contest are over. Afterward, he continued to rile up the students who hadn't been eliminated. Forget about me, keep launching the attack. The controlled students charged on, their momentum as fierce as before. Thatch Lu thought to himself, Su Jingming, even if I'm eliminated I'll take you down with me. Currently, Su Jingming stood surrounded by this swarm of students. Seeing weapons pressed against his body, the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. His eyes flashed, the purple thunder was summoned. Thatch Lu inwardly rejoiced. 1 for 1, defeating Su Jingming wouldn't be a loss. But the grin on his face suddenly vanished. Su Jingming raised his empty hand and the purple thunder activated. Every student trying to approach him was blasted straight into the air. Su Jingming closed his eyes and let out a sigh. Thatch Lu was horrified. He didn't use combat skills, just a simple application of his ability and he could stop every elemental attack. How is that possible? Is this really an S-rank ability? He immediately sank to his knees, thinking, we gathered so many people, yet in his eyes were just ants. Under the stands, everyone was stunned by Su Jingming's display. That lightning is terrifying. Everyone else's elemental attacks were completely useless, absurd. Over 100 people against one, and they caused no pressure at all. I also study the thunder path, how can his lightning be so unreasonable? Kwang So Huin couldn't contain his excitement and jumped up. I knew it, senior's fine. Song Shuyun also smiled. To think they'd try to beat Su Jingming, how naive. The teachers above were likewise amazed. His mastery of lightning control has reached at least an advanced level. Long Ka added, the sonic boom from that lightning release means its speed must be at least twice the speed of sound. His physique is extremely strong. Another teacher said, the lightning net has no openings, he must have trained very hard. Not bad. Tun Tin Tuet spoke up, it's a pity Lao Duong isn't here, otherwise we could ask for more important information about Su Jingming. On the arena, the students began to panic. We can't break the defense. What do we do? I don't know either. Should we run? Su Jingming looked at the students before him and smiled, asking, don't dare to charge anymore. Then let me. At once, he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he had already defeated several students who had been standing farther away. The others were terrified at the sight. Too fast. Form up. Quick, form up. No, spreading out makes us easier to smash. We must regroup. At this, the students gathered into a group again, preparing to face Su Jingming. Seeing that, Su Jingming smiled, now this is interesting. After saying that, he charged straight into the crowd. Your swing angle is wrong. You're too slow. Your strength is too weak. Like that, he easily pierced through the students' defensive line. In the blink of an eye he appeared behind their formation. The students who'd been knocked away hadn't even had time to hit the ground, proof of how fast he was. Su Jingming gripped the spear tightly and plunged it into the arena. With a cold gaze he remarked, pathetic. Some students clutched their arms, some sat dazed on the ground, unable to stand. Hearing Su Jingming's remark, they seethed inside. All right then. He beat us like this and still calls us weak. How dare he? Why am I competing with this monster? At that moment Eva announced, end of round 2 of phase 1. Promoted, Su Jingming. Number defeated, 102. The 4 remaining promotions are. Suddenly Eva paused and fell silent. Tun Tin Tuet spoke, aside from Su Jingming's promotion, the rest are contestants from match 11. Hold a rematch to select 4 people. Under the stands people couldn't stop exclaiming. Crushing dominance. Absolutely crushing. A freshman match with only 1 promoted, this is the first time I've seen it. Just wait, later the factions will fight over Su Jingming until the sky falls. The deans began chatting among themselves. This freshman competition has been held for over 40 years, right? Yes. Previously the record was an S-rank genius defeating 87 people. I recall it took about 7 minutes. By that measure, Su Jingming's new record will be hard to beat. Long Ka smiled and said, I wonder how Duong Tran Tien managed to train Su Jingming's spear technique to master level. Tun Tin Tuet flinched inwardly, thinking, master level? It seems Su Jingming truly has exceptional talent with pole arms. I had planned to recruit him to the Elemental Academy, but that may no longer be necessary. With Su Jingming here, the freshmen of both schools this term need not worry anymore. After Su Jingming stepped down, his teammates approached. Tat Dong Ha said, congratulations, congratulations. Lu Van Tao was ecstatic. Min, you should have seen Li Qingji's face. After you eliminated Thatch Lu, he instantly looked like an idiot. Nice, felt like he turned coat faster than an actor. Su Jingming glanced at Li Qingji, thinking, so this guy is a paper tiger, push him and he lets go. Only his previous arrogance was unbearable. Forget it, I'll challenge him once in phase 2 later. After all, I only have 3 chances. With that he said, next it's your turn. Lu Van Tao laughed, don't worry, getting into the top 50 is still easy. Song Shuyun added, no problem, I'm actually looking forward to it. Then she and Su Jingming lightly bumped fists to show resolve, thinking, I'll show you later. Although I can't beat you, aside from you I'm the strongest freshman. In round 3, Lu Van Tao stood on the arena, panting. The fight ended and the results were in. Eva announced, 4th place this round, Lu Van Tao, number defeated, 9. Round 6, 3rd place this round, Tat Dong Ha, number defeated, 12. By round 8, Song Shuyun's lips curled slightly, her turn to enter the arena had come. She thought, finally it's my turn. She gripped the Fong Tian disaster spear tightly, a very confident smile on her lips. Below, the young men were captivated by her beauty. Quick, look, Song Shuyun. Top scholar of Sichuan province. That figure, that face, she's a rare beauty. Using the Fong Tian disaster spear as a weapon is truly rare. I hereby declare, she is our school's new goddess. On the arena, Eva shouted, the match begins. Immediately, Song Shuyun raised the Fong Tian disaster spear and unleashed divine radiance of God, quickly defeating each nearby opponent. Her speed was so fast that every opponent she met was taken by surprise. They grew a bit hesitant. Damn it, another second stage. Lucky, only lower second stage, not as freakish as Su Jingming. What difference does it make? We still can't beat her. No Yuyin below smiled and said, mark Song Shuyun as a second-tier recruitment target. Li Qingji is temporarily listed as a third-tier target. The youth beside him immediately replied, yes. On the arena, Song Shuyun kept moving continuously from side to side. Alone she fought many people. Everyone panicked when they saw her approaching. The Fong Tian disaster spear in her hand swung without pause. After a while, several people simultaneously surrounded and attacked her. She immediately raised the spear and activated a combat skill. Divine Light Windstorm. The skill triggered. Radiant Flame Heavy Force Slash. She struck out with the Fong Tian disaster spear. The nearby students were forced flat to the ground, crying out, ah. Too heavy. At that moment, Song Shuyun swept past. A group of people immediately collapsed. Eva also displayed the announcement, first place this round, Song Shuyun. Number defeated, 45. Song Shuyun smiled and recalled the Fong Tian disaster spear into her space ring. Then stepped down from the stands, waving to everyone. She bowed gracefully and asked Su Jingming, how was it? My performance wasn't bad, right? Su Jingming sincerely replied, truly formidable. Your melee and spell combination is well integrated. I'm looking forward to your performance in round 2. 2 hours later, Eva announced again, phase 2 of the freshman matches begins. Free challenge matches. Each person has 3 challenge opportunities. You may challenge anyone ranked above you. Additionally, those outside the top 50 may not challenge anyone inside the top 50. At this time, Small floating arenas appeared above the stage, suspended in midair. Li Qingji was quietly calculating. Forget Su Jingming. Should I challenge Song Shuyun, the second place? Just then, a voice rang out, Eva, I want to challenge Li Qingji, rank 3. Li Qingji startled and turned his head. What? He angrily pointed at Su Jingming and shouted, Su Jingming, you're rank 1, why are you initiating a challenge against someone like me, rank 3? Su Jingming didn't bother to look at him and calmly answered, the rules never state that lower-ranked people must challenge higher-ranked ones. Besides, do you really think you can provoke me at will? Those below immediately whispered. What's going on? Do they have a feud? You know something? Tell us. Heh, don't you know? Earlier Li Qingji provoked Su Jingming. Fine, so arrogant, no wonder Su Jingming took the initiative to challenge. Eva announced, Eva has arranged arena number 74 for this match. Please proceed to the stage promptly. Li Qingji gritted his teeth in anger. Fine. I'll see how powerful your S-rank ability really is. After the two stepped onto the arena, Eva said, please prepare. 3, 2, 1, begin. Immediately, Li Qingji transformed into a fierce beast, an A-rank wild beast type enhancement ability, the Blood Rage Beast King. Li Qingji's face became extremely ferocious. Sharp claws extended, and a savage aura erupted. He let out a roar, then grabbed his blade and charged at Su Jingming, shouting, Su Jingming, you're forcing me. Su Jingming glanced at him and replied calmly, I'm not forcing you, your own arrogance has brought this upon you. Immediately after, he vanished from his spot. Where he had been standing only violet lightning sparks danced madly. In the blink of an eye he appeared behind Li Qingji. Li Qingji sensed his presence. He spun around at once, swung his blade straight at Su Jingming, and activated a combat skill, Mad Master's Slash. He shouted confidently, an electro-type ability user dares face me head-on. You're asking for death. Su Jingming met the attack with his long spear. Boom! The blade and spear collided violently. The clash echoed across the arena, sparks flying everywhere. Li Qingji immediately fell into a disadvantage. His body was slammed backward. The hand holding the blade trembled violently. Panic rose in him. Is his power even greater than mine? On this side, Su Jingming concentrated violet lightning onto his spear. Then he shouted, Violet consuming divine lightning. A terrifying bolt of lightning immediately struck Li Qingji. He couldn't dodge in time and was hit full on. A miserable scream rang out. The violet-consuming divine lightning kept descending, cracking with pops. Li Qingji screamed in pain without cease. In the stands, people began to whisper. Li Qingji is a second-stage enhancement ability user, yet he couldn't withstand it. How much must that have hurt? Even scarier is Su Jingming. He's clearly controlling the lightning's power, deliberately tormenting Li Qingji. Even Eva hasn't ruled the outcome yet. Good heavens, don't ever provoke Su Jingming. After a while, Li Qingji was tormented to the point he could no longer maintain the Blood Rage Beast King form. He reverted to human shape and collapsed backward. Eva immediately declared, this match's winner, Su Jingming. Su Jingming murmured with regret inwardly, pity, would have liked to teach him a bit more of a lesson. Still, those 10 seconds of agony will be remembered forever. Hopefully he'll learn restraint from this. If not, with his temper he'll suffer for it sooner or later. Li Qingji was in tatters. He silently rejoiced, I'm alive. A moment ago I truly thought I was going to die. He looked at Su Jingming and let out a long sigh. Finally it's over. At that moment, below the stand Song Shuyun called out, Eva, I also want to challenge Li Qingji, rank 3. Li Qingji was terrified on hearing this, his face went pale. Oh my god. What did I do to these two to be treated like this? Shortly after stepping onto the stage, Li Qingji was blasted off the arena by Song Shuyun. Eva immediately announced, the winner of this match is Song Shuyun. Song Shuyun smiled at Li Qingji and said, I let you have it. Li Qingji was completely unconscious at this point and was being escorted out for medical treatment by doctors. After stepping down, Song Shuyun smiled and asked, so? Did you see how I beat him? Su Jingming said, you were impressive. Song Shuyun happily bumped fists with him. Hee hee. Those below immediately started gossiping. Something's up. There's definitely something unusual between those two. You mean our class goddess already has an owner? Damn. Su Jingming moves too fast. The semester hasn't even officially started yet. The person beside him quickly covered his mouth. Shoo. Keep it down. I don't want to end up like Li Qingji. Getting paired up and beaten by the two of them. 4 hours later, Tun Tin Tuet announced, time has come. The freshman matches are officially over. The final results will now be announced. Eva immediately displayed the rankings on the screen. First, Su Jingming. Second, Song Shuyun. Third, Li Qingji. 26th, Tat Dong Ha. 39th, Lu Wentao. Tun Tin Tuet continued, next, please log into the school's website to view your class assignments. Song Shuyun looked at Su Jingming and asked, Jingming, which class were you assigned to? Su Jingming replied, first year class 2 of the Arms Academy. And you? Song Shuyun answered, I'm in first year class 3 of the Elemental Academy. Meanwhile, Tat Dong Ha was whispering with Lu Wentao, oh wow, now we're calling him Jingming. Lu Wentao grinned, today we dared call him Su Jingming. Tomorrow we'll dare call him Treasure. At that moment, on the stands Tun Tin Tuet continued, the academy assignments are complete. The opening ceremony and freshman matches are officially concluded. Additionally, students who performed exceptionally in the freshman matches will receive invitations to become disciples of exclusive masters tonight. Please check your messages. The deans beside her all smiled pleasantly. This freshman class is noticeably stronger than previous years. Especially Su Jingming, who tops the rankings. In another year or two, he might be strong enough to dominate the entire student body. By then, major syndicates will likely compete fiercely to recruit him. After leaving the opening ceremony, Su Jingming's group changed clothes. Su Jingming said, finally over. How about we go out for a meal? Song Shuyun smiled and nodded. Fine. But as the freshman king you have to treat. After all, you're wealthy, you just got a 10 cubic meter space ring. Su Jingming replied, no problem. Order whatever you want later. Lu Wentao immediately jumped up excitedly. Great. Min is generous. Just then, from afar, No Yuyin and members of his syndicate approached. No Yuyin called out, classmate Su, please wait a moment. Su Jingming asked suspiciously, who are you? No Yuyin introduced himself, I'm No Yuyin, deputy chief of the Van Tin Syndicate. I'd like to invite you to join our syndicate. Of course, you are the only S-rank ability student in this intake, so Van Tin will show full sincerity. If you join, you'll receive the post of deputy chief, 100 credit points per term, and a B-grade resource allocation. Passers-by who heard the conversation were astonished. Deputy chief. Impressive. People like us have to pay membership fees to join a syndicate. The gap is huge. Besides, Van Tin is one of the top syndicates at the school. With just the deputy chief title, after graduation you could join an elite guild. At that moment someone else stepped forward. Deputy Chief No Yuyin, your syndicate's offer is a bit stingy. The speaker was none other than Noi Hop. He looked at Su Jingming and said, Su Jingming, join our Koi Tin syndicate. You can directly become the reserve chief. After I graduate, you'll succeed me as chief. The other benefits won't be lacking either. Everyone eavesdropping was stunned. Damn. Reserve chief. This offer is too generous. Koi Tin is really going all out this time. No Yuyin frowned slightly, thinking, Van Tin Syndicate is subordinate to the Van Tin Guild. According to guild rules, the chief is appointed by superiors. I really can't offer that position. Su Jingming rubbed his chin and considered, then said, Deputy Chief, Reserve Chief. I need more time to think. I'll give an answer in a few days. Inwardly he thought, in my previous life at university I joined the student union and even served as president. The union work took up too much time. This life I should be more careful. No Yuyin handed over a business card and said, here is my direct number. Think it over and contact me. Noi Hop also offered a card. This is mine. Then the two looked toward Song Shuyun's group. No Yuyin said, if the three of you want to join Van Tin, we warmly welcome you. Noi Hop added, we feel the same. After Noi Hop and No Yuyin left, Su Jingming said, let's go. Song Shuyun beside him murmured, it seems it won't be that easy. At that moment many people approached, all clamoring, classmate Su, join our syndicate. Most members of our syndicate are female students. You should join us. Our development environment is the best. We even have a tycoon backing us. Su Jingming froze on the spot. Immediately after, the group hurriedly fled the crowd. Once they lost them, everyone panted. Su Jingming said, finally escaped. Alright, let's go. The group headed toward Tan Na residence. At that moment, another person approached, surprising Su Jingming a little. The person was none other than Kwang Su Xian, who had once given him an autographed photo. She stepped forward and smiled, long time no see, junior. Su Jingming replied a bit bashfully, hello, senior. Song Shuyun asked warily, who is she? Su Jingming introduced, she's senior Kwang Su Xian. I met her earlier in the Primal Wild area. Kwang Su Xian smiled, I'm a second year, class 3 student at the Elemental Academy. Hello everyone. Behind Su Jingming, Lu Wentao was frozen stiff at meeting his idol. Song Shuyun's thoughts were unreadable. Lu Wentao blushed, his body trembling slightly from excitement. In his mind he thought, Goddess Kwang. No wonder Min is impressive. A cold beauty like her can still be made to smile. At this point Song Shuyun also spoke, hello senior, I'm Song Shuyun, a classmate of Su Jingming. Kwang Su Xian was slightly surprised. She thought to herself, this female student is truly beautiful. Perfect features, slim figure, makes one want to get closer. But then she suddenly felt something off. She immediately shook her head, dispelling the thought. This girl is scary. And yet both men and women are drawn to her. Song Shuyun looked puzzled at Kwang Su Xian's rapidly changing expression and asked, we're heading out to eat now. Would you like to join us, senior? Kwang Su Xian smiled and replied, sure. Afterward, everyone went to Tan Na residence to dine. The place was very crowded. They raised their glasses to toast the group's achievements. Congratulations on the end of the freshman matches. Bottoms up. Kwang Su Xian's cheeks were slightly flushed. She lifted her glass toward Su Jingming and looped her arm through his. Come on, junior, bottoms up. Su Jingming nodded. Alright. Beside him, Song Shuyun also grabbed his arm and said, Jingming, let's have a drink too. Su Jingming replied, okay. Lu Wentao watched the scene and whispered to Tat Dongha, both of them seemed to have a thing for Min. We should quickly leave this Tula hall. Tat Dongha glanced at the three and nodded. Alright, then the two stood up to leave. Lu Wentao waved and said, Min, take care of senior and sister Shuyun for us. Tat Dongha and I have some business and need to go first. Tat Dongha also waved goodbye. Su Jingming helplessly thought, what's wrong with these two? Running off so fast. Indeed, drinking can mess things up. At that moment Kwang Su Xian and Song Shuyun both leaned their heads on Su Jingming's shoulders, their cheeks rosy. Kwang Su Xian said, Senior seems unable to walk further. Junior, could you help escort me a bit? Song Shuyun wouldn't be outdone. Jingming, I can't walk either. Will you take me home too? Su Jingming looked at them and asked, are you sure? They answered in unison, sure. Su Jingming broke into a sweat. Alright. I'll take you both home. Seeing Su Jingming escorting two beautiful girls away, the young men nearby couldn't help but envy. Isn't that Goddess Kwang over there? He's really lucky. So jealous. After delivering the two girls safely back to their residence, Su Jingming finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he returned to his room, he found a woman already waiting inside. Su Jingming asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" The woman stood up and introduced herself. "Hello, classmate Su. I'm Tanakh, your class tutor. I came to deliver your freshman match reward." Saying that, Tanakh carried a box up to Su Jingming. Su Jingming smiled, "Hello, Ms. Tu. Thank you." Tanakh handed the box to him and said, "This box is locked with biometric security. It can be opened with your fingerprint. I'll send you the class group number shortly. Remember to join the group. If you encounter any problems at school later, you can contact me for support." Su Jingming smiled and replied, "Yes." After handing over the reward and sending the class group info, Tanakh stood up and said, "All right. I still need to notify the other students. Excuse me." With that, she left the room. Just then, Lu Wentao suddenly jumped out, his face full of mischief. "Min, how did it go? There wasn't any conflict just now, right?" Hearing that, Su Jingming blankly asked, "What conflict? How could there be a conflict between Song Shuyun and Senior Kwang Su Xian?" Lu Wentao looked puzzled. "There wasn't a conflict. So peaceful, no wonder you're Min. So you've already handled everything." At that moment, Su Jingming was opening the freshman reward box. Using his privileges, Su Jingming opened the box and inwardly chuckled, "Hee, try the reward first." After putting on the 10 cubic meter storage ring, he took out his spear and shouted, "Retrieve." Instantly, his spear shrank and went inside the ring. Su Jingming sighed with appreciation, 10 cubic meters is really huge. Now I don't need to carry weapons around every day." Lu Wentao teased beside him, 3 storage rings, Min really has the aura of a wealthy single big spender. Then he thought to himself that as a top 50 student he only had 400 credits and couldn't compare to Min, so admiring. Su Jingming said, "There are indeed a lot of rings on hand. Tomorrow when the equipment team checks, they'll probably reclaim some of these items." He then took out a pill and asked curiously, "What's this pill for?" "There's no instructions." Lu Wentao said, "Identify the pill." "Simple. EVA, come here." Immediately, EVA moved forward to scan the pill, then announced, "This is a tranquil heart pill, manufactured by the Pharmacology Department of Motto Academy of Espers. It works for Espers up to the 5th tier. Consuming it greatly increases mental power, it's an A-grade cultivation resource." Su Jingming asked in surprise, "EVA can analyze pills too?" Lu Wentao replied, "Not just pills, materials from feral beasts, rare flowers and herbs, EVA can appraise them all." Su Jingming reached out and patted EVA, saying, "Ah, so convenient. Too bad EVA can't be taken out." Lu Wentao said, "There might be similar products on the market." Su Jingming replied, "That's possible, I'll look into it when I have time." Scene change. In the second floor training room, Su Jingming sat and said, "Let's see how much mental power I have first." Looking at the tranquil heart pill, Su Jingming thought to himself that the two most important basic attributes were physique and mental power. The higher an Esper's mental power, the longer and stronger their ability can be maintained. Converting ability points into mental power gets harder, initially 10 for 2, now 10 for 1, becoming less profitable. I hope this pill brings a surprise. With that thought, he put the tranquil heart pill into his mouth, then began to calm his mind and absorb the pill's medicinal power. After a short while, the medicine's power was fully absorbed. He then opened his system panel to check. Physique, 1321. Vitality, plus. Mental power, 1037, peak. Su Jingming couldn't help but be excited. Mental power increased by 50 points, over 1,000. And I saved 500 ability points, not bad. While still elated, he trained for another 2 hours and then went to sleep. Shortly after, he retrieved his spear from the storage ring. Scene change. The next day, somewhere, Su Jingming arrived and scanned the code, thinking to himself, after selling the ring, my assets jumped to 100 million. My small goal is finally funded. Espers really do make money. At that moment, the scanner beeped. EVA announced, "Number 14, please go to pharmacist number 3. Su Jingming thought, they're only at 14 and I'm 43, I'll probably wait at least an hour. I might as well sit and train for a bit. With that in mind, he went to find a seat. At that moment, Kwang Su Xian happened to be there too. Seeing him, she called out, "Hey, Junior, you're here too." Su Jingming saw her and smiled, "Senior, what a coincidence. Did you sober up from last night?" Kwang Su Xian replied sheepishly, "Sober for a while now." She then stepped closer and asked, "So, did you come to sell the rare flowers and herbs you found in the cave before?" Su Jingming answered, "Not exactly. If I can find a pharmacist to refine them for me, that's even better than selling." Kwang Su Xian smiled, tossed her hair and said confidently, "You're looking for a pharmacist? Can't you see you already have an excellent and beautiful pharmacist right beside you?" Su Jingming asked skeptically, "You? Aren't you an amateur?" Kwang Su Xian sounded a bit angry, "Who said I'm an amateur? I hold a second-grade pharmacist certificate. Refining several second-grade pills is still easy for me. Besides, I don't plan to go into the wild to film materials anymore, I'll focus on the path of a pharmacist." Su Jingming was extremely surprised to hear that. They then walked over and sat down on a bench. Kwang Su Xian continued, "After the danger last time, I realized the wild areas might not suit me. Of course I'll still film, but I'll switch to documenting life as I cultivate pills." Su Jingming said, "Changing your video style might make you lose a lot of fans." Kwang Su Xian replied, "Who says I won't?" She then recounted her background, "I'm an orphan, my parents died in a beast tide when I was in my teens." At that moment, a girl working with Kwang Su Xian chimed in, "Su Xian, look, your video of killing the beast is trending." Kwang Su Xian continued, "After awakening an 8-tier ice-type ability, I worked hard to get into university, but finances were extremely tight. After the video became famous, I did endorsements for things like combat suits, weapons and other products, and my income improved. But actually I prefer researching and creating pills more. If you hadn't come to save me last time, I would have been done for. But you can't rely on luck every time, so I decided to change direction." Hearing this, Su Jingming encouraged her, "Good luck, may your change of direction succeed. But can an ice-type esper really become a pharmacist?" Kwang Su Xian laughed loudly, "You can tell you don't understand pharmacists at all. With auxiliary demon cookers or specialized pill-forging furnaces, you can convert esper power into fire energy. Even your lightning element could be used for pill refining." At that point, Su Jingming took out the box containing the rare flowers and herbs and said, "Then I'll leave these rare herbs to you." Kwang Su Xian was startled, "You really want me to handle them for you?" She took the box and smiled at Su Jingming. "If you trust me that much, I won't be formal. I'll hand you the finished pills in a week." Just then, Su Jingming's phone rang. Scene change. At Duongzhen Tian's villa, a young man was telling Lu Ming, "Before I returned I saw a lot of posts about the young junior on the school's forum. Really a demon." The girl beside him added, "I saw them too. Senior Lu, is the young junior really that good?" Lu Ming only smiled, "You'll find out soon. It will definitely surprise you." The girl asked suspiciously, "Really? Then I'll need to verify carefully later." She thought to herself that the young junior might indeed be very strong, but perhaps the senior was exaggerating a bit. At that moment, Su Jingming had also arrived. Duongzhen Tian stepped forward and said, "Song Ming, you're here." Su Jingming looked at him and replied, "Hello, teacher. I came as soon as I got the call." Then he glanced toward Lu Ming sitting in the chair and asked worriedly, "Senior Lu, what's wrong with you?" Lu Ming said nothing. Duongzhen Tian beside him explained, "It's Grandmaster Wang Lam, 8th tier. To lure the monsters, he used the Hoi Tun Guild as bait, causing heavy casualties to the guild. Your senior brother was also seriously injured. I fought that bastard Wang Lam. Although I couldn't defeat him in the end, he didn't have it easy either. That's why I couldn't attend your freshman match." Hearing this, Su Jingming angrily cursed, "Damn it. An 8th-tier grandmaster can move mountains, yet there's scum like that." He thought to himself, an 8th-tier grandmaster. I'm only second tier right now, let alone avenging my senior brother. Faced with something like this, I'd probably just be a human shield. In this world, if you can't become a powerful one, you'll just be controlled at will by those who are. Duong Zhentian patted his shoulder to comfort him. Alright, Song Ming, don't overthink it. Let me introduce you, this is my third senior brother, C-Vi, and this is my senior sister from the 52nd cohort, Dong Noyet. C-Vi and Dong Noyet looked at Su Jingming and said, hello, young junior. Tu-Vi took out a box, put it in front of him and said, this is a 4th grade primordial energy pill. It greatly increases primordial energy absorption efficiency, a grade B cultivation resource. Dong Yu beside him also took out her phone and said, I'll transfer 200 credit points to you right away. Su Jingming bowed and said sincerely, thank you, senior brother, thank you, senior sister. Afterwards, he happily accepted their welcome gifts. Only then did Lu Ming beside him speak up, just now your senior sister Dong seemed to doubt what I said. Tell her, have you really mastered 4A rank Thunder Electric combat skills? Su Jingming smiled and replied, senior brother Lu isn't wrong. Tu-Vi and Dong Yu were astonished to hear him admit it outright. Is that for real? 4A rank combat skills, how did you manage that? Dong Yu also asked, yes. When you were learning the combat skills, how could you simultaneously advance to upper second tier? She was filled with doubt. A-rank combat skills are extremely difficult. She herself had spent a long time to reach upper second tier just to master 2 A-rank combat skills. He not only matched her level, he had more A-rank combat skills than she did. How could this be explained? Su Jingming answered, nothing special, I'm naturally gifted with keen perception. Dong Yu pressed her forehead, resigned, little junior brother, that line really hits people hard. Su Jingming thought to himself, I definitely can't tell them about the system. At that moment Yang Zhentian spoke up, I've always been very pleased with Jingming's diligence and comprehension ability. We'll hold a celebration for you later, congratulations on taking first place in the freshman competition. Director Sun praised you to the skies. Su Jingming replied shyly, it's nothing special, they were just weak. By the way, teacher, I'd like to ask you to test a combat skill for me. Tu-Vi laughed and asked, which combat skill? Senior brother Lu is inconvenient to demonstrate, but isn't there me? No need to trouble the teacher. Su Jingming then said, an S-rank combat skill, Ming Prison Thunderclass. The moment he finished speaking, all 4 people present froze in place. Each of them wore an expression of horror. Tu-Vi's face went rigid, the smile vanishing at once. Alright, sorry to bother you. He immediately changed his mind. Even I at lower 3rd tier couldn't break Ming Prison Thunderclasp's defense. Dong Yu felt a bit relieved, patted his shoulder to comfort him. Yang Zhentian said, let's go, to the training ground. With that, the 2 of them went up to the 2nd floor. At the training ground, Tu-Vi, Dong Yu and Lu Ming's group had already arrived. Tu-Vi asked, tell me, did the little junior brother really learn that S-rank combat skill? Lu Ming replied, from what I know of Su Jingming, he wouldn't boast. Dong Yu added, alright, I think I now understand what senior brother meant by the monster. On the training ground, Su Jingming's body began to emit dark thunder that enveloped him completely. Then he activated the S-rank combat skill, Ming Prison Thunderclasp. Lightning immediately covered his body like a suit of armor. He smiled confidently and looked at Yang Zhentian, Master, attack. Yang Zhentian laughed heartily, Jingming, I'll start by using the attack intensity of a peak, tier 3 heterodimensionaler to test it. Immediately after, he launched a sphere of energy toward Su Jingming. On the training ground, the force of his technique swept everything around away, the pressure was terrifying. Yet when they looked back at Su Jingming, he remained unharmed. He said, teacher, raise the power a bit more. This level isn't enough yet. Yang Zhentian grew even more excited, alright, I'll keep increasing it. If you can't withstand it, tell me. He then doubled, quadrupled, then sextupled the power. Su Jingming gradually felt the pressure intensify, but he still braced himself to endure it. Next, Yang Zhentian directly raised the intensity tenfold. At that point Su Jingming had begun to sweat, doing his utmost to resist. In the next instant, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. Ming prison thunderclasp completely dissipated. Yang Zhentian quickly drew his hand back. He laughed heartily, ha ha, not bad. Very good. The attack intensity of a lower-tier 4th-rank heterodimensionaler is only about 10 times that of a peak-tier 3rd rank. To break through this armor you'd need at least an A-rank heterodimensionaler at 4th tier. Tu Vi couldn't help gaping, an S-rank combat skill combined with S-rank heterodimensional power, can it really reach such terrifying levels? Dong Yu beside him wore the same expression. The little junior brother jumped 2 major tiers and can still defend against a 4th-rank heterodimensionaler's attack. This is no longer simply monstrous. Even Lu Ming, sitting in his wheelchair, couldn't help breaking into a sweat at the sight. Yang Zhentian said on this side, "It's time, let's go out to eat." Suddenly, Su Jingming raised his hand to stop him. "Master, wait a moment," he shouted loudly, "this is not my limit." Saying that, he roared. His hair began to turn white. His body was wrapped in dark thunder as he slowly rose into the air. Yang Zhentian was also extremely shocked to see this. Lu Ming couldn't help exclaiming, "Thunder extreme." Jingming's Thunder Citadel immortal body has broken through to the 3rd tier. Dong Yu was forced to brace herself under that oppressive aura. What? Tu Vi beside her was also astonished, huh? The little junior brother is this strong? Dong Yu thought to herself, my Thunder Citadel immortal body has only reached the 2nd tier. The little junior brother not only possesses 4 A-rank combat skills and 1 S-rank combat skill, he also broke through to Thunder Extreme. Is he even human? Seeing his disciple so powerful, Yang Zhentian grew even more excited. I was wondering why your body could so easily withstand tenfold impact. So the Thunder Citadel immortal body has entered the 3rd tier. Immediately after, he flew up into the air and continued to attack Su Jingming. 3 minutes later, Su Jingming finally reached his limit. Yang Zhentian laughed loudly, good. 20 times. In other words, it would take at least a mid-level 4th-rank heterodimensionaler to break your defense. Jingming, you reaching this level truly far exceeds your master's expectations. Su Jingming wiped the sweat from his face and smiled, sorry for troubling you, master. He thought to himself, this time I finally know what level my defense has reached. Yang Zhentian stepped forward to help him up and said, among all my students, only you make me most at ease. You don't need excessive instruction and you still comprehend things on your own. Let's go eat. I'm in a good mood today, everyone pick the most expensive dishes. Then the 5 of them left to dine together. Scene transition. The road was now busy with many vehicles passing by. Su Jingming sat with Lu Ming and asked, Senior Brother Lu, between the Hoi Tun Guild and the Van Tin Guild, which do you think I should choose? Lu Ming replied without hesitation, Van Tin. Tu Vi, sitting in front, was immediately puzzled, huh? Senior Brother Lu, I thought you'd advise the little junior brother to join our Hoi Tun Guild. Lu Ming explained, if the Hoi Tun Guild hadn't had the incident this time, of course I'd want the little junior brother to join us. But given the current situation, joining Van Tin is definitely the better choice. Yang Zhentian, sitting up front, also spoke, Jingming, actually you should stay in the guild for your 1st and 2nd years. Wait until the 3rd and 4th years to found your own guild. After graduation, those people will become the core members of the power you establish. Su Jingming asked curiously, is it really necessary to have a force of my own? Yang Zhentian answered, do you know why your master couldn't reach the great grandmaster realm? It's because I didn't have my own force. Handling everything alone wastes too much time. Jingming, remember this well. Only when you have a force to handle the trivial matters can you concentrate fully on cultivation. Su Jingming smiled and replied, I understand, thank you for the guidance, master. He thought to himself, it seems once my strength increases a bit more, I should start considering this. The next day, Su Jingming went to the lecture hall. He thought to himself, finally official classes are starting. Everything at school is gradually falling into place. At that moment the teacher at the podium began to speak, today we'll discuss the origins of the feral beasts. A few hundred years ago, when primordial energy appeared on Blue Star, wild beasts became feral beasts, and humans began to awaken heterodimensional powers. Su Jingming watched the screen while listening to the lecture. He thought, so after primordial energy appeared, humanity discovered many ancient civilization ruins underground. Most of Lam Tin's current scientific and technological achievements were developed based on the technology of those ancient ruins, including devices for testing heterodimensional powers. Scene change. During the anatomy class, everyone listened attentively. On the podium was the skeleton of a feral beast used as a teaching specimen. After that came the Ordnance Academy class. Next is the Elemental Academy. After having Hua Kunmin demonstrate his ability, the teachers were astonished. Not bad. You're excellent. Being able to shape an S-rank paranormal ability into all sorts of forms at will isn't easy. Even within the Elemental Academy, nobody has managed that yet. One of them added regretfully. Too bad you're not a student of our Elemental Academy. Scene change. Weekend. At the Yangqing Wilderness. Hua Kunmin was frantically hunting ferocious beasts. In his hand at that moment was the Xiaohei black spear worth 1,000 study credits. Holding the spear, Hua Kunmin couldn't help but smile. New knowledge, new techniques, new equipment. They really have boosted my combat capability a lot. My current strength is more than double what it was before. My paranormal points have also exceeded 13,000. It's a pity the plus sign hasn't appeared next to paranormal yet. Logically, other attributes can level up. Paranormal should be the same. At that moment, his info panel appeared. Name, Hua Kunmin. Rank, upper position level 2. Paranormal ability, Purple Shao Divine Thunder, S rank. Qi, 1452, plus. Blood, plus. Spirit, 1107, plus. Skills. Grandmaster Spear Technique. Heavenly Thunder Art, Advanced. Bright Prison Thunder Seal, Basic. Fist Techniques, Intermediate. Thunder Halberd, Advanced. Consecutive Thunder Spear, Intermediate. Thunder Needle, Advanced. Thunder Prison, Intermediate. Needle Electric Disorder Break, Grandmaster. Groups. Thunder Court Undying Body Tier 3, plus. Paranormal points, 13,134. Hua Kunmin thought. I shouldn't keep saving them. Now is the time to strengthen myself, that's the most effective use. With that thought, he pressed the plus sign on the system panel to level up. He clenched his fist and thought, convinced that one day his Purple Shao Divine Thunder could become an SS rank ability. Scene shifts back to school. Tong Thursday Van said. The manipulation ability you learned these past few days is even stronger than what I trained for a month, it's infuriating. Hua Kunmin smiled and said. I suddenly understood it myself. He thought to himself that with the system, of course she couldn't compare to him. Tong Thursday Van continued. In a week, the freshman field trip for Qingjing Paranormal University, Jinxing Paranormal University and our school will begin. Are you joining? Hua Kunmin replied. I heard the destination is a wilderness area, of course I'll participate. He thought to himself this was a good chance to earn paranormal points. He also wanted to see what kind of prodigies the freshmen from the two top universities had been recruiting. A week later, Lu Van Tao's group and Hua Kunmin were gathering together. Lu Van Tao said. With Min here on this year's freshman trip, victory is guaranteed. Tong Thursday Van added. Exactly. Without an S rank like him, we've been first place 4 years running. Looks like a 5th consecutive championship is assured this time. Hua Kunmin then noticed something and said. They're here. The front door began to open, and Lang Swang emerged from inside. She said. Hello everyone. I will preside over this meeting. The agenda concerns the field trip. Eva displayed a simulation map. She pointed at the map and continued. The location for this field trip is Wilderness Number 7, deep in the mountains near Shunan City, Guizhou Province. Everyone was shocked. No wonder it's called a demon haunt, scary. I heard only places where countless paranormals get lost are dubbed demon haunts. This trip feels very dangerous. Lang Swang continued. I will personally lead the team on this field trip. The academies will also arrange masters to accompany you. Additionally, the higher-ups will allocate a resource pool to the 3 schools based on the rankings of all contestants. Rankings are determined by the number and rank of beasts killed. Only the top 50 achievements count. First place gets 34%, second gets 23%, third gets 19%. The remaining 47 will split the remaining 24% evenly. Therefore, first place is extremely important. This concerns the prestige of Motto Paranormal University winning 5 consecutive championships and the amount of resources the school can distribute. Hua Kan-min, this task is assigned to you. Any problems? Hua Kan-min smiled and replied. No problem. He thought to himself that with his current strategy, probably no freshman could surpass him. Lang Swang looked at him and smiled, very well, but I want to remind you of something. According to the latest intelligence, for this field trip, Qingjing Paranormal University has invited an overseas exchange student who possesses an S-rank paranormal ability. Everyone was stunned. Qingjing Paranormal University also has an S-rank. Where did an S-rank come from? In recent years, aside from Hua Kan-min, no new S-ranks have appeared in Daha. Strange, the last time Daha produced a new S-rank was 3 years ago. Lang Swang explained, this S-rank isn't from our Daha nation but an exchange student from India admitted to Qingjing Paranormal University. His name is Kiran Rao, he possesses an S-rank paranormal ability, enhancement, at lower position, Tier 3. Hua Kan-min frowned in thought. Tier 3, everyone gasped at that. What? S-rank, Tier 3 lower position. Is there really a new student who has reached that level? Lang Swang continued, this information was gathered by Eva, so it's certainly accurate. But unlike you, he's already 20 years old. People started whispering again. 20 years old. No wonder. He's been training 2 years longer than us. 20 and still a freshman. Qingjing is playing dirty. Someone explained, in India, students only start university at 20. Kiran really is a first year. Tong Thursday Van looked toward Hua Kan-min, thinking, S-rank Tier 3, I'm completely outmatched by him now. But looking at Hua Kan-min, she noticed he seemed not the least bit worried. At that moment, Hua Kan-min was looking at the image of Kiran that Eva projected and thought to himself, so what if he's also S-rank? I've long been used to outclass fights. I'm proficient in 3 S-rank combat skills and 4 A-rank combat skills, do I have to fear him? Besides, in terms of rank or the number of beasts slain during the practicum, I won't lose to any freshman. Even if he's S-rank Tier 3. Lang Swang quietly observed Hua Kan-min from the side. Seeing his confident bearing, she couldn't help but praise him inwardly. Not bad. Hua Kan-min truly is the best S-rank student our school has had in many years. To remain absolutely confident under such pressure, it was worth my earlier decision to grant him SS Tier Bao Long Blood Essence. Qingjing Paranormal University invited outside aid simply to try to win first place and secure priority in resource allocation. It seems they'll be disappointed this time. With that in mind, she spoke, alright, that's the general situation for this field trip. Use the next 7 days to prepare thoroughly. 7 days later. By then, Senior Kwong So Twen had brought pills to Hua Kan-min's home. Kwong So Twen pointed at the pile of pills under the table and smiled, detox pills, healing pills, paranormal recovery pills, spirit pills, all second grade. 1 bottle of each, 2 pills per bottle. That should be enough for you this month. Suddenly, Hua Kan-min reached up and ruffled Kwong So Twen's hair, saying, thanks for your hard work. Look, you've got dark circles. Don't stay up late making pills anymore. If you can't manage, I can go buy them. Kwong So Twen was frozen by his action for several seconds. Then she blushed and shyly replied, pills bought outside aren't as good as the ones I craft myself. These pills guarantee each dose is very effective. Also, I've prepared 2 portions of each pill. Give this set to Thursday Van. Hua Kan-min asked suspiciously, Thursday Van. Since when have you two been so close? Kwong So Twen smiled and replied, I'm not telling you. Then she stood up to leave, saying, on this learning trip, both you and Thursday Van must do your best and be extra careful. We depart tomorrow, so get an early rest tonight. I won't bother you anymore." Holding the pill bottles, Hwa Min couldn't help smiling. 162nd grade pills, crafting them in 1 week without staying up for 3 or 4 consecutive nights would be impossible. He thought, how could I not know my sister's intentions? But now is not the time. I must grow stronger quickly before I can think about these matters. Scene shifts to the stadium inside Motto Paranormal Academy. All the students participating in this learning trip have arrived. Hwa Min and the others had also arrived. He said, 856 people. I didn't expect nearly all the freshmen to sign up for this trip. Tong Thursday Van standing beside him asked suspiciously, but why did the school announce assembly at the stadium instead of the high-speed rail station? Lu Van Tao laughed beside her and said, you don't know. This learning trip of ours is using airplanes. Tong Thursday Van was even more puzzled, airplanes? But the stadium doesn't have a runway. Just then, a giant aircraft appeared in the sky. Someone cried in amazement, look. Everyone looked up at once, all stunned. The aircraft slowly descended to the ground. The students gasped again. That plane is huge. So cool. Someone asked, is this technology something humanity can build today? Another explained, this is a spacecraft excavated from ancient civilizational ruins. I heard the anti-gravity device on it still hasn't been deciphered. At that moment, Lang Swang appeared. She said, all first-year students, board the craft. After that, everyone quickly lined up and entered the craft in an orderly fashion. Once all the students were aboard, Lang Swang began to cast a skill, Dueling Spatial Realm. A massive magical ring appeared in midair. Immediately after, the barrier expanded, enclosing the entire interior of the craft. Tat Dong Ha looked at this in fear. Why has the craft become transparent? Lu Van Tao said, Principal Lang truly lives up to her reputation as an 8th-rank sect master. The Dueling Spatial Realm can make the craft exist independently in outer space, so when it flies it doesn't need to avoid any bird-like beasts. Hwa Min thought to himself that indeed only high ranks could achieve abilities beyond normal comprehension. After the Thunder Court 8 destruction body reaches the 6th weight, one can randomly obtain a portion of a beast's vitals power. He wondered whether by then he might be able to extract a flying skill. After the craft fully turned transparent, Lang Swang said, Eva, depart. Eva replied at once, Captain Eva acknowledged. Military-grade craft startup initiated. Scene shifts to the supply base at Shunan, Jin Province. Hwa Min's group had arrived and someone was guiding them. Each school was assigned 2 buildings. Motto Paranormal University got buildings 1 and 2. After receiving room cards they could move in immediately. Inside there were dining halls, and next to the residences was a large training area. After everyone received their room cards, Tat Dong Ha said, I'm in room 402, 4th floor. Lu Van Tao answered, I'm in room 302, 2nd floor. Hwa Min smiled and said, I'm in room 504, 5th floor. Tong Thursday Van smiled at Hwa Min, I'm in room 505, your neighbor. Hwa Min was a bit surprised, what a coincidence. Then he said, I have a space ring so there's no need to go back to the room to store luggage. I'm going to the training area first to take a look. Tong Thursday Van also said, I knew it, I'll go with you. The large internal training area had many people practicing. Tong Thursday Van saw someone and said, Ken Min, look, is that the S rank from Qingjing Paranormal University? It was a young man wearing a traditional Indian headscarf, continuously lifting 2 heavy weights. Those around him were astonished, how much is he lifting? Each weight is 200 kilograms, definitely not something we can lift. At that moment, Kiran also noticed Hwa Min. He thought to himself, Hwa Min from Motto University. Immediately, he threw the 2 weights down and dashed quickly toward them. The falling weights dented the floor, leaving a deep pit. He threw his cloak over his shoulders, stepped in front of Hwa Min, and said, Hwa Min, greetings. I'm Kiran Rao from Qingjing Paranormal University, nice to meet you. Everyone in the training hall turned their attention to the 2 of them, starting to whisper. That's the top freshman of Motto University. Hua Kunmin. I heard he's already reached second-tier upper position, truly outstanding. And unlike Kieran, Hua Kunmin is only 18. Luckily Qingjing has Kieran, otherwise we'd be completely crushed this time. Hua Kunmin thought to himself that the foreigner was surprisingly polite. Then he reached out his hand in greeting, hello. Unexpectedly, Kieran Rao didn't shake Hua Kunmin's hand but walked straight toward Tong Thursday Van. This pretty girl must be Tong Thursday Van, right? Pleasure to meet you. Hua Kunmin froze behind them. At that moment Tong Thursday Van covered her nose, since Kieran, having just finished training, still smelled of unpleasant sweat. From behind, Hua Kunmin immediately lunged forward and grabbed Kieran's hand tightly. His gaze was cold. Classmate Kieran, you seem to know Western etiquette, but perhaps not fully. Do you not realize it's very rude to touch a lady while your whole body is drenched in sweat? Kieran Rao gritted his teeth in anger but couldn't argue back. The aura of the two S-rank paranormals flared and collided fiercely, startling everyone around them. This atmosphere is wrong. Are they about to fight? Quick, call a teacher. If those two fight we won't be able to stop them. Hua Kunmin released Kieran's hand and said, also, you should when in Rome, learn the customs and etiquette of our Daha. Kieran Rao grew angrier. So you're calling me uncivilized? Then Hua Kunmin and Tong Thursday Van walked away. Kieran watched them leave, thinking, the S-rank of Mado University indeed has great strength, and he couldn't even bend my hand. How does a thunder type like him have such power? He then looked at Tong Thursday Van, a greedy glint flashing in his eyes. The genius young woman of the Tong family from Xian province is indeed not ordinary. Whatever her relationship with Hua Kunmin, even if she belongs to him, I must win her. That would solve my cultivation resource problems for the future. Tong Thursday Van looked at Hua Kunmin and said, Kunmin, thanks for helping me out. I can't stand the smell in this training area, let's move somewhere else and spar for a bit. Hua Kunmin smiled and nodded, alright. An hour later, after finishing training, Hua Kunmin and Tong Thursday Van had a hearty meal. Tong Thursday Van sighed, wow, food after training really does taste much better. On the street, a middle-aged man was desperately exhorting passers-by, the beast apocalypse, the final great destruction is coming. Only the Supreme Angel can save the world. Join us, become a part of us. Passers-by repeatedly refused, showing no interest. Hua Kunmin observed him and thought he'd heard before that after the beasts appeared, some religious fanatics began spreading doomsday doctrines. In chaotic regions, such mixed good and bad organizations were not uncommon. The middle-aged man grew increasingly angry at the constant refusals. Why? Why don't you believe me? Why? So that's it, you haven't paid the price, you've never felt real pain. He laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, that's it. Then he pulled a short knife from his person. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked toward a nearby mother and child. Only when you feel suffering will you understand the greatness of the angel. He immediately charged forward, intent on stabbing the mother and child. The mother screamed in terror, clutching the child to her chest. At that moment, a flash of lethal lightning sparked in Hua Kunmin's eyes. A spear of light appeared in his hand and he dashed forward in an instant. A flash of light streaked through, the man's body was struck, wounds piling up, blood spraying violently as he collapsed to the ground. Hua Kunmin stood between the two and the attacker. The mother hugged the baby tightly, trembling as she said, Nan Nan, it's okay now, it's okay. She then looked at Hua Kunmin, thank you for stepping in to help. If we'd lost our child, our family truly wouldn't know how we'd go on. Hua Kunmin replied, it's nothing. He looked at the man lying on the ground, eyes full of suspicion. This religious follower actually dared to try murdering someone in the street, truly reckless. Tong Thursday Van stepped forward and said, strange. Usually they only spread doctrine, not directly attack people. Hua Kunmin thought to himself, is this really just a coincidence? Or are there accomplices behind it? At that moment, a figure in the distance pulled their hood up to hide their face and quickly left the scene. That night, at a secret location, someone knelt and reported, Great Pontiff, I've completed the investigation. The killer of our believer is Hua Kunmin of Mado Paranormal University. The man called the Great Pontiff asked coldly, Hua Kunmin. The S-rank prodigy, second-tier upper of Mado. The other replied, yes. When he took the national martial exam he had just awakened. In less than half a year he reached second tier upper. The great pontiff glanced at the kneeling man and said, if this fiend is allowed to grow, it will be a major problem. He continued with orders, you withdraw first. Blood God will appear in the demon cave, this is the guiding device to the blood God. You handle arranging the members to carry out the retrieval. Remember, do not act in the name of the order of heavenly fate. The kneeling man answered, underling understands. Suddenly, objects in the pontiff's room began to float. Even his body drifted. He curled his lip and smiled, in 1 month, the order of heavenly fate will be publicly revealed to the whole world. By then, Hua Kunmin and the 3 S-rank prodigies from Qingjing Paranormal University, along with that Indian, will all become sacrifices for our order. Scene shifts to another location. A large crowd had gathered. Vice Principal Tu Ben of Qingjing Paranormal University spoke, hello students of the 3 schools. I am Tu Ben, Vice Principal of Qingjing Paranormal University. This study trip will officially begin at 9 a.m. today and last 1 month. We will now distribute smart bracelets to you. Immediately after, each person received a bracelet. Everyone was extremely excited. Tu Ben continued, your beast kills and images collected in the demon cave will be recorded in the smart bracelet. Total achievements will be converted into rewards. The top scorer can freely choose a combat skill set from the resource pool of the 3 schools to learn. Additionally, the overall first place will receive a special prize from their school. The students immediately buzzed, first place. Don't even think about it. It'll definitely be Kiran or Hua Kunmin. Tu Ben continued, this competition doesn't restrict team formation, we hope you efficiently hunt beasts. Alright, the remaining time is yours. Immediately, teams began forming everywhere. Team 5 of Qingjing still needs a support paranormal. Elite Team 2 needs an A-rank attack paranormal or higher. At that time, Class Monitor of Class 2, Din Du, approached Hua Kunmin, Brother Min, our Class 2 plans to form several exploration teams operating around the Demon Cave, would you like to join? Hua Kunmin smiled and shook his head, I'm not going. You guys just form the teams. Tong Thursday Van asked, when we enter the Demon Cave later, do you still intend to act alone? Hua Kunmin replied with a smile, my target is the central area of the Demon Cave. Going with everyone will slow me down. He looked at the map and thought, the area around Demon Cave number 7 mainly contains beasts from 1st to 5th tier. Right now I can handle lower 4th tier beasts and run from 5th tier. Of course reaching the middle area is best. On the map, the top shows the outer area, 1st to 3rd tier, the bottom shows the middle area, 3rd to 5th tier. Tong Thursday Van said, the middle area of the Demon Cave. If I go in it's a death sentence, but from the outer area to the middle will take about 1 to 2 days. During that time I can go with you, right? Hua Kunmin answered, sure. Tong Thursday smiled brightly at that. Then let's go together later. Just then, Kiran approached and said, Hua Kunmin, I'm looking forward to your performance, hope you don't fall far behind. Hua Kunmin said, 100%. Kiran asked in confusion, huh? What? Hua Kunmin said confidently, I'll beat you 100%. Saying that, he turned and walked away, leaving Kiran standing there stunned. He grit his teeth and said, big mouth, this time I'll overwhelm you with dominance so all of Daha can see my strength. Meanwhile, Tu Ben announced, I declare this study trip officially started. Everyone quickly surged forward. Set off, let's try to kill a 2nd tier beast for our team. Demon Cave, here we come. 7 hours later, in Demon Cave number 7, Hua Kunmin and Tong Thursday Van arrived. They drew their weapons and watched ahead with extreme caution. In front of them were a large number of pangolins. Tong Thursday Van said, although these iron-furred pangolins are 2nd tier beasts, their hide is tougher than E-grade alloy, not easy to deal with. Hua Kunmin said, let me handle it. He quickly dashed forward. The pangolins, seeing someone charge, were startled and let out warning cries, then rolled their bodies up like wheels and lunged to attack. Hua Kunmin immediately thrust with his spear, killing one with a single strike. He moved continuously, the spear stabbing out without pause, blood splattering everywhere, and shortly after, another one fell. Tong Thursday Van couldn't help but be amazed. Every thrust struck the weak point with no mistake. This wasn't just about rank, it required tremendous experience and instinct. Moreover, his control over his paranormal ability was meticulous, almost perfect, managing each portion of his energy without waste. After killing all the pangolins, Hua Kunmin thought, killing 12 Ironford second-tier pangolins nets 276 paranormal points, another 1,200 points wouldn't be bad. The higher the beast's rank inside, this trip could yield at least 30,000 paranormal points, maybe enough to advance to SS rank. Tong Thursday Van stepped over smiling, "Let me help you, Kunmin, you really are different from other thunder types." Hua Kunmin asked curiously, "Oh. How so?" Tong Thursday Van explained, "Other thunder users are sloppy with their abilities, you restrain yourself and are very cautious in using your power." Hua Kunmin smiled, "It's all about efficiency. If I used the violet devouring divine thunder, I could blow these beasts to pieces in an instant. But that's like using an ox-killing knife to slaughter chickens, only by conserving paranormal energy can you kill more beasts." Tong Thursday Van nodded, "I see." She thought to herself that she wished to see his strongest state, but it seemed there would be no chance. Looking into the distance, Hua Kunmin said, "It's getting dark, let's find somewhere to rest and set off again tomorrow." Hua Kunmin checked the map and said, "Huh. There seems to be a lake nearby. Water sources in the wild are where beasts gather most. It's not far from us, before it's fully dark we can try for one more hunt. Thursday Van, let's go." Tong Thursday Van smiled at him and followed. After a while, the two reached the lake. There was no sign of any beasts nearby. Hua Kunmin frowned, "What's going on? There can't be no beasts around a water source." At that moment a saber tiger suddenly appeared, growling, then stepped up to the lake to drink. Beneath the surface, a crocodile rose up, watching the saber tiger. In the blink of an eye, countless jets of water struck the saber tiger, blood pouring from its body without stop. The crocodile fully emerged, massive in size, its eyes filled with killing intent. The saber tiger was struck down to the ground. Hua Kunmin, hiding nearby, said, "So there's a terrifying beast, a primal crocodile, living here. No wonder few beasts dare come to drink." Tong Thursday Van opened her eyes wide in horror. Placing a hand on Hua Kunmin's shoulder, "It's a 4th-tier beast, yet we found a 4th-tier beast near the demon cave. Kunmin, let's go quickly." She thought that 4th-tier beasts have very strong sensing abilities, they might already have been detected. But Hua Kunmin had no intention of retreating, he showed excitement and said, "No need to rush. Although 4th-tier beasts are very strong, they're not unbeatable." Tong Thursday Van widened her eyes in astonishment. At that moment, the violet devouring divine thunder coiled around Hua Kunmin's body, and he said, "4th-tier beasts, back in the wilds of Jungtrung I didn't kill just one of them." Tong Thursday Van asked suspiciously, Did Director Jung teach you some exclusive combat technique?" Hua Kunmin replied, "The Thunder Court immortal body is strong, but to deal with 4th-tier beasts I still have a more efficient combat technique." Suddenly, thunder and lightning began to crash in the sky. Tong Thursday Van startled and asked, "Is it raining?" But sensing something off, she added, "No." Meanwhile, Hua Kunmin's violet lightning connected to the air, and then he used heavenly thunder technique to strike down. A bolt of violet lightning, like a heavenly calamity, slammed directly into the massive body of the primal crocodile. It took the full hit, crackling electricity rang out as the crocodile howled miserably, its body repeatedly suppressed. In moments it was completely defeated. The system displayed a notification, eliminated a lower 4th-tier primal crocodile. Paranormal points plus 213. The watch on Hua Kunmin's wrist also chimed, adding 1,000 points. His hand clenched as he thought, "Not bad, the paranormal point return for 4th-tier beasts is more than 5 times that of 3rd tier. It seems the Indigo system is designed to push me ever closer to the limit." He turned to Tong Thursday Van and said, "The primal crocodile is dead. Let's go. Check that area over there." Tong Thursday Van's eyes widened in inner terror. She's seen prodigies before, but never a fiend like Kunmin. He surpassed 2 whole tiers, 2nd tier upper killing a lower 4th tier beast, in the blink of an eye. So this was his true strength. With that thought, she joined Hua Kunmin and approached the primal crocodile's corpse. Hua Kunmin looked at the crocodile with regret. The skin alone would be worth 20 to 30 million at least, it's a pity it's all damaged. Tong Thursday Van said, not just the skin, every part of a fourth-tier beast is treasure. She smiled and offered, my space ring is big enough, leave it in my ring for now, I'll return it to you when we get back to base supply. Saying that, she stored the primal crocodile in her storage ring. Nearby, Hua Kunmin opened the map and said, beasts living around here probably all know how dangerous this water source is. Basically no beasts will come to drink here anymore, staying has no meaning. Let's go find a cave to rest. Tong Thursday Van stammered, blushing, can we wait a bit? There's a lake here, I want to freshen up a little. Hua Kunmin stepped forward, wait, let me confirm whether there are any other beasts in the lake. He then struck the calm lake surface with violet devouring divine thunder. Hua Kunmin's eyes suddenly widened as he exclaimed, this is. Beneath the lake surface red things rose up, and a scent hit his nose. Hua Kunmin flinched and thought, it's so fragrant, why does this lake seem to have such a deadly attraction? It seemed to come from the hunger of the body's instincts. At this point the lake's surface was nearly completely covered by that red substance. Cut to another location. The members of the Heavenly Destiny cult were on the move. One of them asked, leader, whose divine blood are we retrieving this time? The leader replied, the blood of an ancient dragon god. The other man cheered, it's the dragon god's blood. Once we secure this divine blood, the Heavenly Destiny sect will gain another powerful divine blood envoy. The leader heard this and angrily barked, shut up. I am Blood Moon Church. The man answered in fear, understood. The leader held a ring that pointed toward the divine blood and said, so the divine blood has appeared already? He quickly ordered, it's not far from us. No rest tonight, run at full speed. Over here, Tong Thursday Van also gasped, what's happening? The lake has turned blood red. Hua Kunmin asked, Thursday Van, do you feel this blood lake attracting you? Tong Thursday Van answered puzzled, attracting me? No. But according to the feedback from my divine sight, this blood contains a strong beast aura, very similar to yours. Hua Kunmin looked at his hand, thinking, similar to my aura. I previously absorbed SS-grade pure blood resources from an 8th-tier thunder dragon. Could this also be pure blood from a dragon-type beast, which is why I reacted? He then stepped into the lake and instructed, Thursday Van, I'll go down and check, pull me up immediately if anything's wrong. Immediately, the blood beneath the lake began to coil around his body. Hua Kunmin relaxed and thought, how pleasant, like a traveler dying of thirst in the desert who finally finds fresh water. The blood wrapped around him formed a sphere and slowly lifted him into the air. Seeing this, Tong Thursday Van shouted, Kunmin. She quickly retrieved her Phuong Tien decorative spear, eyes filled with vigilance. She thought that it seemed Kunmin had encountered his destined opportunity and now couldn't move, so it would be her turn to protect him. The next morning the ground was strewn with countless beast corpses and blood. It seemed Tong Thursday Van had spent a sleepless night fighting the beasts. Wiping sweat from her face, she said, luckily, since last night the strongest beasts that appeared were only lower third tier. She looked at the lake, which was fading in color, and thought, the water has lightened a lot, Kunmin must be nearly finished. At that moment the Heavenly Destiny cult members appeared. Their auras were extremely dark, and Tong Thursday Van immediately went on guard. The leader looked at the blood mass below and thought, Min's retrieved divine blood more than once, why does this divine blood take this form? He then glanced at Tong Thursday Van, is she rank 2 of Demon University? A new student from Demon University is here too. Tong Thursday Van braced her Phuong Tien decorative spear, thinking, who are these people? Their clothes don't match any of the 3 schools. Then she said, there are no beasts here, the water is contaminated. If you want water, I suggest you go elsewhere. One man angrily shouted, this is the blood of the Supreme God, and you call it contaminated. Another said, ignore her, take the blood cocoon behind her first. Tong Thursday Van was startled, thinking this is bad, the group was headed straight for the blood lake. The leader was 4th tier, the weakest among them was at least 3rd tier, so they had to use such a move. She activated the necklace at her throat. A brilliant metallic light flared up, forming a protective barrier around her and Hua Kunmin behind her. The Heavenly Destiny cult rushed forward to attack, but their blades made no dent in the barrier. One of them cried in horror, "What is this?" The leader said, "A protective talisman born from ancient civilization ruins. It's a divine guardian artifact, reusable and extremely rare." Tong Thursday Van said coldly, "Understood, withdraw, and don't waste time here." The leader laughed loudly, "Haha, as far as I know, the protective talisman has a cooldown. We're not in a rush, waiting a bit won't hurt." Tong Thursday Van worried inwardly, "I didn't expect these people to know about this. Apparently they're just waiting for the shield's duration to end so Kunmin can finish and wake up." An hour later the shield expired. The leader chuckled, "I told you, the shield would have a cooldown. I advise you to be reasonable," he continued. "Hand over the protective shield first, or you'll die a grotesque death." Tong Thursday Van gritted her teeth, decided to take a risk, and took out a pill, preparing to swallow it. At that moment Hua Kunmin's voice came from behind her, "Is that so? Why do I feel like you lot are the ones who should be dying?" Tong Thursday Van stared in shock. Even the Heavenly Destiny cult members were taken aback. Two hands slowly pushed apart the blood mass from within. Hua Kunmin stepped out calmly. His gaze was cold as he looked at the Heavenly Destiny cult members, as if they were already destined to die.